Chapter 1455. Many thanks. After addressing Xiao Chan as fellow Taoist, Immortal Venerate Tianyi's yuanying slowly faded away until it completely vanished. Xiao Chan could not help feeling shocked. To think that the low-key and mysterious treasure master had such incredible means. This was simply too shocking. Alright, I'm not willing to use the second method either. As Xiao Chan dodged the falling rocks and restrictions, his spiritual sense picked up countless figures rushing over. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said slowly, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. What is he drawing for? This is truly incomprehensible. After trying many times, Immortal Venerate Tianyi finally gave up. A small illusory figure appeared in the ancient lamp. That was an immortal cultivator's yuanying. Immortal Venerate Tianyi smiled in rage. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you off easy? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are too naive. A yuanying was a very weak existence. The longer it existed, the weaker it became. The commotion must have been too great, startling all the treasure seekers in the entire ethereal immortal palace. Furthermore, Xiao Chan learned that the master of the Bloodclad sect was also the heavenly starry ocean's treasure master. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace was destroyed, turning the entire ethereal immortal palace into chaos. However, the heavenly profound holy lady remained calm, her expression not changing at all. As for the eternal heavenly sword school Xiachang Tian, Immortal Venerate Yun Chan had been watching over him. Hence, Immortal Venerate Tianyi did not know much. He only knew that there was indeed such a person living in the Penglai Sea. As Xiao Chan ran, he still had to control the ancient lamp, multitasking. He had no time to chat at all. Is there a safer, more remote place in the ethereal immortal palace that others cannot easily find? Yuanying? Furthermore, it's a blue dragon yuanying. That's impossible. How can you dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? Even the heavenly profound holy lady can only cultivate immortal cultivation after scattering her cultivation. There are many things that you do not know. Don't worry about how I can cultivate immortal cultivation. All you need to know is that if I want to, I can swallow your yuanying right now. If I know everything about you, your death will be even more miserable. Time is of the essence. I need to comprehend the cycle arts quickly and cultivate the state of cycle. Only by comprehending the complete Saber Tao would he be able to contend against supremes and even surpass them. Xiao Chun casually looked around. Aside from the cleanliness of the bedroom, it was very different from a regular girl's room. Lying down in the air, the throne appeared. Xiao Chun had a feeling that before long, this person would no longer be able to endure. When Xiao Chun truly became high profile, the entire oceanic world would experience a huge change. It might even affect the entire Kunlun realm. Immortal Exalt Tianyi said furiously as he looked at Xiao Chan. There was a trace of deep fear in his tone. It's too late. I've already given you many chances. Now it's time for you to make another choice. Immortal Venerate Tianyi remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, I choose the first option. With Immortal Venerate Tianyi taking the initiative to cooperate, Xiao Chan did not encounter any difficulties in searching the soul for the first time. 1 hour later, Xiao Chan understood everything about the Penglai Sea and the karma of this trip. The demonic calamity, Emperor Forsaken, and now there was a treasure lord. Despite Xiao Chen's strength, he still felt tremendous pressure. Xiao Chun casually tossed the ancient lamp aside and leaned back. The cycle throne attached to his clothes descended and caught Xiao Chan. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying, Come with me. This scene was simply too shocking, completely surpassing Immortal Venerate Tianyi's imagination and understanding. The Bloodclad sect and the Penglai Sea were the treasure lord's pawns. He wanted the Bloodclad sect to obtain the puppet pearl. In that case, what did the immortal cultivators want to obtain by opening the coffin? Xiao Chun interrupted, not willing to listen to Immortal Venerate Tianyi's nonsense. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. Immortal Venerate Tianyi's life magic treasure must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only what Immortal Venerate Tianyi knew. It was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Aside from that painting, there was nothing else in the coffin. The answer was obvious. If not for Immortal Venerate Tianyi having already cultivated the Immortal Cultivation Dao to the peak, reaching the Void Refinement realm, it would have been impossible for the coffin to exist for so long. Why could Xiao Chan dual cultivate Immortal Cultivation and Martial Cultivation? The answer lay in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was either left behind by the Qing Emperor or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Treasure Lord. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Don't worry. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. I will not implicate others in my personal grudges. This was my previous bedroom. Beside it is my meditation room. You can rest there." After obtaining everything that he wanted, Xiao Chan did not humiliate or make things difficult for Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Instead, he let Tianyi choose to commit suicide, a method of suicide. Only after a long time did Immortal Venerate Tianyi wake up from the fact that Xiao Chan could cultivate Immortal Cultivation. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Immortal Venerate Tianyi, do you still not have the resolution to die? Don't harbor any delusions about me. You have already forced our relationship to the point where only one of us can live." After pushing open a door, Xiao Chan entered. Now, he finally had time to deal with Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Clang! The ancient lamp fell to the ground, giving off a loud sound. You can commit suicide. If it were during the Immortal epoch, one could become a loose immortal after committing suicide. Now one was nothing. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The heavenly profound holy lady appeared unpredictably, appearing beside Xiao Chan once again. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's blue dragon Yuanying, Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt incredibly horrified. The ancient lamp shook intensely, revealing his extreme horror. The latter was more likely. However, it did not matter. The ancient lamp flew out the door with a whoosh. Then it landed on the ground with a clang. Now I'll give you two choices. Cooperate a little and let me search your soul. Then I'll give you a quick death. The second choice is that you do not cooperate, but I can still find out what I want to know. You will die even more miserably. After a while, Xiao Chan followed the heavenly profound holy lady to a quiet bedroom. When he opened the window, he could actually see the Ghost Mountain. This was a pretty good location. In the martial epoch, the martial path reigned supreme. Even when one cultivated the immortal Tao to its peak, one would only be as strong as Immortal Venerate Tianyi. To Xiao Chan, aside from a supreme magic skill like the Divine Lightning Eye, the Immortal Tao did not hold much attraction. What a good plan! Unexpectedly, you are so decisive, easily resolving this calamity. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, what exactly do you want? Everything was linked to this person. It turned out that the Treasure Master had been controlling the Penglai Sea for more than 1,000 years. Xiao Chan did not get angry. With a thought, the blue dragon Yuanying hidden in the depths of the heart of an emperor slowly appeared above his head. When a regular immortal cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they needed to quickly possess another body. Otherwise, they would turn to dust. The ancient lamp felt extremely dissatisfied. It gave off a bright light and crashed around randomly. In the end, it returned to nothing and fell to the ground. However, Xiao Chan did not have time to investigate now. The Treasure Master's matter was still troubling him. On this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace, aside from getting what he wanted, he had unexpectedly dug out such a big secret. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if possible, do not make a move on the Penglai Sea. They are all innocent and also a group of pitiful people. Xiao Chan sat on the throne and said indifferently, "Don't waste your efforts. This was once the heavenly profound holy lady's place of meditation. Unless I am willing to open the door, you can forget about leaving in your lifetime." Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense turned into a thread that flew towards Immortal Venerate Tianyi's Yuanying. Indeed, there is hope. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. With the heavenly profound holy lady, the master of the Mirage Immortal Palace, helping him, the crisis-ridden Mirage Immortal Palace was like entering his own home. He could always turn calamities into blessings. Indeed, there was hope. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. The three immortal venerates all lost to the Treasure Master. Right now, the Penglai Sea was a pawn of the Treasure Master. Is that so? Xiao Chan muttered to himself. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from your saber formation. It turns out that they are clones created by immortal arts. Had I known earlier. The second way to die was too painful for immortal cultivators. It was equivalent to someone swallowing them alive. No immortal cultivator would be willing to accept such a death. It was too tragic. They might even get swallowed by other immortal cultivators. That was the cruelest and most immoral ending, equivalent to cannibalism. Bang! Chapter 1456. Just as Shao Chun was recuperating, the entire Penglai Immortal Palace descended into chaos, a commotion breaking out everywhere. In the 10,000 fetus blood spring, the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Ken Minghua, paled. His scarlet clothes were in tatters from the explosion. His hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. The tattered scarlet clothes squirmed like blood, continuously merging together. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the scarlet clothes Ken Minghua wore were very different from the scarlet clothes that Shao Chun had seen in the past. The original scarlet clothes gave off demonic qi, making one feel very uncomfortable just by looking at them. However, the demonic qi in Ken Minghua's scarlet clothes was even more withdrawn, not leaking out. If one did not purposely draw it out, one would not notice the demonic qi at all. Clearly, the quality of these scarlet clothes had improved significantly. According to rumor, the blood-clad sect would have different scarlet clothes depending on the rank. Of course, this was just the guess of others. The outside world knew too little about this faction that suddenly rose up in the past few years. Suddenly, Ken Minghua started coughing a few times. Only when he vomited a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Unexpectedly, someone set him up so ruthlessly. In the past few years, the blood-clad sect had been showing off its sharpness and rarely suffered losses. Ken Minghua was very experienced and shrewd. He had never been one to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, he suffered such a huge setback today. Had he known, he would not have believed the words of those two immortal venerates. Fortunately, he didn't lose the puppet pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. Just thinking about the consequences made Ken Minghua tremble in fear. That was a treasure that the treasure master wanted. Once he lost it, even the sect master would not be able to protect him. He would suffer a fate worse than death. Footsteps resounded, and Ken Minghua's expression changed slightly. Enduring the pain, he quickly left this place. Soon, the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace's palace master and the major characters of the other Holy Lands rushed over. However, they only saw rubble. They could not understand what was going on. There was no aura of a supreme treasure or any natural treasure. The people who caused the chaos had already left long ago. This storm was destined to end without attracting much attention. The people present would not have expected that this storm would be the cause. This gave Shao Chun the foundation to surpass Prime. In the future, he would be able to turn the tide and save the Kunlun realm. The month was about to pass. Most of the people who had come here had already left. As long as they didn't die in the restriction, they would have gained something, so the trip was not in vain. They might have obtained the secret treasures of the Tianxian sect, the Taoist fate left behind by their predecessors, or other treasures of heaven and earth. There were many people who were disappointed. Sun Palace's palace master Chu Tian was one of them. There was still one more day before Shao Chun would have to leave the Mirage Immortal Palace. Since he still had not found the cycle arts, he could already declare his failure. After dismissing the people beside him, Chu Tian summoned out a talisman. After the talisman burned up, the image of the cyclic astral lord appeared before him. Star Lord, this subordinate is useless and lost the reincarnation art. The cyclic astral lord seemed to have expected this long ago, and was not in a rush. The shadowless saber sovereign snatched it away? No. Chu Tian shook his head and told him about the strange situation that had happened. The reincarnation art suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chu Tian was nervous, worried that the Star Lord would not believe this reason. Who could have imagined that the cyclic astral lord would say after thinking for a while, "I understand. After you leave, just return to the palace quickly. There is no need to care about this matter anymore." Hearing the cyclic astral lord's answer, Chu Tian was in disbelief. Only when the cyclic astral lord's image vanished did he startle to his senses. Shao Chun felt relieved of a heavy burden, feeling very relaxed. On the other side, Ken Minghua also contacted the blood-clad sect's sect master at this moment. The identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master had always been mysterious. If someone were present and saw the image of the sect master, they would be greatly startled. No one would have imagined that the true identity of the blood-clad sect master was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master. Sect master, we already obtained the puppet pearl, Ken Minghua reported respectfully. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master revealed a smile and nodded. Very good. Pay attention to safety. Return the puppet pearl perfectly. The treasure master will reward you greatly. He can even give you a longevity-extending pill. At the mention of the longevity-extending pill, wild joy flashed in Ken Minghua's eyes. However, it soon dimmed. He said. However, something unexpected happened at the Penglai Sea. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign captured Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, and Immortal Venerate Mingyu's physical body was also destroyed. After hearing about the encounters of the two Immortal Venerates, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master said calmly, "It's not a problem. As long as we obtain the puppet pearl, the treasure master's goal is complete. As for the Immortal Venerates, it was just a matter of convenience." The treasure master did not hold much hope. Ken Minghua was completely at ease when he heard this. In this way, he wouldn't be blamed for this. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chan had already recovered from his injuries, returning to his peak state. Just as he was about to leave the ethereal immortal palace, he formally read through the cycle arts. After closing the cycle arts, Xiao Chan could already confirm that this was the true copy. However, it was as the heavenly profound holy lady said. It was indeed just an incomplete copy and not very valuable. Without a doubt, if one cultivated the cycle arts together with the states of the seven thrones, one could definitely cultivate the state of cycle. However, what would happen after he cultivated the reincarnation state? There was no mention of how to cultivate it or how to use it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, merging the state of cycle was just the beginning. How to use it after that was the most important thing. Xiao Chan could only rely on himself to slowly explore it in the future. Or perhaps, after leaving the abandoned land and entering the true martial great world, he might be able to meet an expert who cultivated the state of cycle. However, no matter what, Xiao Chan was already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the state of cycle. After putting away the cycle arts, Xiao Chan took out the second great harvest of this trip, the Universe Origin Dao fruit. Speaking of which, this Universe Origin Dao fruit looked very ordinary. Its surface was bumpy and even somewhat prickly. It was hard to imagine that the legendary immortal fruit would have such an appearance. If one was deceived by its appearance and missed out on this fruit, one would regret it for life. As long as one focused and did not move their gaze, one would discover the profoundness of this fruit after 7 or 8 minutes. A scene of a golden divine venerate sitting cross-legged would appear in one's mind. When this scene appeared, one would be bathed in a profound feeling of ascending to the Tao. The Universe Origin Dao fruit is truly indescribably wondrous. Xiao Chan looked away in admiration. However, he did not dare to take the risk of eating it. Rumor had it that after consuming this fruit, it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chan did not really believe it. That would have been during the Immortal Epoch. The Martial Epoch and the Immortal Epoch were completely different cultivation methods. No one could be sure what the consequences would be. Based on his personal feelings, Xiao Chan was more willing to believe that this fruit had a miraculous effect on the Tao. This was because when that golden divine venerate appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, he clearly felt his saber energy stir. After consuming it, while his cultivation might not increase, his comprehension of the saber Tao would definitely improve. Perhaps if he was not careful, he might even comprehend the complete saber Tao. The Universe Origin Dao fruit might very well contain a complete Tao. Anyone who consumed it would be able to obtain the Tao. Immortal lords lived forever. To them, 1,000 years of cultivation was just 1,000 years. In eternal life, 1,000 years was just a flick of a finger. 1,000 years of cultivation was not worth fighting for. What they valued was definitely the desire for the Tao. What's wrong? You want to eat it now? The heavenly profound holy lady suddenly asked when she saw Xiao Chan holding the Universe Origin Dao fruit and staring at it. Xiao Chan smiled and put away the Universe Origin Dao fruit. He said, "It is too risky. If I fall unconscious after consuming it, I will have to wait several decades before I can leave." That's true. You are still young and in your best years. It is not good to waste it here. I came to inform you that the ethereal immortal palace is about to send you out. The heavenly profound holy lady said. If you want to go and take it, I can send you anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of the ethereal immortal palace. As you wish. Now that I have recovered to my peak, it does not matter where I appear. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Thank you for taking care of me on this trip to the ethereal immortal palace. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again. There's no need. We are just taking what we need. The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and rejected Xiao Chun. Let's go. I'll send you off. Chapter 1457. After the heavenly profound holy lady finished speaking, Xiao Chun felt an irresistible force toss his body out of the immortal palace. The world spun around. When Xiao Chun felt his feet touch the ground again, he discovered that he had already landed on an island. Xiao Chun casually looked around and discovered that this nameless island was the island where the hemp-robed old man was before he entered the immortal palace. He did not know if the heavenly profound holy lady did this on purpose or if it was a coincidence. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the Western Sea Berserk Saber Feng Xiao. Brother Shadowless, I did not expect to see you again after coming out. Feng Xiao's complexion was very good. There was a reserved sharpness on his face. He must have gained a lot in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiao Chun nodded firmly in response to the other party's greeting. Then he casually chatted with Feng Xiao for a while. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun had expected. In the Mirage Immortal Palace, Feng Xiao had obtained a Dao comprehension painting left by an ancient bladesman. After comprehending it a little, he had gained a lot. Now, he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation and absorb all the Dao in it. Xiao Chun smiled and congratulated Feng Xiao, offering his blessings. Hee, my gains are nothing. A huge explosion happened in the 9th floor of the Immortal Palace. I heard that a supreme treasure was born. Unfortunately, I missed out on the excitement. Feng Xiao was in a good mood, so he could not stop talking. Missing out might not be a bad thing. There are many fortuitous encounters that one has to evaluate one's strength first. Xiao Chun recalled his experience in the Immortal Palace's 9th floor, feeling deeply moved. Naturally, Feng Xiao did not understand the deeper meaning in Xiao Chen's words. He nodded and said, Brother Shadowless is right. I have to enter closed-door cultivation quickly, so I won't chat any longer. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it. See you again. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to send Feng Xiao off. Soon that middle-aged couple was sent out as well. After casually saying goodbye to Xiao Chun, they left in a hurry. They looked like they were worried that Xiao Chun would attack them and snatch away their treasures. Xiao Chun found this funny, but he did not say anything. It looked like the heavenly profound holy lady had indeed done this on purpose, sending them back to the same place. The hemp-robed old man was already dead. He definitely would not be sent back. Furthermore, the Geomaster Zhang Tian had not arrived yet. Although Xiao Chun believed that the other party would be fine, deep in his heart, he was still a little uncertain. Did something really happen to the old man? Just as Xiao Chun was muttering to himself, another beam of light appeared beside Xiao Chun. Zhang Tian, who exuded a sinister aura, appeared beside Xiao Chun. Haha, don't worry. Even if all of you die, this old man will not die. Although Zhang Tian's body was filled with yin qi, he was full of vigor and spirit. He did not look like he was trapped in the ghost mountain at all. What a pity. It would be great if I could stay here. He was in such a good mood that he almost forgot everything. He even forgot about the immortal cultivators. After a long time, Xiao Chun realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I was too engrossed in researching the techniques of the ancient geomasters in the Ghost Mountain. How is it on your side? Did the Peng Lai Sea's people obtain the Ghost Immortal cultivation method? Xiao Chun felt that there was nothing to hide from Zhang Tian, so he honestly told the other party about the ethereal immortal palace. After hearing that, Zhang Tian felt emotional for a long time, sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the immortal cultivation method of the Ghost Immortal Dao is so difficult. The heavenly profound holy daughter is really pitiful, a heartless person. Xiao Chan said indifferently. I feel that it's still all right. At the very least, she really helped me obtain the cycle arts, unlike some people. Zhang Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, Aren't I trapped in the Ghost Mountain? If not, helping you obtain the cycle arts would be easy. I can tell that after you came out, you seem to be quite at ease. You even have some inner energy. Xiao Chan did not give up. No matter what, he was the one who dealt with the Peng Lai Sea's people. He had to knock this old fogey down. Zhang Tian knew that he was in the wrong. He said, Very well, I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you? Xiao Chan smiled in satisfaction and said, You are indeed an old senior. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll be direct. I want you to help me investigate the treasure master's identity and the matter of the ghost Ho. How is it connected to him? The moment Xiao Chan said that, Zhang Tian's expression immediately sank. Little brat, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? The treasure master is low-key and mysterious. Even primes do not dare to make a move against him. You want me to investigate him? This is not justifiable, right? Zhang Tian pushed the matter away, clearly unwilling to accept. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Haha, I can't be bothered with that. This is my voice transmission talisman. Notify me if there is any news. However, Xiao Chun did not care. After tossing out a voice transmission talisman, he laughed heartily and left the nameless island. He left Zhang Tian alone, holding the voice transmission talisman in a daze. After a while, he said with a grave expression, Indeed, I should not lie to myself about the treasure master's matter. Never mind, I'll use this opportunity to probe him with my other old friends. The treasure master had long suspected that Xiao Chun had something to do with the deep abyss demonic world. However, the treasure master was too strong and kept a low profile. Furthermore, he did not oppose the various holy lands. Many people turned a blind eye to his existence. This was especially so after Emperor Forsaken made a move and failed to take down the treasure master. This made everyone feel even more reverence for the treasure master's strength. However, if this continued, watching the treasure master slowly grow stronger, that would be too much of a lie. After leaving the island, Xiao Chun searched for a suitable place for closed-door cultivation on the boundless sea. Compared to Feng Xiao, Xiao Chun needed to enter closed-door cultivation even more. Furthermore, he already made up his mind to not come out of closed-door cultivation until he comprehended the state of cycle. Xiao Chun always wore a mask. No matter where he went, he gave Xiao Chun a feeling of hiding. If this continued for a long time, the heart tribulation would be even harder to resolve. He might never be able to overcome it. Thinking this, Xiao Chun found a pretty good place for closed-door cultivation, a lone island. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there was only a boundless ocean. It was neither a trade route nor a blessed land. No one would purposely pass by this place even after 10 years or 100 years. Following the principle of caution, after Xiao Chun landed on the lone island, he laid a defensive formation. Then he tossed out the formation plate and tapped the air with his right hand. Then, Xiao Chun laid a simple defensive formation. After setting up the formation, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and cleared his thoughts, entering a state of forgetting himself in the outside world. After Xiao Chun entered this state, he shouted, and 7 beams of light of different colors came out of his body. Each light represented a different intent: slaughter, destruction, annihilation, pain, grief, despair, and death. Massacre produced destruction. When the destruction expanded, it was annihilation, bringing pain and grief. When grief expanded infinitely, it was despair and finally death. Death represented the extinction of all things. However, after extinction came new life, which happened to be a cycle. Everything in the world could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. From the small ants, birds, and beasts to the large worlds, even epochs. The immortal epoch was like this. Many immortals fell, the sky collapsed, and all things died. However, after death, a new epoch was born. The Kunlun realm was already so prosperous. The great world outside would definitely be even more prosperous. The cycle Tao had never stopped. Xiao Chun flipped to the first page of the cycle arts. There were 8 ancient words on it. As long as the cycle continues, life never ends. Grasping the cycle, one's flame of life would be eternal and inextinguishable, burning fiercely, living as long as the heavens. This was the highest level of expectation the creator of the reincarnation arts had for the reincarnation Tao. As for whether it had such an effect or not, no one knew. The cycle arts in Xiao Chen's hand was only an incomplete copy. The later contents were clearly missing. It was only enough for Xiao Chen to comprehend the state of cycle. Whether there was more was a mystery. Xiao Chen read through the cycle arts again. Then, he closed his eyes and started to follow the circulation path described in the cycle arts. Xiao Chen started to cultivate according to the prescribed order. As his primordial energy flowed through his body, the 7 flames around him spun continuously. A 7-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a rainbow, illuminating the entire horizon. Chapter 1458. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this past half a year, Xiao Chen had always been in closed-door cultivation on the lone island, and he never left it at all as he cultivated the rebirth technique. He'd long since forgotten the passage of time, and the disturbances in the outside world were unrelated to him. The situation in the Kunlun continent changed. Ever since the battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the elites of the demonic world in the savage battlefield, the situation in the Kunlun continent had changed. The conflict between the demonic world and the Kunlun realm intensified to the point where even the demon monarch would occasionally make a move. The shadow of the demonic calamity shrouded the entire continent. Under the pressure of the demonic world, the deity Tao Union and the martial god palace, the 2 great alliances were forced to retreat. They reached a temporary truce, no more infighting, and united against the outside world. They had even organized several large-scale battles aimed at the battlefield of the stars. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world fought an intense battle. Both sides exchanged blows, each had their own victories and defeats, and both sides were wary of each other. They did not use all of their trump cards, all of them waiting for the final decisive battle to decide the victor. However, no matter how one looked at it, the factions of the Kunlun realm were at a disadvantage. This was clear from the fact that the decisive battle would take place in the Kunlun realm, and not the deep abyss demonic world. Ever since the 100 Race War in ancient times, the pinnacle of martial arts had never returned. The suppressed deep abyss demonic world took this opportunity to rise up. The Kunlun realm could only defend passively. The demonic calamity was forever a sword hanging over the heads of the Kunlun realm cultivators. In the Demon King's palace in the succubus realm of the 18 demon realms of the abyss, Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Leng Yu stood side by side, looking at the scenery in the distance. The demon world had no color, no sunlight, and the sky was always dark. In the west, there was a blood-like ball of light hanging on the horizon. Taking a closer look, there was a huge illusory figure within the ball of light. It gave off a boundless might that enveloped every layer of the demon world. No demon could escape the gaze of that illusory figure. That was the demonic god, the faith of all the people in the demonic world. The Nether Sect's headquarters was also in that huge blood-red ball of light. Chu Chaoyun asked, "How's the refinement of the demon sword going?" "To be able to do as I please, to be able to release and withdraw as I please. It has already become a part of my body," Leng Yu said softly. Her voice contained an enchanting enticement. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Since ancient times, no demon monarch has been able to refine the evil shadow sword so quickly. It looks like the mandate of heaven has chosen you as the master of the demon monarchs." Leng Yu was expressionless. She did not look happy at all. Before the demonic god, even the lord of the demon monarchs is the most lowly servant. "Soon. Our chance will come soon. After I leave today, I will make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. The Kunlun realm will undergo a huge change soon." Chu Chaoyun stared at the demon god and said such treasonous words. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew very well what kind of thing the devil god was. It was not worthy of respect at all. However, Leng Yu's fear of the demonic god prevented her from saying anything, remaining silent. "The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. How are you going to get there? Don't forget, I am someone with the Sky Dome heart. As long as I am willing, I can become the master of the Sky Dome realm at any time," Chu Chaoyun said softly with a smile. Leng Yu still felt somewhat worried. "Has the Dark Church's churchmaster really never doubted or suspected you?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking. He knew about me from the very start. However, he is very confident in himself. He always thinks that everything is under his control. Aside from him, everyone else in the Sky Dome realm is an ant. I'm going. Be very careful. Don't give yourself away. You still need to wait for an opportunity. Now is not the time to make a comeback. Chu Chaoyun gently drifted away and vanished from where he was, not leaving any trace behind. It was like he had never been there. Leng Yu sighed to herself. She only admired two men in her life. One was Xiao Qian and the other was naturally Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's courage and intelligence were unrivaled among all the people she had met. She had never seen an outsider infiltrate the upper echelon of the Dark Church and deal with the Dark Church's churchmaster until now. When Xiao Qian betrayed Teng Xiao, he did not hesitate to kill decisively. Originally, Xiao Qian was just a pawn for Teng Xiao. Unexpectedly, he turned the tables and killed Teng Xiao, the pawn in charge. Just like that, the evil thoughts of the Qing Emperor were killed. When Xiao Qian revealed his true plan to her, even the demon monarch Leng Yu was startled. That plan was so bold that she did not even dare to think about it. However, not only did Xiao Qian think about it, he even carried it out step by step to where he was today. However, when Leng Yu thought about the battle between Xiao Qian and Xiao Qian at the end of the plan, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Qian. Can Xiao Qian defeat Chu Chaoyun? At the same time, the heavenly starry ocean was not very calm either. The blood-clad sect, which took advantage of the Golden Age to rise up, had already expanded to the point where it could rival the veteran Immortal Holy Lands. The conflicts between the various Holy Lands and the blood-clad sect turned from hidden to overt. Finally, an intense conflict erupted. The Five Poison sect and the blood-clad sect started a huge battle in the Eastern Sea. Both sides fought for a king's spirit vein, the shockwaves spreading for more than 500,000 kilometers. The result of that battle was the Five Poison sect's defeat, and the blood-clad sect snatched away the king's spirit vein. After this battle, the blood-clad sect became the new holy land of the heavenly starry ocean. Immediately, the blood-clad sect's fame spread far and wide, shaking the surroundings. The number of cultivators who wanted to join the blood-clad sect was as high as the clouds. The blood-clad sect's momentum flourished, showing signs of overtaking the veteran overlords, the Lunar Palace and the Zodiac Hall. Just at this moment, the identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was purposely exposed. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ao Lang, officially stood on the stage and acknowledged his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master. The fact that he chose to stand out at this moment made others feel a trace of something else. Although there were already some clues that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had a close relationship with the blood-clad sect, no one expected that the master behind it was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang. The peace of the heavenly starry ocean was immediately shattered. After acknowledging his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang went with the flow. He forcefully subdued all the factions left behind by the Sea King. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas came under his control. It was obvious that his plan was meticulous and he had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have quickly unified the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas after acknowledging the blood-clad sect's sect master. When the identity of the West Ocean Dragon Palace's palace master was exposed, the neighboring Dragon Gate immediately became embarrassed. Compared to the shock of the other forces, the Dragon sect could be said to be panicking. They had not expected this at all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which had declined a long time ago, experienced a shocking reversal. Suddenly, the Dragon's Gate turned into a colossus like an immortal holy land. The nearby Dragon's Gate instantly became dangerous. City Lord Emochan decisively chose to seal the city. Aside from Dragon's Gate disciples, no one was allowed to enter Heaven Dragon City. At the same time, Emochan started to investigate the spies and all sorts of suspicious people in the city. On the other hand, she sent a message to the Bushin Palace, hoping to get reinforcements. At this delicate moment, the 13 great bandits of the Black Dragon City announced that they would station themselves in Heaven Dragon City. The Dragon's Gate was no longer what it was in the past. However, compared to an evil faction like the Blood-clad sect, there was still a significant gap. Although the Blood-clad sect did not show any signs of attacking the Dragon's Gate, Emochan did not have any hopes of getting lucky. However, Emochan did not have any hopes of getting lucky at all. From the moment the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang stepped out, she started to make all sorts of preparations. Indeed, half a month later, the cultivators of the various branches of the Bloodclad sect headed for the Western Sea and gathered at the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. After another half a month, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas gathered, and the seven-colored dragon marquises finished organizing themselves. In the Western Sea, the various factions that originally belonged to the Dragon's Gate were attacked. Apart from a few shrewd sects that had already moved their sects away, the rest of the sects had suffered a calamity. Immediately, the news of the Bloodclad sect making a move against the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean, becoming a major event that everyone paid attention to. Many people took this as the first time the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Ao Lang made a sacrifice. Ao Lang wanted to establish his prestige in the Bloodclad sect, trample on the might of the Blue Dragon King, and make the Bloodclad sect a true overlord. Chapter 1459. In a side hall of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Bloodclad sect Master Ao Lang received the Palace Masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Since the four of them had gathered together, they naturally had something to discuss. It was impossible for them to gather together for no reason. Originally, the East Sea Dragon King was the leader of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The West Sea Dragon King was ranked last. Who knew 1 month ago? Ao Lang visited the Palace Masters of the three Divine Dragon Palaces. Without exception, the Palace Masters of the three Dragon Palaces were all defeated by him. Even the strongest person, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Pangyang, a Seventh Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, only lasted 100 moves against Ao Lang. It could be said to be extremely miserable, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Pangyang and the other two looked at Ao Lang with uncertain expressions. They felt some fear and some anticipation at the same time. This was because Ao Lang had already promised them that as long as they joined the Bloodclad sect, he would tell them the method to suddenly become stronger. Ao Lang, since the three of us are already here, there is no need for you to keep us in suspense, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Pangyang said. Ao Lang smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There's no rush. The blood-clad battle armor that I rushed out for you will be delivered soon." Blood-cloaked battle armor? Pangyang and the other two entered deep thought. This should be the scarlet clothes worn by the blood-clad sect cultivators. Could it be that there were different grades of blood robes, and that their blood robes needed to be specially refined? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, 3 pretty maids walked in from the side hall, each carrying a stack of battle armor. "Sect Master, I have finished refining the 3 Heaven Series blood-clad battle armors. Please take a look." Ao Lang smiled as he walked over. Then he introduced, "This is the blood-clad battle armor that I prepared for you. Its defense is comparable to that of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, indestructible. After wearing it, your body's potential will be stimulated, and your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time." Pangyang frowned and said, "Although similar battle armors are rare, they are not non-existent. But the side effects are frighteningly strong. If it's light, you'll become a cripple. If it's heavy, your lifespan will be greatly reduced." Ao Lang nodded and said, "That's right. In this world there are gains and losses. There had to be a balance. After wearing the Heavenly Series battle armor, one's lifespan would be drained faster. After wearing it, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days for an ordinary person." Pangyang and the other two paled upon hearing this. This was equivalent to forcefully having one's lifespan, completely exchanging one's life force for combat power. "Ao Lang, you still have something to say, right?" Pangyang said sullenly. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, Big Brother understands me. That's right. However, as long as you have the longevity-extending pill that I concoct, your lifespan will be almost the same as an ordinary person's. Of course, I can't give you the refining method of the prolonging longevity pill. As long as they are loyal to the blood-clad sect, I can guarantee that I will give priority to the 3 Big Brothers' life-extending pills." The expressions of Pangyang and the other two changed slightly. This meant that their lives were now in Ao Lang's hands. Ao Lang said indifferently. The blood-clad battle armor is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven series battle armor is very difficult to refine. There are only 10 of them in the entire blood-clad sect. It can increase one's potential by 4 times. Not only will one's cultivation speed increase, but one's comprehension will also increase by 4 times. You can decide for yourselves. I agree. After hesitating for a while, Peng Yang could no longer resist the temptation of having 4 times his potential. He was the first to agree to wear the battle armor. Furthermore, if Peng Yang did not agree, Ao Lang might turn against him. When the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters saw the situation, they stopped hesitating and put on the battle armor. Whoosh! The instant the 3 put on the blood-clad battle armor, they immediately felt their strength increase by at least 20%. The joy of having their strength increase was indescribable. Peng Yang and the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters immediately rejoiced. Here. These are your longevity extending pills. 1 bottle for each of you. Don't say that I did not take care of you, old brothers. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's means were very incredible. He knew that he had to win over this group of people in order to continuously expand the blood-clad sect's influence. After the 3 received the bottles, they felt very satisfied. Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward. Peng Yang knew that his life was in Ao Lang's hands in the future. Since the situation was against him, he had no choice but to lower his head. Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward. When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly. A sense of satisfaction flowed in his chest. Waving his hand, he said, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Properly use the potential of the Heaven series battle armor. Half a month later, we will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate." Are we really going to attack the Dragon's Gate? He has the Bushan Palace supporting him. Although the Blue Dragon King is not a threat, the Heaven Dragon City is impregnable. The city lord, Emo-chun, is not someone easy to deal with either. Rumor had it that the blood-clad sect was preparing to surround and attack the Dragon's Gate. It looked like this was true. Ao Lang said coldly, "Don't worry. At that time the Bushan Palace will be overwhelmed. They will not have the time to interfere in this matter. Back then, I swore an oath to thoroughly humiliate Xiao-chan. Otherwise, all my years of forbearance would have been wasted." When Ao Lang thought of Xiao-chan, the rage in his heart flared up involuntarily. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. All of them were scenes of humiliation. The most embarrassing one was leading the people of the many holy lands to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate's establishment. In the end, Xiao-chan managed to break the plan. Finally, Ing Zongtian knocked him out with a palm strike. This was an unforgettable humiliation. However, the reputation of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan, has fallen long ago. He is just a cripple now, the Southern Sea Dragon King said softly. A cripple? I don't care if he is crippled or not. Unless he kneels and begs for mercy, I will wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. A cold murderous intent flashed in Ao Lang's words, inspiring fear. The other 3 Dragon Kings did not say anything more, taking their leave. Father, how did the discussion go? Did they agree? After the 3 left, a youth immediately rushed into a side hall. It was the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng. It's settled. We will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, Ao Lang said indifferently. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas will all wear the blood-clad clothes. Tonight, send news to Heaven Dragon City and get them to hand over the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. When Ao Feng heard this, he rejoiced. Back then, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan, had forced Ao Feng to his knees with 1 palm strike. Xiao-chan had already become a heart demon for Ao Feng. After Ao Feng heard that Xiao-chan failed his tribulation, he had wanted to bring people to capture Xiao-chan alive several times. However, Ao Lang had stopped him. Now he was finally going to get what he wanted. How could he not be excited? After Ao Feng made his promise, Ao Feng immediately left, disappearing without a trace. After Ao Feng left, Ao Lang waved his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Then, he took out a messaging token. Whoosh! A small black figure appeared in the messaging token. This figure was shrouded in fog, looking unfathomable. Greetings, Treasure Master. I have already given the order. We will start attacking the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, the aloof Aolang said respectfully to the black figure. That's fine. You helped me obtain the puppet pearl. I already agreed to help you attack the Dragon's Gate. There is no need to report to me. The Treasure Master's voice sounded somewhat sinister, making one feel uncomfortable. Many thanks, Treasure Master. After obtaining the Treasure Master's approval, Aolang finally relaxed. He had waited for this day for far too long. Far away, in the underground room where the Treasure Master was in closed-door cultivation, he watched coldly as Aolang's figure slowly disappeared. The Treasure Master's lips curled up in a strange smile as he toyed with a pearl in his hand. Good timing. I can use you to test out the Dragon's Gate's strength and stir up the factions of the heavenly starry ocean. That night, the Bloodclad sect demanded that the Dragon's Gate hand over Shao Chan. Otherwise, news of the Bloodclad sect's gate would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean after half a month. Everyone knew that the Dragon's Gate had the support of the Bushin Palace, which Ying Zongtian managed. However, the Bloodclad sect really dared to make an example out of the Dragon's Gate. What was even more eye-catching was that the Bloodclad sect's excuse was to hand over the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan. Many people had already forgotten this name. In fact, many of the newly risen outstanding talents had not even heard of it before. 5 years ago, the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan jumped off at the final step of his Emperor's Road. After Shao Chan returned to Heavenly Star Island, there was no more news of him, vanishing without a trace. If not for Aolang purposely mentioning him, no one would have thought of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many cultivators. They wanted to know whether the Dragon's Gate would hand over the Blue Dragon King or not. Chapter 1460. Heaven Dragon City, City Lord Hall. The upper echelon of the Dragon's Gate gathered together. Emochan Yu Chensi Kim Taeho Lord Jiu Lantianji Yu Jinlin Gongyang Yu Xinyuan Zhantian and the others all arrived. Many of them were outstanding geniuses who spent most of their time wandering outside, cultivating alone and searching for their own fortuitous encounters in the Golden Age. After receiving Emochen's message and learning that the Dragon's Gate was in trouble, he did not hesitate to rush back. None of these people had low cultivation bases. In this Golden Age, they were like fish in water, all of them able to stand on their own. The weakest among them was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. The ones with the most horrifying cultivations were Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Chensi and Gong Yangyu, who no one expected. Like Shao Chun, these three came from the Sky Dome realm. Now they were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Among them, Xinyuan Zhantian was the strongest. Even Yu Chensi and Gong Yangyu did not know what his true limits were. Back then, Shao Chun had said that Xinyuan Zhantian walked an extremely difficult path. He only cultivated the state of kingship. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a body cultivation technique left behind from the peak of ancient martial arts. By combining his king's will with his physical body, he had formed the king battle body with limitless potential. Of all the people present, he was the last to advance to martial emperor. The path to martial emperor was fraught with death, and he had nearly died at the last step. But in the end he had managed to pull through. Right now, his sharpness was restrained. Even though he was already standing at the furthest corner of the palace, that terrifying king's intent still made everyone feel pressured. Jinlin, who was also from the Haotian sect like Shao Chan, asked, "Miss Mo, why did you suddenly gather everyone here? Did something happen?" Emochan and Lan Tianji each took a seat in the middle. Lan Tianji answered, "Let me say it. Last night, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, personally sent word, asking us to hand over Shao Chan. Otherwise, the Bloodclad sect will come out in full force half a month later and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." Humph! Your tone is really arrogant. Not to mention that big brother Shao Chan is not in the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate is not the Dragon's Gate. Even if they are, we will not hand them over to them. We, the people of the Dragon's Gate, are not people that anyone can bully. Jinlin heavily slammed the table, causing a loud bang to ring out. He was extremely angry. That little bastard. Back then, Shao Chun was soft-hearted and took his life. Now that you've made a comeback, you've immediately climbed all over me. You're really arrogant. Kim Tae-ho cursed angrily. He hated himself for not destroying the West Sea Divine Dragon Palace when the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, leaving behind such a threat. Emo-chan said. Saying all this is already useless. I called everyone here just to discuss it with everyone. Now that the Blood-clad sect is very powerful, I have thought about it. Everyone here is Big Brother Zhao's good friend. There is no need for everyone to risk their lives to defend the city. We can hide for now and head to the Kunlun continent. When Big Brother Xiao Chun returns, we can think of countermeasures. Only with the green hills can the green water flow. Emo Chen's words were very sincere. She believed that Xiao Chun was here. She did not want to see this group of brothers put themselves in danger. After all, the Blood-clad sect was too strong. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, the current Blood-clad sect master, was unreasonably strong. There's no need. Miss Emo, since we chose to return, we already made our decision. As people of the Dragon's Gate, how can we just sit and watch the Dragon's Gate get bullied? Xinyuan Zhantian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said calmly, even if we cannot defeat them, we have to do our best. That's right. Brother Zhantian is right. This Heaven Dragon City is the culmination of Big Brother Xiao Chen's efforts. Similarly, it is also the culmination of Miss Emo Chen's efforts. If we leave, Miss Emo Chan will definitely not leave, right? Gong Yongyu smiled faintly, expressing his opinion in a cool and elegant manner. It was not easy to establish the Dragon's Gate. Think about how much pressure Big Brother Xiao Chan endured on the day the Dragon's Gate was established. How can people like us shrink back because of some pressure? Miss Mo Chan, please allow us to work with you to resist the Blood-clad sect. As Yu Chensi spoke, he looked like the morning sun, his face radiating a determined light. Let's go together. No one should leave first. If we are leaving, we should all leave together. Miss Emo Chan, don't harbor any thoughts of living and dying with the Dragon's Gate. If you die in battle, Big Brother Xiao Chun will definitely be very sad. Lan Yu opened her eyes wide, looking somewhat pitifully at Emo Chan. As Emo Chan looked at the people in the hall who had stood up, she saw the sincere smiles on their faces. Emo Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist. She felt indescribably moved in her heart. Earlier, she had been somewhat selfish. Gong Yongyu was right. Emo Chan had indeed intended to let everyone leave and defend the city alone. However, when she heard the words of the people here, she suddenly felt that she had been somewhat selfish. The Dragon's Gate belonged to Big Brother Xiao Chan, Emo Chan, and everyone else here. Sorry, Emo Chan was somewhat selfish earlier. Everyone, do not leave. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. All of us have to live well. None of us are allowed to die. Emo Chen's voice sounded somewhat choked. As she smiled, tears fell down her face involuntarily. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. At this moment, Lan Tianji also stood up and stretched his hand to the center. Immediately, everyone placed their hands on his. All the Dragon's Gate elders showed smiles on their faces as they promised to go through thick and thin together, advance and retreat together. Their smiles contained carefreeness, determination, courage and faith in the Dragon's Gate. This is the Dragon's Gate treasure armor that I personally refined, a replica of the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. It is a complete set of Emperor-grade secret treasures. Although it cannot compare to the Ascension armor that the Qing Emperor wore back then, it is at least half as effective. Since everyone had decided to stay, Emo Chan did not say anything else. She took out the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor that she refined using the power of the Dragon's Gate. Xinyuan Zhantian's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dripped his blood on it and bound it to him, refining one set. With a thought, the various parts gave off an azure light and automatically attached themselves to every part of his body. Ha! Ha! After a while, the extraordinarily handsome Xinyuan Zhantian wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor changed drastically. The azure battle armor had true dragon patterns carved on it. The air of kingship merged with the tyrannical aura of a true dragon. It was like the king of tens of thousands of true dragons, unique and unparalleled. It really fits. Miss Emo-chan, you are really nimble. Many thanks. Xinyuan Zhantian revealed a satisfied smile as he performed a cupped fist salute with the heavenly war halberd in his hand. When everyone saw the extraordinarily mighty Xinyuan Zhantian, they all eagerly put on the Dragon's Gate treasure armor. As of now, no one in the entire Kunlun realm could surpass Emo-chan in terms of refining Dao. She already stood at the peak. Furthermore, she had surpassed the second-ranked person by several mountains. Everyone was extremely satisfied with their battle armor, feeling exceptionally happy. Wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor, Yu spun around in front of Lan Xiaobai. Her heroic air immediately turned lively and cute. Elder brother Xiaobai? I look good in this treasure armor, right? Lan Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Then he praised Yu, making her unable to contain her joy. A blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Of the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor, there was a set of snow-white treasure armor with a red cloak. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "This set of treasure armor is unique. It looks very handsome in white like winter snow. It suits this fat lord's pure and handsome air very well. However, it seems to be a little skinnier. It does not match this fat lord's figure." Emo-chan's smile faded slightly. She sighed softly. "This is for big brother Xiao-chan." The moment Emo-chan said that, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. If only Xiao-chan were here. He would be like you and share the same hatred. I believe that Xiao-chan will rush back and put on this battle armor. Then, he will lead us to kill our way out of the blood-clad sect. Xinyuan Zhantian stood proudly. His handsome face exuded a sense of fortitude. Imperceptibly, it infected everyone present. I also believe that big brother Xiao-chan will definitely return. He has never disappointed us before. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, he will put on this white-clad battle armor and take revenge for all of us. Half a month from now, as the elders of the Dragon's Gate, we absolutely cannot let down the Dragon's Gate's might, and let the people of the heavenly starry ocean laugh at us. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon's Gate that Big Brother Xiao-chan established under the pressure of everyone in the world be destroyed. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. Chapter 1461. With one glance, it looked like a thick scarlet cloud had landed on the sea. Wu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. How arrogant! Let's go as well. Footsteps resounded as a Dragon's Gate disciple rushed in and said, "City Lord, the blood-clad sex people are here. They have already surrounded the entire Heaven Dragon City. The 3 Dragon Kings, the 7 colored dragon marquises, and the blood-clad sex vice-sect master are all gathered at the eastern city gates. An insignificant junior dares to fight with me." Right after Gong Yongyu spoke, blood leaked out of Wu Yun's mouth due to his carelessness. Then he got knocked down by the staff strike. Haha, what a good excuse. Who does not know? Xiao-chan jumped off his emperor's road and suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire. Now, he is a cripple and is hiding in Heaven Dragon City. Wu Yun's arm went numb, and the force of the staff spread out. Half his body turned somewhat stiff. When the metal staff stopped spinning, Gong Yongyu swung it down. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds. Gong Yongyu's figure quickly vanished. When he reappeared, Gong Yongyu had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the eastern city gates. Right after Mo-chan spoke, she soared into the air, standing on the Book of Heavenly Works. Then she tore through the sky like a burning meteor. Several people were stunned when they saw this, feeling envious of Xiao-chan. Dong! 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 Fight! Young master, there is no need to waste words with them. I will go and capture this woman personally and interrogate her. Then we will know the result. City Lord Emo, you finally came out. I thought that you were like Xiao-chan, a coward, Aofeng said with a smile, his words arrogant and confident of victory. Unexpectedly, it would be so difficult. I'll go and meet him. Go to the eastern city gates. Miss Emo, are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Bushin Palace not coming? Jean Lin asked somewhat worriedly. Aofeng revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to look at his father, who was seated on the throne. Father, this Dragon's Gate does not know how to appreciate favors. There is no need for us to be polite to them. Above the city gate, the guards' expressions were solemn. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, their expressions were calm. Ao Lang wore the scarlet battle armor. and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. He gave off a frightening aura, appearing dignified and mysterious. Among the densely packed warships, there were 11 main warships. The 7 colored marquises each took one, the 4 great dragon kings each took one, and the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang's warship was the flagship. Roger. The previously solemn Dragon's Gate elders in the hall all stood up without hesitation. Since they had agreed to rush back, these people had no intention of deserting, no matter who the enemy was. She remembered that Big Brother Xiaochan had left with a smile. If he left with a smile, he should return with a smile. Without any hesitation, Emo-chan suddenly stood up. She only had one thought in her heart. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate that Xiaochan had established be destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Of course, these people were not here to help. They only wanted to use this battle to figure out the blood-clad sect's strength. They only had their current accomplishments thanks to Xiaochan and Emo-chan's help. They had gone through many trials and tribulations with the Dragon's Gate. They were loyal to the Dragon's Gate, willing to go through fire and water at any time. Then, the hundreds of Dragon's Gate's warships hovering above the city lord's residence soared into the air. They flew quickly towards the city gates like arrows, appearing incredibly decisive. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, no, it should be the blood-clad sect's young master Aofeng, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. He felt impatient. Several of these people had vicious thoughts. They hoped for an internecine outcome. Bang! Gong Yongyu decided to beat them up when they were down. He brandished his staff with one hand, and the black metal staff spun like a hurricane. They can't come. We can only rely on ourselves, Emo-chan replied softly with a grave expression. A person beside Emo-chan soared into the air. Then he flew towards the eastern part of the city at lightning speed, heading for Emo-chan. Immediately, the messenger on the flagship took out a messaging talisman and passed on Aolang's orders. Seeing that Emo-chan really stood up on the tall wall, Aofeng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a deep smile. City Lord, the blood-clad sect's young master Aofeng wants to see you. The Dragon's Gate cultivators had already gathered on the Dragon's Gate's warship in the courtyard outside the residence. The Dragon's Gate's warships were filled with disciples willing to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon's Gate at any time. These were all natives of Heavenly Star Island. It was truly airtight and impenetrable. Although the city gates were not broken, there was a formation protecting it, and these people could not break in. However, a large patch of blood clouds gave people a lot of psychological pressure. Wu Yun laughed maniacally. Instead of dodging, he threw out a punch. He was already a cripple, but there was still such a peerless beauty who was willing to stay by his side and guard the Dragon's Gate. Half a month was but the blink of an eye for a martial artist. According to the plan, the battleship soared into the sky and floated like a blood cloud. The battleships quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Every battleship was filled with red-clad cultivators. Commander Dong Chong walked over quickly and performed a cupped fist salute. Even further away, the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang did not ascend the island. He stood guard far behind, appearing very confident. When this punch landed on the metal staff, it gave off a loud, dull sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Behind, the 3 Dragon Kings and the 7 colored Dragon Marquises each led a team. Killing chi filled their faces as they looked coldly at the people on the city walls. Rumble! As the metal staff spun, it gave off the sound of boundless wind and thunder, causing thunderclouds to cover the sky. In the city lord's residence, Emo-chan, Lan Tianqi, and the other Dragon's Gate doyens readied themselves for battle. Young master, the Dragon's Gate's people have not replied yet. They are not willing to hand over Xiaochan, an envoy on the flagship reported as he knelt on the deck. Right now, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, who was like the sun in the sky. The people of the various holy lands all chose to watch from the sidelines. In the distant sky, many cultivators and the people of the holy lands paid close attention to the blood-clad sect's every move. After advancing to Martial Emperor, Emo-chan had already removed her veil. She was once the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Now she looked very graceful and noble, even more so than before. So, it turns out that your peak 6th Heaven Martial Emperor cultivation relied on external items to advance. You are merely SOSO. As for the Bushin Palace's side, the demons suddenly attacked. The Bushin Palace and the deity Dao Union worked together to fight the other party in the starry heavens. This person wore the earth-rank scarlet battle armor. His name was Wu Yun, one of the blood-clad sect's core elders. He was a sixth heaven martial emperor. Pass down my orders. The 3 dragon kings and the 7-colored dragon marquises are to ascend the island and surround the city. Wash the dragon's gate in blood. Originally, the blood-clad sect hoped that these 2 factions could help at the crucial moment. Who could have imagined that the Black Sea would suddenly turn chaotic? The 13 great bandits stationed in the city had no choice but to return to defend. Otherwise, their home might be destroyed. Emo-chan stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the city walls. Then she looked down. She happened to see Ao Feng, who was riding on a handsome horse and being escorted by a group of people. When Xiao Chan came out of the palace hall and looked up at the sky, he saw red clouds surrounding Heaven Dragon City, forming a ring. The others used various means to move much faster than the Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to believe that this was just a simple coincidence. After integrating the factions that the Sea Monarch left behind, the blood-clad sect's strength reached an unprecedented level, reaching its peak. Aside from the slightly weaker accumulations, the blood-clad sect could already rival the Immortal Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing them. The blood-clad sect's might was vast, and its aura flourished. Emo-chan replied calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Young Master Ao, I already said that Big Brother Xiao is not in Heaven Dragon City. Even if he is, the Dragon's Gate's people will not let Big Brother Xiao Chan fall into danger. Ao Feng's expression changed slightly. He said softly, It's him, Gong Yongyu, the strongest person of the heavenly starry ocean with the staff. Ao Feng smiled coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Whoosh! Many scarlet warships anchored outside Heavenly Star Island's sea region. All of these warships had the blood-clad sect's war banner. On the city wall, Gong Yongyu pushed off with his feet and swung his heavy black metal staff down at this person. She did not want to see a tattered Dragon's Gate when Xiao Chan returned. Chapter 1462. Gong Yongyu's victory in the first battle was beautiful and inspiring. However, in reality, the Dragon's Gate situation had not changed at all. Wu Yun was merely one of the core elders of the blood-clad sect. Above the core elders were the 8 enforcers and the vice-sect master, Ken Minghua. Furthermore, there were the 3 dragon kings, the 7-colored dragon marquises, and the unfathomable Western Sea Dragon King. The strength of the blood-clad sect far surpassed that of the Dragon's Gate. 1 or 2 one-on-one battles would not be enough to salvage the situation. At the same time, on the isolated island overseas, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the cycle arts had reached its most critical juncture. 7 different states of light appeared around Xiao Chen. They looked like colorful diamonds floating around him. The various states spun continuously. As the states spun, all sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized on the isolated island. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the flames of war burned. Many wounded soldiers lay on the battlefield, their bodies riddled with arrows. The 2 armies faced each other, and the killing continued. Everyone's eyes turned red from the killing. The so-called history was continuously evolving amid the killing. This was the mysterious phenomenon materialized by the state of massacre. After a while, the scene changed. Many cities were destroyed amid the killing. Civilization was trampled, and mountains and rivers were flattened. This was the illusion materialized by the state of destruction. This was the destruction brought by the killing. The scene changed again. Someone cried in pain in the rubble. Flocks of vultures flew in the scarlet sky. The withered flowers in the sky were filled with grief. Countless people looked up to the sky and let out silent wails. Those were faces of despair. After the despair, countless people died. The entire world fell silent. The scene was only black and white. The silence that death brought swept through the mountains and rivers. When one looked around, everything withered. There were no signs of human habitation. The world turned back into a piece of white paper. After many years, a trace of color suddenly appeared in the dark world. It was a small green blade of grass struggling out of a crack in the rubble. The instant it appeared, the entire world changed color. One needed to kill to live. Killing would eventually bring destruction until the entire world died. then one would gain new life. Reincarnation did not end. Life did not end. The illusion disappeared, and the 7 colorful diamonds turned into a rainbow light that entered Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Qin's vast sea of consciousness, aside from the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice, there was also a reincarnation heart that merged 7 states. Xiao Qin opened his eyes, and the 7-colored light that had filled the sky for more than half a year disappeared. As he looked at the world, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The originally desolate island was no longer lonely in front of his eyes. The ant nests buried deep in the ground, the grass in the cracks of the rocks. Everything was full of vitality. He could even see further into the future, 10 years, 100 years. The desolate island became verdant and lush with dense forests. Samsara has finally reached this step. Xiao Qin fell into deep thought. Before he fused the state of cycle, he would never be able to experience the wonders of the state of cycle. With a flick of his finger, a saber light shot out from Xiao Qin's fingertip and landed on a mountain rock a kilometer away. The saber light contained the state of cycle that Xiao Qin just comprehended. The mountain rock struck by the saber light suffered the attacks of the 7 states. Finally, it turned into yellow dirt and merged into the ground. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dazzling and colorful anomalies. There was only simplicity and simplicity. Xiao Qin felt very satisfied. Although he still did not know how to use the state of cycle, the effect before him already explained it. The state of cycle simplified Xiao Qin's primordial energy, bringing it to a whole new level. Xiao Qin's primordial energy had always been much weaker than Emperor Wu's primordial energy. The reason was simple. He had not undergone his tribulation yet. However, this state of cycle made up for this. As long as the state of cycle fused with primordial energy, Xiao Qin would be able to use it. As long as he merged the state of cycle with his primordial energy would not be weaker than a sovereign martial emperor's. Xiao Qin thought about his 1,000 strands of primordial energy. This was 100 more strands than the 9th heaven's Emperor Wu. With the state of cycle, Xiao Qin's cultivation was already no weaker than that of a 9th heaven martial emperor. More accurately, he was even stronger than that. Only peak 9th heaven martial emperors, the Holy Land's masters who were only a step away from prime, could contend with him. Interesting. However, the state of cycle should not be so simple. If the reincarnation concept only had this effect, then it would be a little disappointing. Xiao Qin might as well try to see what would happen after exhausting the state of cycle with all his might. The cycle arts were incomplete. After teaching one to cultivate the state of cycle, there was no more content. Xiao Qin could only rely on himself to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be no need to put in so much effort. Whoosh! The cycle heart spun quickly in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. Beams of multicolored light instantly filled the sea of consciousness. Following that, the energy from the state of cycle charged out of the sea of consciousness's limits and flowed throughout Xiao Qin's body. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all filled with explosive energy at this moment. However, he could not move. His body was clearly filled with energy. However, the instant Xiao Qin raised his leg, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. There was a boundless resistance. How can it be like this? Questions filled Xiao Qin's mind. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that he could not use the state of cycle in this abandoned land? If that was the case, then all his efforts over the past half a year would have been for naught. Xiao Qin's eyes turned scarlet. He had placed such a huge bet on the state of cycle. His 10-odd years in the Kunlun realm could be said to have been for the sake of this goal. In the end, this result was a little too great of a blow. Xiao Qin could not accept this. I will never give up. Xiao Qin roared ferociously. At this moment, 1,000 strands of primordial energy poured into his body. Whoosh! His body seemed to have broken through a thick layer of invisible barrier. The moment he broke through the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. The instant he broke through the barrier, that resistance no longer existed, and he charged forward. Holding pride, Xiao Qin stabbed it into the ground and unleashed all the energy in his body. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Rocks filled the sky and turned into countless specks of dust that shot out in all directions. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked in the seawater for 5,000 kilometers around like a deep abyss. Whoosh! Something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who had just seen the island crumble and the deep abyss form, suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his saber and stood on a lone island. Xiao Chun felt indescribably fatigued. He wished that he could immediately fall to the ground and sleep. He was simply too tired. How can it be like this? I clearly remember what happened earlier. I clearly shattered the island under me with one saber strike. Why is the island I see still intact? Could it be that I saw wrong? Was what I experienced just an illusion? However, Xiao Chun's primordial energy was drained, and his cycle heart was dim. His body and mind were fatigued. How could this be fake? Boom! Just as Xiao Chun thought this, the scene before him changed again. The island under him was no longer there. Xiao Chun was not careful, and he fell into the huge whirlpool of the sea. The whirlpool was like a bottomless abyss. Clearly, it was caused by his earlier saber strike. Fish Dragon Art, Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun shouted. Then he moved like a berserk dragon, moving in a huge arc. He struggled free from the strong suction of the whirlpool and somersaulted into the air, landing on the sea. As Xiao Chun looked at the pitch-black whirlpool, his thoughts slowly calmed down. Then he calmly pondered. That earlier scene was too strange. Reversing space-time. After Xiao Chun calmed down, he carefully considered the various possibilities. Finally, these words appeared in his mind. Reversing space-time, going back and forth between the present and the future. The state of cycle temporarily broke the restraints of time. Chapter 1463. As Xiao Chun lay on the throne in exhaustion, he still thought about the scene from earlier. He finally understood why it felt like he was facing the entire world when he circulated the state of cycle. It was very difficult to take a step forward. This was because Xiao Chun reversed time and space. With one step, he arrived in the future. When he stabbed the saber into the ground, the sea exploded, and a whirlpool appeared. Then, he returned to the moment he drew his saber. If that was the case, it would explain why the island didn't explode when he looked back. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xiao Chun saw the future. The energy of his saber also appeared in the future. When the future was set, the result could not be changed. After that, Xiao Chun did not do anything, and the island still exploded, exactly the same as what he saw in the future. This seems somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, after Xiao Chun unleashed the full power of the state of cycle, he could travel to the future to attack the enemy. From start to finish, there was a total of 3 seconds. Excluding the time he returned to the present and the moment he drew his saber. The time he truly attacked in the future was only 1 second, perhaps even less than 1 second. However, this 1 second was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. Unless the opponent was like Xiao Chun, who had scratched the surface of the state of time, no one would be able to block this saber strike. Just think about it. How would one block a saber strike from the future? The state of cycle is indeed indescribably wondrous. It truly lives up to being above the great Tao. No matter how Xiao Chun looked at it, the cycle Tao was stronger than the ice Tao, the thunder Tao, and even the saber Tao that Xiao Chun was most proficient in. However, this cycle Tao had obvious flaws to Xiao Chun. Firstly, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chun did not know how to cultivate it in the future. Secondly, he did not have the feeling that the saber Tao and the thunder Tao felt like they were his own arms. It was too difficult to execute them, and it was not natural enough to do so. Finally, the exhaustion was too great. It was like facing the obstruction of the entire world. Traveling back and forth between the future and the present. Aside from the huge exhaustion, Xiao Chun felt like his physical body was finding it hard to endure. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. On the bright side, this was just the beginning, and Xiao Chun was already so strong. If he reached small perfection, how strong would he be? This was simply unimaginable. Just then, Xiao Chun suddenly felt the message token in his universe ring ring ring. The message token was very expensive to make. It was something that only sovereign martial emperors could afford to use. Xiao Chun had only given his message token to Zhang Tian. Over the past few days, he had felt that Zhang Tian wanted to contact him. Unfortunately, he was at a crucial point in his cultivation of the reincarnation arts. Xiao Chun didn't want to interrupt. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would have to spend another half a year to comprehend it. Now that he had finished cultivating the reincarnation art, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to take out the communication token. Xiao. A miniature image of Zhang Tian appeared on the token. Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He smiled and asked, "Is there news of the treasure master?" You can still laugh. This old man truly admires you." Zhang Tian had a strange expression as he sneered. Xiao Chun sensed that something was amiss. His face darkened as he said, "Speak your mind. I wanted to look for you half a month ago. The Bloodclad sect wants to attack the Heaven Dragon City and capture the Blue Dragon King alive. 3 days ago, I wanted to tell you that the Dragon's Gate is in danger. Your group of good friends will not be able to stop them. If you rush over, you can still make it in time." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming killing intent surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the Dragon's Gate was established, it kept a low profile and did not compete with others. It was just a gathering point for his group of good friends to fulfill his wish of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. He didn't have the ambition to dominate, nor did he think of invading any faction. To him and Mo Chan and the others, he didn't have any ambitions. To Xiao Chan and Mo Chan and the others, the Dragon's Gate was like a big family that connected all his friends. "What about now?" Zhang Tian remained silent for a while before saying, "Half a day ago, the city gates were broken. The Dragon's Gate Stoyans moved out and even killed a few Bloodclad sect elders. However, the Bloodclad sect master personally made a move. Xie." Before the Geomaster Zhang Tian finished speaking, the message token floating in front of him directly shattered, turning into powder. This little fellow. Why is he still unable to calm down at such a mental state? Zhang Tian sighed softly as he shook his head on the other end of the message token. Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, even better than that of most sovereign martial emperors. He could control his greed and murderous heart very well. However, a dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would enrage him. The Dragon's Gate, his brothers, and his close friends were Xiao Chen's reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch it. A good mental state did not mean that Xiao Chen had no temper or lost his sharpness. Rage blazed in Xiao Chen's heart. He simply could not control it, nor did he want to. Before such a matter, he could not remain calm, unable to remain as immovable as a mountain. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to consume the universe origin Dao fruit after he comprehended the state of cycle. Now it looked like he could only set this aside for now. Xiao Chen took out the primordial pills that he rarely used. Without hesitation, he took out 10 and consumed them. Now, he directly used the primordial pills that he used to cultivate primordial energy to recover his primordial energy. These were treasures that others would find hard to obtain, but Xiao Chen casually used them without even blinking. 1 hour later, with the help of the 10 precious primordial pills, Xiao Chen completely recovered his primordial energy. His mental and physical strength had all recovered to their peak. Whoosh! Xiao Chen raised his foot and heavily pushed off the water. Then he soared into the air like a berserk dragon, roaring ferociously. Rumble! The water that Xiao Chen stepped on shattered like glass, creating a huge pit. Just like that, Xiao Chen used his full power to rush over this boundless sea in the direction of Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon, moving 10 kilometers with each step. After he left a huge pit in the deep sea, displaying the rage in Xiao Chen's heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen traveled more than 50 kilometers. However, this place was too far from Heavenly Star Island. Even if Xiao Chen's speed reached the limits of the Kunlun realm, he would not be able to reach Heavenly Star Island within a short time. 2 days later, a strange piece of news started spreading in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Some people said that they saw a true dragon appear and flash before their eyes. When these people recovered their wits, they discovered that the true dragon had already vanished. The berserk aura inspired fear in everyone who saw it. Naturally, the main character of the legend was Xiao Chen. He had no distractions, only one belief. Faster! 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 Get to Heavenly Star Island! With the support of this belief, Xiao Chen raised his speed to its limits. When everyone who saw it, they all thought that it was a dragon image flashing by. By relying on this extreme speed, Xiao Chun miraculously arrived at the sea region where Heavenly Star Island was 3 days later. When Xiao Chun passed the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he felt that the atmosphere of the island was somewhat strange. However, Xiao Chun, who only had one thought, did not stop. After he overtook the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he anxiously rushed to Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not close to Heavenly Star Island. However, compared to Xiao Chun's starting point, it was much closer. After another half a day, Xiao Chun finally set foot on Heavenly Star Island. The silhouette of Heaven Dragon City appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. After he landed, he finally stopped frantically. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xiao Chun slowly walked to Heaven Dragon City. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the city. The largest city gate, the East Gate, was already completely destroyed. Only a pile of bricks and tiles remained. There was no sign of the past. When Xiao Chun stepped on the rubble of the city gate and looked around, the entire Dragon City no longer existed. After all the buildings were destroyed, they were set ablaze. Heaven Dragon City, which could rival Bright Moon City in the past, was now a pile of dilapidated rubble, filled with holes and thick smoke. In some places, the flames had not even extinguished yet, continuing to burn. Xiao Chun could see some natives in the rubble, looking for the corpses of their friends and relatives in sorrow. These were the disciples who died for the Dragon's Gate. The corpses were buried and no one cared about them. How could it be like this? Xiao Chun muttered to himself, feeling grief in his heart as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1464. Not a single place in the vast Heaven Dragon City remained unscathed. The entire Dragon's Gate was destroyed. Xiao Chun blamed himself. Why was he not here at the Dragon's Gate's most crucial moment? The stench of blood in the air had yet to scatter. One could smell it with a gentle sniff. Xiao Chun did not want to smell it because he did not know how much of the Dragon's Gate's disciples' blood was in there. When he looked around, he saw the family members of several Dragon's Gate disciples in the rubble, doing their best to stay alive. Some of the disciples were still breathing, while others had been dead for a long time. Xiao Chun hated himself for not being able to reverse the situation, for not having the ability to reverse life and death. He hated himself for not being there, for not being able to prevent the tragedy from happening. He hated the Bloodclad sect for attacking the innocent Dragon's Gate's disciples. Suddenly, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what it meant to be in extreme pain, to not have the heart to feel pain. Then Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands and spread out his Taiji Saber domain. Within 1 kilometer, the collapsed walls, stone pillars, and roofs all floated up within the Saber domain. With a thought, all the huge rocks instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. The Dragon's Gate disciples buried in the huge rocks revealed themselves. Xiao Chun tapped his forehead with a finger, and the life essence that merged with the heart of an emperor turned into motes of stars drifting out of his body. The motes of light containing Xiao Chun's life essence looked incredibly beautiful. As long as the Dragon's Gate disciples still had a breath left on the ground, their injuries healed at a visible pace. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chun pulled them out of the gates of hell. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chun pulled them out of the gates of hell. Just like that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked through the huge city. Everywhere he passed, the collapsed rocks floated in the air and instantly turned into powder, scattering with the wind. Everywhere he passed, Xiao Chun cleared out large patches of rubble. The life essence that he scattered was even more effective than the best holy medicine for treating injuries. The many Dragon's Gate disciples miraculously came back to life. Elder Brother White Robes, what are you doing? This is life essence. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3 life mirror, was startled silly by Xiao Chun's scene. In just a short while, the life essence that Xiao Chun scattered had already used up 100 years of his lifespan. Of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands had already vanished from the life essence that contained his cultivation. Don't be afraid. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years. Dissipating 1,000 years won't be fatal. Even if my cultivation base regresses, I can still cultivate it back. Saving people is more important. Xiao Chun's face was slightly pale. He responded calmly and continued walking. With such an understatement, he had managed to explain his shocking actions. Little 3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing how to continue. Life essence cultivation base. Those were the foundation of a martial artist's life. No one would be willing to part with this. This was a martial artist's most precious asset. On the ruins, the people who were still alive were all stunned by this scene. After a while, Xiao Chun walked around the entire city and cleaned up all the ruins. In the vast Heaven Dragon City, apart from some of the main buildings, there were no more ruins. The people on the ground stood up one after another. When they saw their recovered wounds, they felt somewhat confused. However, when they saw the masked, black-clad, and cold Xiao Chun, no one dared to go up and ask him anything. Nothing. The corpses of Mo Chan, Lan Tianji, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the other Dragon's Gate elders were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chun had already used up 1,000 years of his lifespan, leaving him with only 700 strands of primordial energy. Now, his tense heart relaxed slightly. Whoosh! 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 Sonic booms rang out behind him. Someone rushed over. When Xiao Chun turned around, he recognized this person. This person was the vice commander of Heaven Dragon City, Yuan Bing. He was a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Normally, he was responsible for maintaining order in the city and guarding the city lord's residence. May I ask who you are? Why are you willing to use your life essence to save us Dragon's Gate disciples? Yuan Bing looked at Xiao Chun and drummed up his courage before speaking boldly. For some reason, when facing this mysterious masked person, there seemed to be an invisible force field. Even though the other party had not done anything, Yuan Bing felt like he was much weaker than the other party. There was an inexplicable pressure that made him feel nervous. It's City Lord Mo's good friend. I received her request for help and came too late. Since he could not expose his identity now, Xiao Chun decided to ask about what happened in Heaven Dragon City. So, it is City Lord Mo's good friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Chen's prestige in Heavenly Dragon City was very high, and she was able to become her friend. For someone to be her friend, Mo Chen was at least on the same level as her. However, it was still hard to explain why the other party was willing to use his life essence to save them. There were many suspicious points, some of which Xiao Chun could not figure out. Where is the city lord? Xiao Chun asked. When Yuan Bing heard Xiao Chun's question, his expression turned somewhat grave. He replied in a low voice, he was captured. The blood-clad sect came out in full force. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders fought to the death, but they still could not block the other party's attack. The blood-clad sect's sect master personally made a move and injured the city lord. After the city gates were broken, the blood-clad sect's army charged in. The other party had too many people. We were simply not a match for them. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders related to the Blue Dragon King were all captured. Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. He endured his grief and continued asking, where were they taken? It should be the Western Dragon City where the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is. I'm not sure where exactly. I fainted and just woke up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace? How did you get involved with them? Yuan Bing explained for a while, telling Xiao Chun the reason. Then, he said that the Western Sea Dragon King was the blood-clad sect's mysterious sect master. It's him. Xiao Chen's killing chi surged uncontrollably. Yuan Bing felt extreme pressure, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. No wonder. I was wondering why the blood-clad sect would attack the Dragon's Gate for no reason. If the blood-clad sect's sect master was the Western Sea Dragon King, then everything could be explained. Sir, don't be rash. The Western Sea Dragon King's strength is now unfathomable. If a supreme being doesn't come out, I'm afraid there are very few who can defeat him. More importantly, the blood-clad sect has many experts in the first place. Furthermore, it has consolidated the faction that the Sea Sovereign left behind. Now it is already as strong as an immortal holy land. If you charge in rashly, it will be no different from sending yourself to death. Yuan Bing resisted the pressure and advised with some difficulty. He did not want the city lord's mysterious friend to be in danger. Without personally experiencing that great battle, one would not know how horrifying the blood-clad sect was. Without seeing the Western Sea Dragon King make a move, one would not know how strong he was. Xiao Chun calmed down. Indeed, even if he still had 1,000 strands of primordial energy, he would not be able to kill his way into a holy land. Even if he grasped the state of cycle and the divine lightning eye, he would not be able to charge into a holy land. Not only would he not be able to save his friend, but he might even lose his life. It was not that Xiao Chun underestimated himself. It was just that his individual strength was indeed insignificant when facing a faction that rivaled a holy land. Xiao Chun was confident that he could charge in and out, escaping unscathed. However, that would be pointless. If he could not save Mo Chen's group, it would be pointless. Instead, he might even harm them. After asking around, Xiao Chun understood why the Bushan Palace and the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea did not come to provide reinforcements. Ing Zongtian led the Bushan Palace's people and the deity Dao Union to fight the demons in the starry heavens. He could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, there was internal strife in the Dark Sea. The 13 great bandits could not even take care of themselves. Goodbye. Xiao Chun glanced at the Dragon's Gate and instructed Yuan Bing to take care of these Dragon's Gate disciples. Then he left alone. The urgent matter at hand was to obtain the latest news about Mo Chun and the others before making a response. Xiao Chun, who was raging, had already calmed down. His rage had not been extinguished, only slowly accumulating and accumulating. Chapter 1465. With some anticipation, Xiao Chun opened his palm and refined the universe origin Dao fruit into a golden liquid filled with spiritual energy. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. However, this Xiao Chun is really something. Why did he not appear? If he had appeared, the Dragon's Gate would not have been destroyed so miserably. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and muttered, and the great Dao energy behind him turned into a faint halo of light. Under a towering tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chun sat on a stone platform. Then, he took out the universe origin Dao fruit that he had not had a chance to consume. Xiao Chun was here to scout out news of Mo Chun and the Dragon's Gate elders. The factions that the blood-clad sect destroyed and the cultivators that came to the Western Sea all chose this place as their final resting place. The blood-clad sect is so powerful that even the Bright Moon Empress has to assess the situation. However, logically speaking, the Lunar Palace should not fear the blood-clad sect. There might be some hidden reasons. As Xiao Chun muttered the words, Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he silently left Heavenly Star Island. Then, he casually arrived at an island in the Western Sea. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After entering the largest tavern in the city, Xiao Chun found a desolate corner and called out a waiter. Then, he ordered a flask of wine and casually drank. This was Xiao Chun letting him choose which Dao to seek. The Thunder Dao, the Ice Dao, or the Saber Dao. Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The towering tree behind Xiao Chun looked like a fairy, drifting and dancing. After sending a message to Jiang Tian, Xiao Chun rented a courtyard in the city. There was even a rumor that after consuming and refining this fruit, one could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, directly becoming a prime. Kassier. All sorts of wondrous thoughts filled Xiao Chun's mind, making his eyes light up and clear. This was indescribably wondrous. All the bladesmen felt horrified and flustered. With the thought, the saber energy in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness shone brightly, overwhelming the light of the will of ice, and the innate thunder crystal in his sea of consciousness. However, now Xiao Chun hoped that the legend was true. As long as Xiao Chun consumed the universe origin fruit, he would be able to become a prime. In that case, he would not have to fear the blood-clad sect. Xiao Chun held the cup and drained it in one gulp, not saying a word. There was no need to pay attention to the celestial music. It was like the music of the great Tao resounding in one's ears, as if one was listening to the supreme great Tao. However, this was unprecedented. Due to a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chun managed to comprehend a complete saber Tao before the age of 100. How did he get out? From the moment he jumped off the Emperor's Road, the Blue Dragon King no longer existed. If you come out, won't you be humiliated to death? Do you think you're still Xiao Chun or the Xiao Chun of the past? Xiao Chun didn't quite believe it. The island did not attach itself to the Dragon's Gate or the blood-clad sect. As its location was not good and there were not many resources on the island, the blood-clad sect did not make a move on this island. Taverns were Xiao Chun's targets. Taverns in any city. All sorts of people would gather there, good and bad people mingling together. The people drinking and chatting there would definitely talk about the recent storm at the Dragon's Gate. Xiao Qian was clearly no longer Emperor Wu, but he was still within the realm of Emperor Wu. Prime was a realm filled with contradictions and pain. Yu Bingyun truly lives up to the title of Holy Daughter. She is indeed loyal. Back then, for the sake of asking the Lunar Palace to help, I heard that she knelt before the Bright Moon Empress for 7 days and 7 nights. However, for some reason the Bright Moon Empress did not agree. The Tao. The reason was not hard to explain. It was none other than neutrality. I heard that the Holy Daughter sent out a hero invitation today, inviting all the heroes of the heavenly starry ocean to head to Western Dragon City to save her. Hence, Xiao Qian could only settle for the next best thing, finding another place. Half a month. Xiao Qian only had half a month. From now on he could not stop for even a moment. Such a change caught Xiao Qian off guard. He had consumed many natural treasures before. However, none of them could trigger such a mysterious phenomenon. I heard that the Bloodclad sect already said that if the Blue Dragon King does not come out within half a month, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. Then, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. They will kill one person every other day until Xiao Qian appears. Who knows? In any case, the Lunar Palace did not make a move. Yu Bingyun has no choice but to use her influence to send out a hero invitation alone. I wonder what the effect will be? The originally slightly messy celestial music changed its tune and became a simple piece of music. Xiao Qian's body became like a musical instrument, giving off immortal music that could not be heard in the mundane world. This music contained the sound of the great Tao. The saber energy in his sea of consciousness increased continuously. Compared to when Xiao Qian cultivated on his own, this speed was more than 100 times faster. 100 spots of saber energy gathered in his sea of consciousness and formed a complete great Tao. Recently, the number of people coming and going to Star Universe City on the island had increased significantly. As Xiao Qian expected, most of the topics in the tavern were related to the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. After paying for the wine, Xiao Qian turned to leave. Just at this moment, another piece of news entered his ears. When Xiao Qian heard this, he was slightly stunned. After pausing for a while, he shook his head and left. The Tao. This was a Tao fruit that even immortals chased during the immortal epoch. It was a priceless treasure. Xiao Qian's mind was clear. It was like a wide door had opened to his understanding of the saber Tao. What's going on? TSK. What kind of person is he? He still doesn't know that this is just an excuse? One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Even without Xiao Qian, the Bloodclad sect would have made a move against the Dragon's Gate. If you want to blame someone, blame the Dragon's Gate for being too magnanimous back then, not eliminating the root of the problem earlier. The entire courtyard instantly came to life. Amid this ethereal immortal music, spiritual energy filled the air, dancing to the music. Aside from the cycle heart, the will of ice, the innate thunder crystal, and the saber energy in his sea of consciousness stirred, feeling incredibly excited amid this immortal music. This island was called Starry Sky Island. It was not very famous in the Western Sea. However, it was one of the few islands that chose to remain neutral. Unfortunately, the cycle Tao seemed to be too strong. Even the universe origin Tao fruit could not shake it. 3 days. After 3 days, Xiao Qian finally finished absorbing the universe origin Tao fruit. All sorts of discussions could be heard in the hall. Amidst the lively atmosphere, there was an additional layer of noise. This was how taverns worked. If one preferred peace and quiet, they could only choose a tea house. After a while, the spiritual liquid from the Tao fruit permeated Xiao Qian's internal organs, limbs, and bones. Xiao Qian already knew how the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. He perked up his ears and listened carefully. He only heard news about Imo-chan and the others. Now that the Bloodclad sect was very powerful, there were many factions that relied on it. Most of the entire Western Sea was under the Bloodclad sect's control. It was very difficult to find a peaceful place. It was as the cultivator in the tavern said. The Bloodclad sect was openly plotting to force Xiao Qian to show himself. This method was shameless. However, it had to be said that it was very effective. How ruthless! The Bloodclad sect is really willing to use any means necessary to force Xiao Qian to show himself. To think that they could even do such a shameless thing. Xiao Chun suddenly startled awake. As he guessed, the universe origin Dao fruit was the fruit of Dao verification. In a situation where he could not verify the cycle Dao of the three great Dao, Xiao Chun naturally chose the saber Dao without hesitation. Naturally, the best place to obtain information was a specialized intelligence organization. As long as one had money, one could obtain any information. However, there was also the risk of exposing one's identity. When the universe origin Dao fruit turned into spiritual liquid and entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, it was like clear water. The spiritual liquid from the universe origin Dao fruit in his body turned into musical notes and entered his sea of consciousness. The will of the saber Dao greedily absorbed these great Dao musical notes, slowly strengthening itself. A strange feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's body before he could react. Suddenly, a multicolored light shot out of Xiao Chen's body, and immortal qi spread out. Just like that, Xiao Chen comprehended the saber great Dao that the item spirit of the saber sovereign token, Qing Yun, spoke of. Pan Huang comprehended the saber great Dao when he was 100 years old. Xiao Chun was only 35 this year. Based on the lifespan of the Kunlun realm, he was a bona fide junior. Being a prime was not a simple increase in cultivation. It was a kind of breakthrough. They had already broken through the limits of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu. However, due to the heavenly Dao laws of this abandoned land, they could not find a way to advance further. Chapter 1466. Dao. In the courtyard, Xiao Chun muttered, and the great Dao halo behind him disappeared. The ring of light of the great Dao behind him suddenly shrank and condensed into a point before rising continuously. When it reached 10 meters, it stopped. Pusi. An even stronger aura of the saber Dao swept through the entire city, including all the bladesmen. They felt their qi and blood surge. Unable to endure it, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The other cultivators all felt a strange pressure as well. They all circulated their energies and did their best to resist. It was just a casual action. However, when the great Dao appeared, the vast pressure firmly suppressed the entire starry universe city. Even Emperor Wu could not avoid it. Xiao Chun finally understood what kind of existence the great Dao energy that the item spirit Qing Yun mentioned was. One had to obtain the Dao before they could comprehend it. The cultivation of great Dao energy had just begun. With a thought, the light formed by the great Dao energy returned to Xiao Chen's body. The pressure on the entire starry universe city immediately lessened significantly. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiao Chun was preparing to enter the Saber Sovereign Medallion, and asked Qing Yun for advice on how to cultivate great Dao energy, 3 figures landed on the courtyard wall. The 3 figures landed on the wall of the courtyard. They looked around and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chun. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Of the 3 old men, the one in the middle had the highest cultivation, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 on the left had slightly lower cultivations, but they were also 6th heaven Emperor Wu. However, the auras of these 2 were somewhat ferocious. This was especially so for the one on the left. He was tall and stout, showing a ferocious expression. This old man is Xiao Hang, Starry University's city lord. Might I ask if the earlier fluctuation was caused by you? Xiao Hang was somewhat suspicious. The earlier fluctuation was startlingly large. However, this person before him was only a 6th heaven martial emperor, which did not seem to be the case. Big brother, who cares about him? This fellow is very strange. Let's kill him first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the tall old man on the left. Seeing that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he harbored evil intentions. He wanted to kill Xiao Chen and snatch the treasures on him. Right after the tall old man spoke, he leaped down and threw a palm strike. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. Flames revolved around his palm, and a strong wind howled behind him. He cultivated 2 wills, the will of wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire was extremely violent. The main building, trees, and other buildings in the courtyard were all burned to ashes under the pressure of the wind and fire. Looking at the silent Xiao Chun in the courtyard, Xiao Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Third brother, stop! Too late." With a thought, the energy of the saber Dao spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Then, he sent a palm strike at the tall old man. The strong aura of wind and fire ceased before the might of the saber Dao. The old man felt an unbearable pressure on his entire body. Before Xiao Chan could react, the two palms already clashed. The saber Dao energy in his body that contained primordial energy surged out. The force was too strong. Xiao Chan did not control it well. The power of the saber Dao flowed out along with this palm strike. Countless holes appeared on the tall old man's body. Each hole had a sharp saber light, looking as piercing as the sun. In the next moment, the old man's body shattered into pieces, and his heart of an emperor shattered. You! The old city lord and the other person were frightened silly. Xiao Chan killed their third brother with one palm strike. What kind of strength was this? Even the ninth heaven emperor Wu was not that strong. Xiao Chan entered deep thought. His control of great Dao energy is still too weak. Such a sixth heaven emperor Wu would only need a tenth of his great Dao energy to deal with him easily. However, Xiao Chan unleashed all his great Dao energy with one palm strike. I have to quickly ask Qing Yun for advice on how to control and cultivate great Dao energy. After glancing at the old city lord and the other person, Xiao Chan left without saying a word. The two old men felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. A chill ran down their backs, and they broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying strength! Big brother, his cultivation is clearly not high. How could he kill third brother with a single palm strike? Xiao Hang replied with lingering fear. There is only one explanation. His comprehension of the saber Dao is already close to a legendary realm. Legend? The second city lord was stunned when he heard the words. Obviously he could not understand it. Did he see the legend with his own eyes? After leaving Star Universe City, Xiao Chun arrived at the edge of the island. After he took out the Cycle War Chariot, he directly entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully grasped a complete Dao. Qing Yu knew everything that happened outside like the back of her hand. When she saw Xiao Chen enter, she smiled softly. At the same time, she felt incredibly shocked. Back then, Pan Huang only comprehended a great Dao at the age of 100. The Xiao Chan before him was only 35 years old. Yet he had comprehended a complete Saber Dao. Could it be that this youth's future accomplishments would be greater than Pan Huang's? Even though he had grasped a complete great Dao because of the primordial Dao fruit, he was still able to do so. However, fortuitous encounters were a part of one's strength in the first place. Back then, Pan Huang's fortuitous encounters were no less than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chan did not know what the other party was thinking. After he saw Qing Yun, he said directly, "Tell me how to cultivate and use great Dao energy." Qing Yun recovered her wits. When she saw that Xiao Chen's mood was not quite right, she consoled him. The cultivation of great Dao energy requires patience. Don't be too hasty. Be careful, the Dao will scatter, and you will have to cultivate again. I'll teach you how to use great Dao energy first. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was startled. He had indeed been too hasty and could easily cause trouble. Qing Yun's reminder was very timely. All right, go on. The cultivation of the Dao is divided into 5 stages. From lowest to highest they are: first glimpse of the Dao, small perfection; heart of the great Dao, Dao domain, and boundless Dao. Qing Yun continued. First glimpse of the Dao and small perfection are these 2 stages. To you, the Dao is just a skill. You will feel that with the support of the great Dao, the might of your martial techniques will multiply. However, without comprehending the heart of the great Dao, you will always feel that the Dao is like a mudfish. It is clearly in your hands, but you just cannot firmly grasp it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he asked, in that case, how should one cultivate the Dao? The Dao cannot be cultivated. Don't interpret the Dao as cultivation. It is a kind of comprehension. You have to comprehend it. As your horizons, cultivation, and comprehension ability increase, your comprehension of the Dao will naturally increase as well. Qing Yun smiled and explained, go to the comprehension platform. Pan Huang's comprehensions are there. Go and carefully look at them. You should be able to gain some comprehension on how he used great Dao energy in battle. Many thanks. Xiao Chun felt that his understanding of the Dao had become much clearer. After thanking Qing Yun, he climbed up to the comprehension platform. 3 days from now, regardless of whether I gain anything or not, you must wake me up, Xiao Chun instructed Qing Yun as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Qing Yun nodded and said, all right. I will forcefully wake you up 7 days from now. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he climbed up to the comprehension platform and sat down cross-legged. Immediately an illusion appeared. The Bodhi tree, the Buddhist sect's holy tree, was above Xiao Chan, and white Bodhi flowers floated around him. The instant Xiao Chan closed his eyes, he instantly forgot about the troubles of the world, entering a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Great Tao energy did not need to be moved, silently unfolding behind him. As the Bodhi flowers floated in the air, that Tao disc flickered with a faint spiritual light, looking like it was breathing. Brat, watch carefully. This is the situation of me fighting with various experts when I am at the initial stage of comprehending the Tao. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your ability. Various scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The owner of these scenes was the first-generation saber sovereign, Pan Huang. Pan Huang was fighting with others. During that peak era of the martial Tao, he held up a saber and fought against various outstanding talents. Xiao Chan watched carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Every time he finished watching a battle, he felt like he gained a lot, completely immersed in it. After 7 days, Xiao Chan, who was in the cycle war chariot, suddenly startled awake. Qing Yun had forcefully woken him up and kicked out the saber sovereign medallion. How fast! Xiao Chan felt that 7 days passed too quickly. There were still many things that he had yet to comprehend in detail. However, he had to come out of closed-door cultivation. Today was the day he and Zhang Tian agreed to meet. Whoosh! The war chariot turned into a throne. Then Xiao Chan looked up and saw a figure quickly drifting over from the distance. After a while, Zhang Tian appeared in front of the cycle throne. As he looked at Xiao Chan, the smile on his face froze. Unexpectedly, he felt some pressure before Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan, why did you call me here? Zhang Tian asked after calming himself. You should have made some progress in your investigation of the treasure master in the past half a year. I only have one request. Help me delay the treasure master 5 days from now. Don't let him rush to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's aid, Xiao Chan said seriously. Others did not know that the Blood-clad sect had the treasure master supporting them. However, Xiao Chan was very clear on this. With the treasure master making a move, unless Xiao Chan was a prime, he would not be able to save the Blood-clad sect even if he used all his means. Instead, he would end up getting himself killed. Zhang Tian smiled bitterly and said, Your request. Can it be done? Xiao Chan believed that Zhang Tian had the ability and means to do so. The key was whether Zhang Tian was willing or not. Very well, I agree. However, you have to agree to this old man's request. After this, you owe me a request as well, Zhang Tian said with a grave expression as light flickered in his eyes. Deal. Chapter 1467. There were only 5 days left until the half-month deadline that the Blood-clad sect announced. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan, still had not appeared. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about Xiao Chan spread. Some said that Xiao Chan was already dead, so naturally, he could not appear. Some said that Xiao Chan was already crippled and was now just an ordinary person. If he went, he would just be seeking death. For the past 5 years, everyone had already forgotten about Xiao Chen's existence. In this golden age, outstanding talents appeared every day. Who would remember an outstanding talent that was already past his prime? However, due to the Dragon's Gate's commotion half a month ago and the Blood-clad sect's announcement, the public opinion of the entire heavenly starry ocean immediately pushed Xiao Chan to the heart of the storm. This outstanding talent that no one paid attention to became the focus of every cultivator's discussion. There were even some nosy people who started betting on whether Xiao Chan would appear or not. The number of people betting surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, the largest casino in the heavenly starry ocean, the Rosy Cloud Mountain Manor, officially took over. They set up professional bets on whether Xiao Chan would appear, whether he would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, and whether he would be able to retreat unscathed. There were only 5 days left, but there was still no news of Xiao Chan. There were no traces of Xiao Chan at all. The news that he would not appear spread like wildfire. The odds of betting on Xiao Chen's appearance immediately soared, reaching a shocking 1 to 100. However, even with such horrifying odds, few people placed their bets. They did not believe that Xiao Chen would appear. As for those who bet that Xiao Chan would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, they were even rarer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. No one expected that the Blue Dragon King, who was already past his prime, could cause such a commotion after 5 years. There was no news of Xiao Chan at all. However, there was another gathering that was related to him that caught everyone's attention. The former Lunar Palace's holy daughter sent out invitations, calling all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean to gather and rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder. Over the past half a month, many outstanding talents showed up with invitations. The Zodiac Hall's Holy Sun Chu Yang, the Myriad Fiend Islands Di Xinhan, the Yinyang Paradise's Yin Susu, and the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yi Chan. Even Dugu Ao, who was far away in the human demon sea, rushed over in the last few days. Every name on this long list was a well-known outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean. This clearly showed the influence of the holy daughter. Even though she was no longer at the Lunar Palace, she still commanded respect. When talking about the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, her character and emotions were widely praised. Being affectionate and righteous was the best evaluation of her. Some sharp-witted people noticed that many of the people on this long list had immortal holy lands behind them, or a power second only to a holy land. This triggers some deeper guesses. Could it be that these holy lands did not dare to officially fall out with the blood-clad sect, and could only use this method to silently express their stance? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. 5 days later in the Western Sea, the blood-clad sect's headquarters, Western Dragon City, everyone's attention was focused on the place. The streets and alleys of the city were packed with people. All of them were cultivators from all over the heavenly starry ocean. There were famous outstanding talents and cultivators who were just here to watch the excitement. Of course, there was only one reason for so many cultivators rushing to Western Dragon City. This was because today was the day the Bloodclad sect decided to kill the Dragon's Gate's elders. All the Dragon's Gate's elders were locked up in Fresh Blood Plaza. Rumor had it that at that time, the Bloodclad sect's young master Aofeng would draw lots to decide who to start with. After that, they would publicly kill a Dragon's Gate's elder every day until Xiao Chan appeared. If he did not appear, they would kill him until there was no one left. The cruelty of the Bloodclad sect's methods was rarely seen since ancient times. The arrogance of the Bloodclad sect's actions was also rarely seen in recent years. After this matter was over, a newly risen faction dared to be so ostentatious. Aside from forcing Xiao Chan to appear, the Bloodclad sect also had the intention of establishing its might. After this matter was over, even if Xiao Chan did not appear, the Bloodclad sect's position in the heavenly starry ocean would be stable. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The sinister plan was extraordinary. In the tallest pagoda in Western Dragon City, the Bloodclad sect's sect master, Ao Lang, looked down on everyone. The aura of an ambitious and ruthless person on him was becoming more and more obvious. Qin Minghua, who was standing behind him, felt a great deal of pressure. With his back facing Qin Minghua, Ao Lang stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Is there still no news of Xiao Chan? No, this guy seems to have really disappeared. There's no trace of him at all. It can't be that he's really dead, right? If that's the case, it seems a bit unnecessary for us to make such a big fuss." Qin Minghua said carefully. Ao Lang's lips curled up in an unfathomable smile. Unnecessary? It was no longer important whether he appeared or not. His appearance was a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't appear, then I've more or less achieved my goal. After today, the Bloodclad sect will truly be established in the heavenly starry ocean. Only then will I have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the many holy lord. Qin Minghua performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations, sect master. You have fulfilled your wish. The day you unify the heavenly starry ocean is just around the corner." When Ao Lang heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He could not help smiling and saying, "Who said that this is a golden age only for the outstanding talents? Everyone has the opportunity to carve out their own empire in this age of geniuses." "Sect master, there's one more thing. After Yu Bingyun's group entered the city, they split up." Ao Lang smiled in disdain and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns. What age are we in? To think that they are still thinking of heroism and letting their emotions affect their decisions. They think that no one will notice them. How can there be a chance for them to hide in my blood-clad sect? Sect Master is wise. We have been monitoring these people closely. It would be fine if they did not show themselves. However, once they do, we will definitely teach them a lesson, Qin Minghua said softly with a smile. Ao Lang nodded in satisfaction. There's no need for you to personally monitor this matter. You are overestimating them. Go and manage Fresh Blood Plaza. I have a feeling that Xiao Chun will still appear. Yes. As Ao Lang stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the entire city, he felt a heroic spirit that made everyone else seem like ants. Xiao Chun, I said before that one day, I will make you kneel and beg me. I absolutely meant it. Thinking back to the humiliation of the past, Ao Lang clenched his right fist. A strong murderous intent flared in his eyes, and a strange red light appeared in them. Due to this terrifying killing chi, strong winds blew in the sky above, adding a hint of desolation and coldness to the atmosphere. Fresh Blood Square used to be the West Dragon Square. However, after the West Ocean Dragon Palace changed its name, the West Ocean Dragon Palace became the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, after the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace changed its name, the decorations in the plaza changed to a piercing scarlet color. Naturally, the name of the plaza changed as well. The Dragon's Gate Doyens had their cultivations restricted at the tall platform in the center. Chains bound their bodies as they knelt on the platform. Emo-chan, Xinyuan Zhantian, Lan Tianji, and the other people of the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon who had a deep relationship with Xiao Chun were all present. Everyone's clothes were still intact, but their complexions were somewhat pale. As they knelt on the ground, they appeared to be in sorry states. How miserable! Half a month ago, they were all the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon. Unexpectedly, half a month later they are all prisoners. Why is Xiao Chun not showing himself yet? Seeing so many of his companions suffer, does he not blame himself at all? So what if he comes out? Now he is just a cripple. Is he here to send himself to death? That's true. I believe that this group of fellow sect members do not want him to show himself. Seeing the Dragon's Gate's Doyens on the tall platform, the people below the platform discussed. Emo-chan looked for something in the crowd. When she did not discover Xiao Chen's figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. While the defenses around the plaza looked lax, the blood-clad sect's experts were actually all hidden. If Xiao Chun really came, he would have fallen for the blood-clad sect's trap. The young master Ao Feng sat on a chair in the back, playing with a die in his hand. This die would decide who would be the first Dragon's Gate's Doyens to be killed today. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, listen up. I have not touched a single one of these Dragon's Gate's Doyens. As long as you immediately appear before me, I can immediately release all the Dragon's Gate's Doyens. Ao Feng lazily reclined on the chair and drove his primordial energy, spreading his voice to every corner of the city. His arrogant voice contained a trace of frivolity as it reverberated throughout the entire city. Clearly, Ao Feng did not hold out much hope that Xiao Chun would really appear. If Xiao Chun really appeared, he would have come long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Ao Feng's behavior was truly asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this was the blood-clad sect's territory, so he could only endure his anger. Ao Feng yawned in boredom. Then he toyed with the die. When the drifting sound grew softer and softer, he prepared to continue speaking. As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the blood-clad plaza. Compared to Ao Feng's arrogant voice, this voice was much weaker in aura. However, it was these 4 simple and clean words that caused the clamor in the city to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone held their breath, feeling their hearts thumping loudly. For some reason they felt nervous. An entire city had stopped breathing for him. Clang! Ao Feng showed a startled expression. The lazy smile on his face vanished, and he stood up abruptly. Then, he threw his chair down heavily and looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. Pa! The instant Ao Feng stood up, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Before Ao Feng could react, a huge foot trampled on him. His bones shattered, and he turned into a pile of mush. Chapter 1468. Naturally, the owner of the gargantuan foot was Xiao Chan. Before the sun rose that day, he had been hiding above Fresh Blood Plaza. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he withdrew his aura, even a prime would not be able to see through him. There was no need to use Dermic World to deal with a minor character like Ao Feng. However, Xiao Chan felt angry in his heart. He had been suppressing his rage for a long time already. When it finally erupted, he could no longer hold it in. The tall platform in the plaza instantly shattered, and all the Dragon's Gate elders soared into the air. Xiao Chan, who stomped Ao Feng into meat paste, quickly recovered his figure. Wearing a mask, he sat on the throne hovering in the air. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Many people present were very familiar with this image. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who had risen to fame in recent years. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who suppressed the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon royal halls. He was the most mysterious and unfathomable character of the Golden Age. He had risen too quickly, and there were too many mysteries and too many legends about him. Be it the newly advanced Saber Sovereign, suppressing the righteous and evil factions in the savage battlefield, or the widely known phrase of not touching a saber or leaving a shadow behind, there were many mysteries about the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's identity. He had long since become one of the greatest mysteries of the Kunlun realm. Such a character was destined to be a legend in this golden age of the Kunlun realm. However, today the Shadowless Saber Sovereign suddenly appeared in Fresh Blood Plaza, and even executed the signature martial technique of the Blue Dragon King. Could it be? There was an answer in everyone's heart. Xiao Chan somersaulted in the air and returned the throne to his battle robes. A saber light flashed in his hand, and the chains on the Dragon's Gates people in the air broke. The Dragon's Gates people regained their freedom. Then they moved and landed firmly on the rubble of the plaza. Xiao Chan landed and stood in front of the crowd. Then, he swept his gaze across the Dragon's Gate's gate elders before fixing it on Mo Chan. Fortunately, they were all here, not a single one missing. Casually removing his mask, Xiao Chan said, "Sorry for making you all suffer. I could not protect everyone. Xiao Chan let you all down." Delicate appearance, handsome facial features, and fluttering long hair. Who else could it be but Xiao Chan? Outside the square, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The famous Shadowless Saber Sovereign, whose identity was a mystery, was actually the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan, who was deemed to be a cripple. How is this possible? Chu Yang, the holy son of Zodiac Hall, who was hiding in the crowd and was prepared to rescue the people from the dragon sect, was dumbfounded by this scene. He had personally seen the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strength in the savage battlefield and knew how horrifying the other party was. He looked at Xiao Chan and casually took off his mask, revealing his true face. An indescribable bitterness appeared in his heart. Originally, he thought that he was already the leader of this sea region. He never expected that he would still be firmly suppressed by that person. After 5 years, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan not disappear, but he also changed his identity and made a name for himself. At this moment, Xiao Chan was not the only one feeling disappointed. The outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean that Yu Bingyun gathered all felt a heavy pressure. Cripple? Who still dared to say that the Blue Dragon King was already crippled, that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was Xiao Chan, and that the Blue Dragon King was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? The mystery was solved. However, the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was somewhat hard to accept. Many people felt conflicted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign is actually Xiao Chan. In less than a day, this news will spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon King is indeed the Blue Dragon King. In the end, the Golden Age still belongs to him. There was no need to say too much. In any case, the cultivators who came here definitely would not regret coming today. Not only did they see Xiao Chan, but they also saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign taking off his mask. The blood-clad sex people were also completely stunned. This was not the result they wanted. They had been waiting for Xiao Chan to show up. However, when Xiao Chan truly appeared, they were all stunned. Even when their young master was trampled into meat paste, he did not stand up for the injustice and make a move against Xiao Chan. The reason was none other than Xiao Chan being the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, a legendary character that even the Holy Lord could not do anything to. Big Brother Xiao Chan. Emo-chan cried tears of joy, not knowing what to say. She sobbed softly. Sorry, the dragon's gate is destroyed. Xinyuan Zhantian said calmly. Xiao-chan, leave quickly. The strength of this blood-clad sect master is unfathomable. By coming here you really fell for their trap. Indeed. Big brother Xiao-chan, leave quickly. They lured you out on purpose. The Dragon's Gate's people startled awake from their joy and tried to persuade Xiao-chan to leave. Leave? Where do you think you are going? Today, regardless of whether you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign or the Blue Dragon King Xiao-chan, you will die here. At the crucial moment, Qin Minghua led the 8 law enforcers of the Bloodclad sect, the 3 Dragon Kings, and many Bloodclad sect experts to surround Xiao-chan and the Dragon's Gate's people. Clang! The Bloodclad sect drew their weapons, and a cold killing chi pointed at Xiao-chan. Everyone, scatter. The Bloodclad sect is handling matters. Anyone in the way will die. Suddenly, countless scarlet-clad cultivators appeared in the surroundings, chasing away all the cultivators watching the excitement in the plaza. Instantly, Fresh Blood Plaza became densely packed with the Bloodclad sect's elite cultivators. Several warships even flew over in the sky, sealing off all the routes. Up in the tower, after the initial shock, Ao Lang revealed a cold smile. You are seeking your own death. Even if you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this Fresh Blood Plaza will be your burial ground today. Dong! 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 The tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites walked in orderly steps, pressing in step by step and closing in on the encirclement. His footsteps were like thunder, mixed with his killing intent, rumbling continuously, shaking people's hearts. Immediately, the cultivators chased to the periphery were all frightened by this scarlet sea. The ear-splitting footsteps caused several cultivators to bleed from their 7 facial orifices. Oh no! Even if the Holy Lord arrives, he will not be able to do anything. The strength of the Bloodclad sect is really terrifying. How can the Blue Dragon King block them alone? He won't die just like that, right? Seeing this scene, everyone started to worry for Xiao-chan. There was no way out, no way out. Furthermore, there were the Bloodclad sect experts eyeing Xiao-chan like tigers watching their prey. How was the Blue Dragon King going to break out of this situation? No matter how one thought about it, they could not think of a way out of this situation. At best, they could only force their way out. However, what was the point of Xiao-chan coming here after abandoning the Dragon's Gate elders? Big brother Xiao-chan, just leave by yourself. There is no need to care about us. Emo-chan and the others said worriedly with grave expressions. Xiao-chan smiled faintly and said indifferently, Don't worry. After turning around and facing Qin Minghua and the Bloodclad sect's upper echelon, Xiao-chan did not show any fear on his face. Xiao-chan, I can't help but admire you. Even at this point you are still so bold. What's wrong? You want to attack us? I will not give you that chance. Ha ha ha. I will drag you down to death. Qin Minghua laughed loudly, and the tens of thousands of Bloodclad sect elites soared into the air, charging at Xiao-chan. Despite facing such an advantage, this Qin Minghua actually wanted to use numbers to overwhelm Xiao-chan to death. Everyone cursed in their hearts at how despicable Qin Minghua was. However, there was nothing they could do. Dao! Just at this moment, Xiao-chan suddenly shouted, and a faint Dao disc appeared behind him. At this moment, the complete Saber Great Dao unleashed its full might. At this moment, the world seemed to merge with Xiao-chan, and he executed the Dao with his words. No one could block the might of the Great Dao. Pusi. The tens of thousands of elite cultivators in the air bore the brunt of this Dao might, causing them to vomit blood. This was the might of the Great Dao. Only a small number of geniuses during the peak of the ancient era could comprehend it. This was a distant legend, an ancient myth. Today it reappeared in the world. Dao! Xiao-chan shouted again, and the Dao disc gathered into a spot. It was resplendent and dazzling like a powerful saber light. Then it suddenly extended. The Bloodclad sect cultivators vomiting blood in the air suffered another heavy blow. This second Dao was like a club to the head, knocking them all into the air. This scene thoroughly shocked Qin Minghua and the other Bloodclad sect upper echelon. The vast Dao might force the experts of this group of experts into a sorry state, forcing them to take a few steps back. When the tens of thousands of elites fell on their own, they all paled. Chapter 1469. Two shouts of the great Dao's might pushed back tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites. Such an incredible scene made everyone feel incredulous. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. How can this be? Qin Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon retreated far away. When they saw this scene, they paled and trembled. As Xiao Qian's long hair fluttered, he gave off a might of the great Tao from his body. There was no magnificent halo or resplendent light around him. However, as he stood there, no one dared to look at him directly. This is too horrifying. How did he do it? When the other cultivators chased away by the blood-clad sect saw this scene, they were all shocked, feeling somewhat stupefied. Why was it like this? Earlier, Xiao Qian's imposing aura and the killing chi of the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites made everyone's heart palpitate. How did it crumble with just two shouts from Xiao Qian, vomiting blood and getting defeated? Emperor Wu's aura could suppress the weak and achieve the same effect. However, everyone knew that Xiao Qian's two shouts were different from his so-called aura. Firstly, aura needed to be stored up. Furthermore, it needed to be against a much weaker opponent. Secondly, Xiao Qian's aura was clearly only that of a seventh heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. How strong could his aura be? It's the Tao. It's great Tao energy. Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. This startled Chu Yang to his senses. As he looked at Xiao Qian, his eyes were filled with extreme incredulity. The Tao was a legendary realm. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, only a few outstanding talents grasped it. After the decline of the martial epoch, great Tao energy never appeared again. It had already become a myth. However, now not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qian appear as the shadowless saber sovereign, but he also displayed a godlike great Tao energy. The many outstanding talents felt like they had just woken up from a dream. There were only a few mentions of the Tao in the ancient records. Many people even doubted whether it existed or not. Is it really the Tao? If the answer was yes, then everything would be easy to understand. The might of the great Tao was not something that ordinary people could block. Compared to them, they were no longer on the same level. Let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Tens of thousands of the blood-clad sect elites retreated in defeat. The blood-clad sect's prestige was damaged. The blood-clad sect master would definitely be enraged. At that time, none of them would have a good ending. After all, only Ao Lang grasped the life-extending pill. That was their lifeblood. A ferocious aura flashed in Qin Minghua's eyes. He composed himself and rushed over first. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Qian had really comprehended the power of the Great Path, he did not believe that he, a level 9 existence, could not deal with Xiao Qian, who was only a level 7 cultivator. Furthermore, the 3 dragon kings of the 3 seas and the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect were all sovereign martial emperors. Let's go together. A strong wind blew. Qin Minghua and the 11 sovereign martial emperors forcefully resisted the great Tao might. With a murderous aura that filled the sky, they pounced towards Xiao Qian. Even in this golden age, sovereign martial emperors were still peak experts. A sovereign martial emperor could hold his own and establish a rank 8 sect. Under the lead of Qin Minghua, the 9th heaven emperor Wu, the 11 sovereign martial emperors soared into the air at the same time. Their auras merged and stirred up the winds and clouds. It was like the sky pressing down on Xiao Qian. Whoosh! Suddenly the light dimmed. One could not even see their fingers when stretched out. The dilapidated plaza turned pitch black. Those were 12 sovereign martial emperors. When they pressed over, they even covered the sky. Retreat! 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 When the cultivators watching from behind saw such a lineup, they paled in fright and quickly retreated. This was the first time a battle involving so many sovereign martial emperors had appeared in the heavenly starry ocean during this golden age. When 12 sovereign martial emperors attacked together, their destructive power was clear without even needing to think. Xiao Qian's face sank. He shielded the Dragon's Gate's people behind him, encasing them in his Tao might. A huge battle could break out at any moment. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was the first to arrive. When he punched, it was like a huge dragon claw tearing bloody marks in space. Blood Dragon Claw. This was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's famous martial technique. He was very confident in his attack. Even if the Eastern Sea Dragon King could not defeat Xiao Qian, he would definitely be able to knock him back. As long as Xiao Chan took a step back, he would be able to regain control of the Dragon's Gate's elders. At that time, he would be able to obtain victory without a fight. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He swung his palm in the air, and saber lights shot out from his palm. Then he clenched his fist and grabbed all the saber lights. He infused the great Tao energy from the saber Tao with his primordial energy. Then he executed a distant legend. The light of the distant legend illuminated this pitch-black space. When the palm and fist clashed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's palm broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back like a sandbag. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was like an insignificant hunting dog, crashing into the tough body of an elephant, bouncing back. As for Xiao Chan, he was like a mountain, firmly protecting the Dragon's Gate's people behind him. The internal organs in Xiao Chen's body churned endlessly. However, he forcefully suppressed them. Only 700 strands of primordial energy remained. If he had 1,000 with the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chan would not have been injured at all. At this moment there was no time to recover. The 12 sovereign martial emperors took turns attacking, showing no intention of stopping. Taking turns to wear Xiao Chan down? To think that 12 sovereign martial emperors are taking turns to wear Xiao Chan down. This scene truly stunned everyone. To think that they even used such a method to deal with a mere blue dragon king. They completely tossed aside their dignity as sovereign martial emperors. This is bad. If this continues, Xiao Chan will die sooner or later. Indeed. He received the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor and did not even take a step back. He must be protecting the Dragon's Gate's elders behind him. This Xiao Chan is really foolish. If they clashed head-on like this, they would definitely suffer 800 casualties. After all, the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor were something that even a prime would have to consider carefully. Xiao Chan used great Tao energy to support himself and executed the myriad heaven divine fist, clashing head-on with the peak strikes of 12 sovereign martial emperors. Loud rumbles rang out endlessly. Every time they exchanged moves, a crack would appear in the city below them, causing it to tremble. After 7 loud sounds, the cultivators who had already retreated 50 kilometers away were horrified to discover that the crack had extended to their feet. They quickly withdrew and retreated all the way to the city wall before stopping. As Xiao Chan stood before the Dragon's Gate's elders, he was like an impregnable wall. Be it lightning, wind, or fire, he did not retreat even half a step. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's trembling figure after receiving the peak strikes of 11 sovereign martial emperors, they were deeply shocked. For some reason, they felt that they were too insignificant before this figure. You truly deserve to be the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan. You are loyal and loyal. Even at this point, you still have not retreated. However, you can die now. Ken Minghua, who was the last to make a move, smiled coldly when he saw the pale Xiao Chan leaking blood from a corner of his lips. Then he swung his sword. Ken Minghua had stored up power with the cultivation of the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu, waiting for this moment. The tip of Ken Minghua's sword lit up, looking like a spark in the darkness. Following that, the spark burned the starry heavens with the momentum of a prairie fire. Prairie fire spark. When Ken Minghua swung his sword, it felt like the entire universe was burning. Everyone was captivated by this stunning sword strike. The 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu, Ken Minghua, was someone much stronger than the previous 11 sovereign martial emperors. Oh no! Xiao Chan is going to lose. When the many cultivators saw that Xiao Chen's Tao might had already fallen significantly, they could not help exclaiming. The extremely fast sword strike arrived before Xiao Chan the moment the prairie fire burned. It was incredibly fast. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and a berserk flaming shockwave radiated out. The shockwave formed horrifying fire tornadoes surging out. No one could see what was happening in the center. Only the Dragon's Gate's people in the center of the flames could clearly see that it was the lunar shadow saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the disheveled Xiao Chan held his saber in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him, using the scabbard to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen's internal injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood onto the scabbard. Ao Jiao, if you are not going to draw the scabbard, when are you going to do so? Xiao Chen's hair fluttered wildly as he grabbed the saber's hilt with his right hand. Then he shouted and pulled forcefully. Chapter 1470. The lunar shadow saber, which had been dormant for 5 years, finally came out of its scabbard when Xiao Chan did his best to draw it. A resplendent saber light came from the lunar shadow saber's streamlined blade, releasing resplendent saber light magnificently. There was no startling aura. The resplendent saber light flickered for a moment before withdrawing, looking like a 1,000-year-old ancient pool. It was tranquil and distant, containing the vicissitudes of time and the glory of the past. The withdrawn saber light was now like a pool of autumn water, flickering with moonlight. It was that simple. Xiao Chan drew the saber and brandished it. It was like the shadow of the bright moon, silent and traceless. Shattering sounds resounded. The divine weapon, which was blocked by the scabbard, shattered under this saber strike. Then it shot out with a sharp force. What saber is this? How can it even break my divine weapon? The divine weapon was connected to the heart. When the life divine weapon shattered, Qin Minghua felt intense pain in his heart, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Receive a saber strike from me as well. When Xiao Chan grasped the lunar shadow saber again, he felt a surge of energy from the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber. This energy continuously flowed through all the meridians in his body, replenishing all the primordial energy that he exhausted. At this moment he became one with the saber. Xiao Chan soared into the air and executed the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique, the dragon subduing stance. The lunar shadow saber subdued the 1,000 true dragon might of the lunar shadow saber, using it for its own use. The instant the saber chopped down, the strong true dragon might pressured Qin Minghua into trembling. The divine weapon in Qin Minghua's hand already shattered. He was at a loss when facing this tyrannical saber strike, not knowing how to defend. In the end, Qin Minghua had no choice but to use his bare hands to block the saber. He infused all his cultivation into his hands. The instant the saber chopped down, Qin Minghua pressed his hands together, trying to catch the lunar shadow saber. Unexpectedly, Qin Minghua's hands found nothing. His heart suddenly sank, and horror filled his entire body. He failed to catch it. A berserk aura turned into a strong wind sweeping out. It blew away all the flaming tornadoes in the surroundings. The scene of the ruins of the plaza appeared before everyone's eyes once more. The instant the flames scattered, they happened to see Xiao Chan chopping Qin Minghua in half with his saber. Boom! Cracks spread everywhere on the ground. The aftershocks of this saber strike finally swept through the entire city. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out as the entire city started to collapse. The people on the city walls hurriedly flew into the air in fright. Dead. As the Emperor Wu of the Ninth Heaven, Qin Minghua actually died just like that. How exactly did Xiao Chen block that sword? What exactly happened within the flames that caused the entire situation to be reversed in an instant? It was completely unfathomable. Holding the saber in his hand, Xiao Chan stood proudly. The reborn lunar shadow saber was much stronger than he had expected. Transcendent divine weapon. This was a true transcendent divine weapon. It surpassed divine weapons and was unparalleled. There was a faint glow on the blade, but it was neither intense nor dazzling. However, when the crowd's gazes came into contact with this light, tears of blood fell from the eyes of many of them as they felt intense pain. Saber. Everyone was incomparably alarmed. What kind of blade was this? It was flickering with luster. Even from 500 kilometers away, the saber chi contained in the saber chi could pierce and injure people's eyes. There is no such saber on the divine weapon ranking. Someone asked, feeling confused. Of the 10 transcendent divine weapons, there was only one saber, the coiling monarch time saber. After today, there will be one more. The moment Xiao Chan said that, no one dared to question him anymore. Without a doubt, this was a treasure saber that surpassed divine weapons. Qin Minghua's defeat was understandable. If he had known that Xiao Chan had a transcendent divine weapon, he would not have died so carelessly. Good move. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Even though he has been silent for 5 years, he still cannot touch the reverse scale of a dragon. The Western Sea Dragon King slowly walked out of a cloud of dust, wearing his scarlet battle armor. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression remained calm, appearing as calm as still water as he looked at the ruined Western Dragon City. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the tens of thousands of Dragon's Gate elites lying on the ground and the blood-clad sect upper echelon frightened by Xiao Qian, his expression did not change, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was like everything before him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it did not matter. As long as the Western Sea Dragon King killed Xiao Qian and snatched away the transcendent divine weapon in his hand, with the support of the Treasure Master, it would not be difficult to build an even stronger blood-clad sect. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and sized up the Western Sea Dragon King. After not seeing him for 5 years, the other party's strength had improved somewhat horribly. The scarlet battle armor on the Western Sea Dragon King looked even more strange. It was like a sea of blood splashed on the Western Sea Dragon King's clothes. Xiao Qian said indifferently, "Make your move. There is nothing to say between us. I will give you 3 chances to make your move. After 3 times I will take your head." When the Western Sea Dragon King heard that, he was stunned. Then he laughed loudly. "Arrogant. I thought that I was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, you are even more arrogant than me. If not for your transcendent divine weapon, Ken Minghua's sword strike would have taken your life. Now I already know all your trump cards. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xiao Qian smiled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of arguing with the other party. Before coming, he was still somewhat worried about the Western Sea Dragon King's strength. After he saw it clearly, he no longer worried. He was like the other blood-clad sect disciples. It seemed like he relied on external items, the scarlet clothes on his body, to obtain his current strength. However, the scarlet clothes on his body were of a higher grade. That was all. The Western Sea Dragon King was still a distance away from a true Holy Lord. The other Holy Lands did not make a move on the blood-clad sect, because they feared the mysterious person behind the blood-clad sect. This was the saying, "When beating a dog, look at its master." It looks like you have already given up on this opportunity. In that case, I have no choice but to use the move that I saved for you in advance. The cycle heart spun silently in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. The Western Sea Dragon King revealed a cold, disdainful smile. In his eyes, Xiao Qian was already a dead man. Wanting to do whatever he wanted by relying on a transcendent divine weapon was simply a fool's dream. "Blue Dragon King, I will stand right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me." Ao Lang reared his head back and laughed maniacally. Then he unleashed his aura without hiding it. His body released a boundless scarlet light. His aura soared continuously until it approached the level of the Holy Lord before stopping. Thick scarlet clouds covered the sky and the sun. As the clouds churned, they looked like a surging sea of blood. Waves splashed up endlessly, materializing many mysterious phenomena. How strong! The crowd, who had retreated 500 kilometers, all felt a strong pressure. This pressure was already close to the level of the Holy Lord. This is the aura of the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu at his peak. No wonder the blood-clad sect master could break the Dragon's Gate's protective formation with one strike. Isn't Xiao Qian being too careless? After fighting so many battles, could he still have a trump card to kill this Western Sea Dragon King? The crowd did not believe what Xiao Qian said about taking off Ao Lang's head with one strike. It was not that they did not believe it. Rather, they felt that it was simply impossible. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King, who was 1 kilometer away. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To Xiao Qian, he would not even need the time to blink to cross 1 kilometer. Cycle in full, reversing time and space. Xiao Qian ignored the other party's arrogant laughter, wanting to erupt with the state of cycle in his sea of consciousness at full force. The resistance of the entire world appeared again. That's not right. This time it is much stronger. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He felt the resistance he faced this time. Compared to when he unleashed the state of cycle at full force on the desolate island, the resistance he faced was at least 50% stronger. It looked like experts had an aura around them. Reversing time and space in front of an expert was much more difficult than reversing time and space in front of an ordinary person. Damn it! Could it be that this saber strike that I specially prepared for the other party is going to end here? Up until now, even when facing 12 sovereign martial emperors, Xiao Qian had not used the state of cycle. Xiao Qian had been waiting for this moment. After suppressing it for a long time, He had not expected such a change. The sudden change caught Xiao Chun somewhat off guard. He brought out the state of cycle and held the saber scabbard with his right hand, but he could not draw it. Idiot master, quickly draw your saber. I'll help you break his aura. Ao Jiao suddenly said at the crucial moment. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he thought that Xiao Chun did not dare to make a move. He smiled coldly and said, "You are scared silly, right? This king's strength is no longer what it was 5 years ago. Even if I stand there without moving, you will not be able to find any openings." However, the moment the Western Sea Dragon King said that, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. "You are already dead." Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and soared into the air. The Western Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. "What a joke! Pussy-eye." A saber light appeared on the Western Sea Dragon King's neck. Blood spurted out, and the head of the maniacally laughing Western Sea Dragon King suddenly flew off. Xiao Chun, who soared into the air, seemed to have expected this. He stretched out his hand and caught the Western Sea Dragon King's head. Chapter 1471. Holding the Western Sea Dragon King's head, Xiao Chun descended from the sky and stomped on Ao Lang's headless body. Bang! The strong impact immediately crushed this headless body, shattering its bones. The heart of an emperor immediately shattered and gave off a boundless scarlet spiritual light, spreading around Xiao Chun like stars. Holding the blood-clad sect master's head, Xiao Chun appeared stern amid this boundless scarlet light, looking like a deity. Dead? What's going on? Did anyone see clearly how Xiao Chun attacked? Damn! How did this Ao Lang die after laughing? Who in the world did it? That scared me to death. His head suddenly flew off. Did I see wrongly? Damn! What exactly happened? Who saw it clearly? Tell us. The many cultivators who had already retreated far away from the city nearly went crazy. Many of them even wondered if they saw wrongly. However, the scene before them had really happened. The strong blood-clad sect master Ao Lang had his head in Xiao Chun's hand. Like Ao Feng, Xiao Chun stomped on Ao Lang's body, turning it into a pile of mud. He was deader than dead. However, everyone only saw Xiao Chun sheath his saber. They did not see Xiao Chun make a move. Even the outstanding talents and the experts with good eyesight did not see it. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the blood-clad sect master did not know how he died. The moment before his death, he clearly did not know anything at all. He even shouted at Xiao Chun. It was like someone had chosen that moment with the judgment pen. When the time was up, Ao Lang would die. Strange. This simple battle was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could figure it out or understand it. However, no matter what, the result was already set in stone. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, had remained silent for 5 years. Once again, he used his actions to prove this point. Xiao Chun looked at the ruins of the city and the miserable state of the blood-clad sect's tens of thousands of elite disciples. After this battle, even if Xiao Chun remained silent for 100 years or even 1,000 years, he would not be able to do anything. No one would dare to recklessly attack the Dragon's Gate. The blood-clad sect's miserable state used the bloody facts to show everyone the consequences of offending the Dragon's Gate. After tossing the Western Sea Dragon King's head into the universe ring, Xiao Chun felt his entire body go weak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood flowed out incessantly, and it was surrounded by black demon chi. This was what the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang left for Xiao Chun before he died. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the moment he traveled to the future. Xiao Chun exchanged moves with the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang in the time it took for a spark to fly, deciding life and death in one move. Even if Xiao Chun traveled to the future, the Western Sea Dragon King would not just stand there and let Xiao Chun kill him. That was not realistic. That is impossible. In the future, the Western Sea Dragon King will be a fool. His greatest advantage was the element of surprise. These 4 words should not be underestimated. When Xiao Chun traveled to the future, his saber strike came without any warning. It appeared right before the Western Sea Dragon King. How could it be easy to receive the peak strike of a person who had stored up power in an unexpected situation? How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary person walking on the street normally, and suddenly having a flower vase fall on their head. The second advantage was that it would be very difficult to counterattack, as Xiao Qian would return to the past in the next second. There was one final advantage. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to block it by luck, Xiao Qian would be able to figure out how to block it. After returning to the past, Xiao Qian would predict what the Western Sea Dragon King would do in advance. Then, when the Western Sea Dragon King suddenly changed his plans, he would still be flustered. This was the first time Xiao Qian used the state of cycle in actual combat. While the battle appeared easy to others, Xiao Qian won by luck. If not for the help of the lunar shadow saber, the state of cycle would not have been able to break free from the time and space where the Western Sea Dragon King was. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to break free, the time left for him to make a move would be much shorter. Even so, there was still a wound on Xiao Qian's chest. He had indeed won by luck. The state of cycle was boundlessly mysterious. However, Xiao Qian had only scratched the surface of it. Perhaps it could not even be considered scratching the surface. It was too unfortunate that the cycle arts had only the first chapter. Big brother Xiao Qian. The Dragon's Gate elders, who had been protected by Xiao Qian, rushed over and surrounded Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian barely managed to stop his wound. Then he smiled and a Dragon's Gate's warship flew out of the universe ring. He said, "I said that I would bring you away. Come back with me." After saying that, Xiao Qian's body swayed slightly. He was too tired. Emo-chan stepped forward and quickly supported Xiao Qian. Then the group leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. There was no time to explain. They had to leave this troublesome place first. The remnant forces of the blood-clad sect had already scattered the instant the Western Sea Dragon King died. The injured upper echelons of the blood-clad sect fled even faster. The huge blood-clad sect collapsed in an instant. This made everyone sigh. Compared to the Holy Lands, these upstart sects still lacked accumulations. They could not withstand great winds and waves. After the Dragon's Gate suffered this calamity, it would definitely undergo a nirvanic rebirth. After unifying the Western Sea, the Dragon's Gate's prestige would soar, and it would become the center of the region. As for Xiao Qian, he would continue the legend of the Blue Dragon King. The identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign would make his experiences even more legendary. Without a doubt, the Kunlun realm's luck belonged to him. As the crowd watched the Dragon's Gate's warship leave, they felt complicated emotions welling up in their hearts. In the short span of half a day, their emotions as outsiders had experienced many ups and downs. Several times their hearts felt like they could not take it anymore, about to jump out. The shock that the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qian, brought them was simply too incredible. They probably would not be able to digest this within half a month. Chu Yang and the other outstanding talents around the Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyun, felt indescribably bitter. Originally, they were invited by the Holy Daughter to rescue the people of the Dragon's Gate. Now that they thought about it, they were too naive. The blood-clad sect was much stronger than they thought. If they had really attacked, their fates would have been very unsightly. However, these outstanding talents were rather open-minded. Many of them were even on good terms with Xiao Qian. When they saw that Xiao Qian was not only fine but even stronger than before, they rejoiced. For example, the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance chief, Yi Chan, the human demon sea's Dugu Ao, and the Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan. What a fellow! This fellow really hid it from us. After this, we will all go to the Dragon's Gate together. We have to harass Xiao Qian. Ha ha ha. Yi Chan laughed very happily without a care in the world. The bitterness in the others' hearts had yet to fade. They simply could not bring themselves to laugh. When Yi Chan saw that no one replied, he laughed dryly in embarrassment and did not say anything more. This was how Chu Yang felt. From the moment Xiao Qian took off his mask, his heart was in a mess. Bingyun, I did not manage to help much this time. Sorry for the ridicule. If you have any instructions in the future, this Chu will definitely be the first to rush over. Yu Bingyun quickly said. Young Master Chu is too polite. No matter what, everyone coming is a show of your concern for this little girl. Bingyun will definitely remember this. Chu Yang smiled and said, Unfortunately, Miss Bingyun already has someone in your heart. I'll take my leave first. Like I said, although this Chu is weak, if you need help in the future, Just say the word and I will definitely be the first to rush over. Although Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart, he did not lose his grace. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. The group of outstanding talents left one after another. Yu Bingyun thanked them one by one. Although her efforts did not work, there might be a perfect result. The smile on Yu Bingyun's face already expressed her current mood. Speaking of which, why did Xiaochan change his identity? Hiding himself is not his style, Yichan said with some conflict after thinking hard. The demon mixed blood Duguayou said indifferently. Even if you use your toes to think, if he exposed his identity, how could the primes give him the chance to grow to such a level? That's right. Why did I not think of that? Yichan smacked his forehead, startled awake. That's not right. You are indirectly calling me stupid. However, Duguayou ignored Yichan. After saying goodbye to Yu Bingyun, he left. At the same time, in the center of the heavenly starry ocean, in the largest sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, the mysterious Treasure Master was currently playing Go with the Geomaster Jiang Tianxia in a pavilion above the gigantic Immortal statue. The black and white Go stones competed with each other on the crisscrossing Go board. Treasure Master, after not playing for so many years, your Go skills have deteriorated. Or are you purposely letting me win? If you let me win again, you will really lose. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and placed down a white Go stone, chopping down a large dragon. Then, he stretched out his hand and picked up the black Go stones one by one. The white Go stones instantly held the advantage. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and said, Old Jiang, I never let you win. It is just that my Go board is larger than the one in your heart. Dang! Right after the Treasure Master spoke, he tapped the table with his finger. The wooden Go board instantly turned to dust, and the Go stones fell to the table. When the dust settled, Jiang Tian was shocked to discover that the table, which was several times larger than the Go board, had crisscrossed and formed a new Go board. The black and white Go stones did not change. However, now that the white Go stones fell into this larger Go board, the white Go stones, which originally held the advantage, immediately became dangerous. Chapter 1472. He did not seem to be as unfathomable as he appeared before Jiang Tian and the others. Many years ago there was such a person as well. Xiaochan suddenly rose up and ruined the Myriad Law Fiend Master's plans, leaving an eternal scar. The Myriad Law Fiend Master took a deep breath, his expression changing involuntarily. I always suspected that the ancient people made this up. How could it possibly exist? The Bright Moon Empress spoke again, stating that Xiaochan had already attained the Tao. The more the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke, the more horrified he felt. Attack then. If we still do not attack, we will not have any more chances. Seeing that the Myriad Law Fiend Master was about to leave, the Bright Moon Empress cautiously led Jiang Tian away. After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master immediately left, not lingering. The Treasure Master toyed with the puppet pearl in his hand as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Treasure Master smiled and said, Even if we do not give up, we will not be able to hold on for long. After another 2 or 3 years, the side effects of the blood-clad battle armor will erupt. At that time we will all be crippled. Everything in the world has its own rules. Those that succeed in one go are not good. This little fellow's growth is really startling. Perhaps he managed to grow to such a level in a moment of carelessness. The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed. This was an unprecedented major matter. Never before had the 3 primes of the deity Dao Union felt that the matter was serious and wanted to discuss it together. He even grasped the legendary Dao. Given some time, he will definitely surpass us. However, the Treasure Master did not give him that chance. He did not want to drag himself into unnecessary danger, so he left after saying so. This old thief is really smart. He was already very careful, but he still discovered him. He left after saying so without hesitation. The Bright Moon Empress muttered with a slight frown. After being stunned for a while, Jiang Tian laughed loudly. No matter how big the Go puzzle is, so what? When the so-called chess pieces go beyond one's control, everything is nonsense. In the Cactus Palm City, the Treasure Master, who was in a secret room, just learned of the blood-clad sex destruction from the young Treasure Master. Yiling Qiqian, you make the decision, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he looked at the strongest of the 3 Emperor Forsaken. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Are you trying to incite me to defect? I don't think it's true either. However, according to the news I received, he seems to have really attained the Tao, the great Tao of the saber." In Xiao Qin's heart, he had already decided that the blood-clad sect was a sacrificial pawn. He did not care about the gains or losses. No one below the supreme being level could defeat him. The moment these words came out, Jiang Tian and the Myriad Law Fiend Master were both shocked, clearly surprised. Those that could not be seen through were always the ones that people feared the most. The Treasure Master seemed to be playing this game. However, after verifying it from many places, the news was confirmed. Xiao Qian was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Not only was he not crippled, but he was also promoted to become a new giant of this world. So. The Treasure Master stood up and waved his hand. Then, he quickly left the pavilion as if he wanted to avoid something, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Treasure Master smiled but did not reply. Then he said softly, "Senior Jiang, you have reached great heights in the geomancy lineage. You traversed the yin and yang realms with ease, but you also met your limits. Xiao, do you want to make a move?" The heaven-punishing corpse god was the most direct. He went straight to the point, unable to restrain his killing intent. Jiang Tian asked sullenly, "What exactly do you want to do?" Jiang Tian sighed. "If it were possible, I really would not want to see him make a move. He gives me a feeling that it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he makes a move, the entire heavenly starry ocean will fall into a calamity." Compared to Xiao Qian destroying the blood-clad sect, the news of him grasping the saber great Tao was what truly moved the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Fortunately, we already obtained the puppet pearl. Even if the blood-clad sect is destroyed now, it will not affect the overall situation. The Treasure Master probably did not expect the blood-clad sect to suffer such a heavy blow. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you think, goodbye." It was even rumored that even if a prime appeared, they might not be able to do anything to Xiao Qian. When the Bright Moon Empress received a letter, her expression changed slightly, appearing incredibly shocked. Her eyes filled with shock. "Let's go as well. We cannot remain in this place for long." However, if it was destroyed now, the Bright Moon Empress would probably be so frustrated that she would vomit blood. The Go game had not changed. It was just that the Go board had grown larger, and the situation had flipped. Even the Treasure Master, Emperor Forsaken, did not view him as a true enemy. "This is unexpected. It looks like the plan has to be brought forward." After Ing Zongtian, who was like a teacher and a friend to Xiao Qian, came to know, he revealed a gratified expression. The Treasure Master probably guessed that someone would cause trouble in the blood-clad sect during their conversation earlier. However, he absolutely did not expect that someone would destroy the entire blood-clad sect. The Bright Moon Empress showed a complicated expression. However, she still told the Treasure Master everything that she knew. Many years later, there was another person who had escaped his control. The Treasure Master was not angry at the losses from the destruction of the blood-clad sect. Instead, this matter surpassed his plans and control. "Go out, I understand. However, some people just cannot resist the temptation. Even though they know the consequences, they still believe that they will be an exception." The Treasure Master controlled his rage and waved his hand to let Yiling out. The Treasure Master did not give Yiling a chance to show the world his true strength and trump cards. The Treasure Master said indifferently, "I know your purpose in calling me out. I am just a sacrificial pawn. I've already achieved my goal. If there are any more gains, that would be a pleasant surprise." At first, the cyclic astral lord was stunned for a moment. Then he rejoiced. With the existence that comprehended a Tao, his strength will improve further. It should not be difficult for him to complete the Kunlun Road. After a long silence, the Treasure Master sighed and muttered to himself. Between the giant statue's fingers, the three of them were as small as ants. The statue lowered its eyes, as if it could see everything in front of it clearly. "I just received news that Xiao Qian already killed the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang. He also destroyed the entire blood-clad sect's headquarters. The upper echelons of the blood-clad sect all fled with severe injuries." When Jiang Tian heard this, his expression changed slightly. "You gave up on the blood-clad sect? Even if the Holy Lord came personally, He would not be able to destroy the blood-clad sect. However, Xiao Chun managed to do it. Yi Ling felt somewhat dissatisfied, unwilling to believe that this news was true. He seems to have grasped the Tao. Finally, he could truly stand on his own. This was the best news he had heard before the arrival of the devil tribulation. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed in Western Dragon City was simply too startling. After 5 years of silence, Xiao Chun shocked the entire Kunlun realm with one brilliant feat. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor shook his head and said, "No." Back then, before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he was already hard to kill. Now that he has grown to such a level, it will be even harder to kill him. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said softly. He has been cautious all his life. How could he let himself fall into danger so easily? This fellow is too mysterious. Although they did not really care about the Bloodclad sect, they still understood the Bloodclad sect's strength. When the Treasure Master heard this, he was startled. The usually calm and unfathomable Treasure Master showed anger for the first time. "No, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Star Island. I have to figure this out." Two figures appeared out of nowhere behind Jiang Tian. The Bright Moon Empress and the Myriad Law Fiend Master. The two primes appeared silently. "We kept getting the wrong information. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is Xiao Chun." Not only did Xiao Chun appear in Western Dragon City, but he is also much stronger than he was 5 years ago. As for the three primes on the Deity Dao Union's side, they were all shocked. Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor gathered together to discuss this matter. "I want to tell you that this world is very big. You still have a lot of room for improvement. As long as you are willing, I can satisfy you." Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Based on the two primes' words, it seemed like they intended to work together to test the Treasure Master. At the same time, the other primes of the Kunlun realm received the news. Jiang Tian asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 1473. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. The other two did not know what he was thinking. The two did not want to disturb Qitian, so they could only wait. After a long time, Emperor Forsaken said coldly, "There's no need. He has not reached the point of death yet. Wait until he opens the doors of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he can die." The Blue Dragon Palace? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. Why was Emperor Forsaken still nurturing a tiger at this time? "That's right. It is the Blue Dragon Palace," Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. Back then, the Qing Emperor could rise up because of this Blue Dragon Palace. Although they are all human holy lands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate do not have a similar holy palace. Have you thought about the reason? This was a matter from 10,000 years ago. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God did not understand. Furthermore, they did not pay much attention to this information. Emperor Forsaken was different. 10,000 years ago, the deity race was even stronger than it was now. However, it still fell to the hands of the Qing Emperor and his Dragon's Gate. For the past 10,000 years, the deity race had been investigating the Blue Dragon Palace's origins, spending a lot of manpower and resources. I never thought about it. Could there be some other mysteries? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emperor Forsaken with some urgency. The Blue Dragon Palace was an even more horrifying existence than the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Of course there are other mysteries. 10,000 years ago, this Blue Dragon Palace did not exist. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, the Blue Dragon Palace did not come from the Kunlun realm but from the great realm of the abandoned land. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God were greatly startled. They had never heard of such a secret before. This was their first time hearing about it. Is this true? The 3 holy masters have personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? Emperor Forsaken said in a deep voice. The reason why the Qing Emperor was able to rise back then was because of the Blue Dragon Palace. And this Blue Dragon Palace contains the inheritance of the Dragon Clan from the Outer Realm. The Qing Emperor inherited the legacy of the extraterritorial Dragon Clan. That's why he became so powerful and became the strongest person in the post-ancient era. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was still a little confused. Then why didn't the legacy of the other 3 Holy Masters' lands appear? Only the legacy of the dragon sect has appeared. Emperor Forsaken replied, I don't know. Only by entering the Blue Dragon Temple will we know the real answer. Therefore we can't touch Xiaochen now. We can only kill him if he opens the door of the Blue Dragon Temple. The heaven-punishing corpse god suddenly said, Why are you willing to tell us such important information today? Things are already beyond my control. Don't worry. If we really enter the Blue Dragon Temple, the 3 of us will definitely split the benefits equally. Clearly, the initial silence was because Emperor Forsaken was considering whether to tell the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. Now, it looked like Emperor Forsaken had already made his decision. Xiaoqin's growth had exceeded expectations. Xiaochen had forced the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to make a compromise, truly joining hands with the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. As for how to decide, it will depend on the 2 of you. If the 2 of you insist on killing Xiaochen now, I will not force you. In that case, I won't force it. I'll definitely do my best to eliminate this threat. Emperor Forsaken tossed the ball to the 2 and did not say anything else. After a while, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god decided not to kill Xiaochen for now. The result was within Emperor Forsaken's expectations. No one could resist the temptation of the Blue Dragon Temple. On Heavenly Star Island on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, Xiaochen treated his injuries in his courtyard. This place was one of the few places that had not been destroyed by the Bloodclad sect. The other injuries on Xiaoqin's body were not particularly severe. The only problematic one was the wound on his chest. Before Ao Lang died, he had infused all his cultivation into that strike. If not for Xiaoqin's already strong physical body, his heart would have shattered. This strike would have shattered Xiaoqin's heart on the spot. At the foot of the cliff, the Dragon's Gate's doyens were gathering the remnant disciples on the island to deal with the Dragon's Gate's funeral matters. Aside from being mentally fatigued, these people recovered rather quickly after they were freed from their restraints. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strong aura sweep through Heavenly Star Island. Then that person quickly flew towards him. This person was very strong. Aside from Xiaochen, no one else discovered it. Xiaochen opened his eyes and happened to see the Myriad Law Fiend Master land in front of him. When Xiaochen saw the other party, he felt somewhat shocked. In Xiaoqin's impression, this old man did not care about many things in the outside world. In the Myriad Fiend Island, even his descendants found it extremely difficult to meet this old man. Back then, when Xiaochen went to the Myriad Fiend Island to meet this old man, many of the Myriad Fiend Island's disciples envied him. Senior, why are you here? Xiaochen asked as he stood up and stopped his cultivation, giving up on treating his injuries for now. Seeking the Tao. The Myriad Law Fiend Master was very straightforward, not hiding anything. With just these 2 simple words, Xiaochen already knew the Myriad Law Fiend Master's purpose. He probably already knew about the battle in the Bloodclad sect. That's right. This junior has indeed grasped a complete Saber Tao. However, this is just the first step. I still have a long way to go. Xiaochen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's face lit up in joy. Then, he revealed an excited expression. You really grasp Great Tao energy? Xiaochen nodded. With a thought, Great Tao energy spread out, forming a faint Tao disc behind him that gave off a bright light. Then the Tao disc condensed into a point and continuously elongated. The Tao might on Xiaoqin's body grew as well. Boom! The Myriad Law Fiend Master slowly felt some pressure. He had no choice but to drive his aura to block. Enough. You are already injured. There is no need to continue demonstrating. The ancients did not lie to me. A great Tao truly exists in the world. However, this old man is stupid. I'm afraid that I will not be able to comprehend it in this lifetime. The Myriad Law Fiend Master indicated for Xiaochen to stop. Then he said somewhat disappointedly. At his age, he had not comprehended a Tao yet. He basically had no fate with the Tao. His thoughts were already fixed. It would be very difficult to change. If it were 1,000 years ago, he would have gotten Xiaochen to demonstrate and explain to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Given his comprehension ability, he would have had a 50% chance of grasping Great Tao energy. Following that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked Xiao Chan about the mysteries of the Tao and how it worked. Xiao Chan was not stingy, telling the Myriad Law Fiend Master everything he could. No matter what, the Myriad Law Fiend Master had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He owed him a great debt, so what he said was nothing. After a long time, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked, "Do you blame me for not making a move when the Dragon's Gate was destroyed?" Xiao Chan shook his head. "No, Senior. You are not obligated to defend the Dragon's Gate. You cannot stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. It's good that you can think that way. It's not that I don't want to help. Let me tell you the truth. The people who can help you are all delayed by all kinds of seemingly coincidental things." The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled and said, "However, after that, the blood-clad sex people did not dare to go overboard. When the Dragon's Gate's elders were captured, they did not suffer any abuse." Xiao Chun was startled. His thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking for a while, he said, "Someone wants to test me?" "That's right. I'm sure you've guessed who it is. However, right now, he should be regretting his underestimation of your strength." The Myriad Law Fiend Master continued, "Your appearance spoiled his plans. The heavenly starry ocean will probably descend into chaos in advance. Given that person's means, it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he does, the entire heavenly starry ocean will suffer a calamity." Of course, the answer to who that person was went without saying. Xiao Chan asked doubtfully, "Why don't the three of you primes work together to make a move? Could it be that the three primes are not sufficient to defeat him?" Of course, the three primes can defeat him. However, because they cannot figure him out, they do not dare to make a move. No one can bear the consequences of falling out with him. They can only keep their guard up and make their own preparations. The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed softly. The situation is even more complicated than you imagine. Attacking the Dragon's Gate is just a prelude. Cultivate properly and make use of this rare period of peace to raise your strength further. The Great Tribulation is approaching. A storm will arrive soon. A storm that will destroy the world. Chapter 1474. Senior, aren't you being too serious? Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master's stern appearance, Xiao Chan felt that he had gone overboard. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and said, "I am absolutely not joking. I have lived for so many years. I have experienced and know much more than you do. A long time ago, it wasn't particularly difficult to leave this land of exile. Most of the vanished existences in history left. However, now the Kunlun Road is becoming more and more like a dead end, practically a dead end. In the past, the Thunder King was still around. At the very least, he could handle everything. Now that the Thunder King is not around, no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The Kunlun realm is in a state of disunity, unable to withstand a great calamity. Right now, you are the only hope of replacing the Thunder King. You are a variable, the bearer of luck of the Kunlun realm." After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master left behind a bottle of the fiend race's holy medicine for treating injuries before leaving quietly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He felt a strange pressure. This Kunlun realm was no longer calm. However, it was still calm in the eyes of the Myriad Law Fiend Master. A true storm would be much more horrifying than this. Destroying the world. If I lose, will everyone in the Kunlun realm die? With this thought, Xiao Chun felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to see this familiar world destroyed. Xiao Chun, don't overthink. Just do your best. It is not fair to place the pressure of the entire world on you. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, consoled Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said helplessly, "If I were really the bearer of luck and inherited the heavenly Tao's luck, then it would not be as simple as doing my best." Right now, Xiao Chun grasped great Tao energy and the supreme magic skill, the Divine Lightning Eye. His potential was limitless. Surpassing Prime was originally an unreachable goal. Now he was not far from it. Luck could not be given to one for free. The heavenly Tao had always been fair. It was a form of self-protection. Although it did not have life or intelligence, it did not want the Kunlun realm to be destroyed. If he failed to do so, his luck would probably turn into misfortune, and many inauspicious things would happen. However, Ao Jiao said a lot. Regardless of whether she believed in fate or not, there were many things that she just had to do her best. If it still didn't work, then there was no other way. People didn't need to trouble themselves. After taking the recuperation medicine left behind by the Myriad Law Fiend Master, Xiao Chan started to recover quickly. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. It looked like the medicinal pill that the Myriad Law Fiend Master gave him was a trump card. Presumably, after listening to Xiao Chan talk about so many cultivation methods, the other party would feel embarrassed not to express his gratitude. After recovering from his injuries, just as Xiao Chan was about to go into seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived. The one who came was the cyclic astral lord, one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean. He was also the person who had a 100-year agreement with Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Little brother Xiao Chan, congratulations to little brother Xiao Chan for killing Ao Lang with 1 saber strike. No one under Prime can defeat you. After comprehending Great Tao energy, it will be easy for you to surpass Prime in the future. The cyclic astral lord's handsome face showed a spring breeze-like smile, making one feel very comfortable. However, Xiao Chen knew who the other party was. He replied indifferently, "The cyclic astral lord is too serious. I don't dare to say that I surpass Prime. I'm not here for anything else. I just want to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill the agreement, you will really die." The cyclic astral lord still had a wide smile on his face. However, his words were not polite at all. The oath stone is no joke. If you fail to fulfill the oath you made, the consequences will definitely come true. Xiao Chan loathed this person from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, "Thank you for your auspicious words. Don't worry. I will do it. It's good that you remember. Don't disappoint me." The cyclic astral lord did as he said. After reminding Xiao Chan, he laughed and left. After the cyclic astral lord left, the bright moon empress and Jiang Tian, whom Xiao Chan had not seen for a long time, appeared together. Furthermore, they were all major characters. The 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean were all here. Like the Myriad Law Fiend Master, these 2 came for the same purpose, to ask about the Tao. Xiao Chan did not find this troublesome. He repeated what he had said to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. After the 2 heard it, they both gained a lot of comprehensions. This was especially so for the bright moon empress. Her pretty eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. Although he couldn't comprehend the Tao, it would more or less be beneficial to his cultivation. "Xiao Chan, it looks like you are different from the Qing Emperor back then. I had too deep a prejudice against you in the past. Please don't take it to heart." Xiao Chan wondered if he had heard wrong. The bright moon empress actually apologized to him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, in the end, strength reigned supreme in this world. Even a noble and cold existence like the bright moon empress would still show respect to him after he was strong enough. Palace master is too polite. I have never harbored any hatred for the lunar palace. This was the truth, not a lie. Xiao Chan did not feel any hatred for the lunar palace. Of course, he did not have a good impression of it either. After the 2 left, a large number of cultivators arrived. They were either the holy masters of holy lands or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. These were all major characters of the heavenly starry ocean, people who were rarely seen. However, today they all rushed to the rubble of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiao Chan had no choice but to close the doors and reject all guests, getting Emo-chan to spread the word. 3 months later, when the Dragon's Gate was rebuilt, he would invite everyone to a banquet. Otherwise, Xiao Chan would not even need to cultivate after receiving so many people endlessly. The arrival of the 3 primes made Xiao Chan understand that time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate quickly and improve his strength. Then, he would make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was naturally urgent. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was very important. Xiao Chan could not afford to make any mistakes. He needed to be strong enough to face a prime before he could go. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. Although the 3 primes said that Xiao Chan would soon surpass Prime, Xiao Chan was not lost. However, Xiao Chan did not lose himself. Right now, the gap between him and a prime was still rather large. At the very most, he would only have some trump cards that could slightly threaten a supremacy. 5 years ago, Xiao Qian had seen a prime make a move during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew how horrifying a prime's strength was. Every single existence that could become a supreme being was definitely not an ordinary person. They were all incredibly powerful. Naturally, the first thing Xiao Qian needed to do was to recover his primordial energy. Then, he would continue to refine it until he could no longer cultivate. After searching through the universe ring, Xiao Qian took out all the primordial pills he had. There was a total of 2,000. This was a large number. If Xiao Qian absorbed and refined all of them, it would be sufficient to completely recover his primordial energy or even become even denser. While Xiao Qian cultivated, the entire heavenly starry ocean became much more peaceful. As the myriad law fiend master expected. It was like a sign before a storm. After the destruction of the blood-clad sect, the treasure master seemed to have stopped all his plans and chose to hide, vanishing from everyone's sight. The deity Dao Union side in the Kunlun realm also quieted down, not taking any action. It was like they were waiting for an opportunity. Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god rarely showed themselves. The deity Dao Union's actions surpassed many people's expectations. Originally, several people thought that the deity Dao Union would seek trouble for the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qian. Who could have imagined that the deity Dao Union would remain so calm, not reacting at all? However, these peaceful days would be broken one day. The great battle triggered by the Blue Dragon Palace far surpassed Xiao Qian's expectations. Chapter 1475. 1 month later, Xiao Qian refined all 2,000 primordial pills, and his cultivation finally returned to its peak. Xiao Qian now had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He already had such a cultivation in the first place. After he refined it again, every strand of primordial energy was like a roaming dragon in the heart of an emperor, already possessing the form of a true dragon. It was no longer like before, when it only had an embryonic form and could not reach such a level. Xiao Qian felt that he could no longer cultivate. He could no longer cultivate primordial energy, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. No matter what, the primordial energy of the outer realm could not advance his primordial energy any further. Xiao Qian had already reached the bottleneck of Emperor. Unless he broke through to Prime, he could not advance further. However, the path that Xiao Qian took was too special. He could not even be considered Emperor Wu, so how could he break through to Prime? How should he cultivate in the later realms? This was truly frustrating. This was a very awkward realm. Xiao Qian was only 35 years old. In the Kunlun realm, he could be considered an outstanding talent at this age. Despite being so young, Xiao Qian could no longer cultivate. He clearly still had vast potential to dig out. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian already stood at the peak of this abandoned land. There was no other path for him to take. The Purple Emperor's door hovered in the middle of the heart of an emperor. This piqued Xiao Qian's interest. He remembered that the Emperor's door contained an incredibly vast energy. Back then, it only opened a small crack, and it allowed Xiao Qian to defeat Diwuk with one punch the instant he jumped off the Emperor's road. Perhaps the mysterious Emperor's door was a direction for Xiao Qian to continue advancing his cultivation. Unfortunately, the strands of primordial energy turned into roaming dragons and circled the surroundings. No matter how the primordial energy attacked, it could not shake this Emperor's door at all and could only return empty-handed. Perhaps the only way forward was to seek the answer in that mysterious Blue Dragon Palace. Let's try again. Xiao Qian decided to attack that Purple Emperor's door again. Now that Xiao Qian had returned to his peak, he might have a chance of pushing open the Emperor's door. With this thought, Xiao Qian steeled himself. The strands of primordial energy that looked like true dragons intertwined and intertwined. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy intertwined and twisted together like hemp ropes. The primordial energy took the shape of a huge dragon. The purple dragon scales on its body were clearly visible, looking like a true lightning dragon. The Emperor's door floated in the air, its 2 purple doors tightly shut. In this heart of an emperor, there was silence and suppression. Charge! Xiao Qian's heart was filled with heroism. He decisively controlled the primordial energy that was twisted together and charged toward the Emperor's door. With a loud bang, the primordial energy crashed into the Emperor's door and immediately scattered. The entire heart of an emperor turned chaotic and blurry. When the intimidating power rebounded, Xiao Chun could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. When the primal chaos dissipated, Xiao Chun looked at the tightly shut Emperor's door and smiled bitterly. It still didn't work. It was just that he did not notice that the originally tough primordial energy had become much softer after seeping into the traces of spiritual liquid. Hard mixed with soft. Hard and soft advanced together. The primordial chaos power invisibly advanced. However, Xiao Chun, who was focused on the Emperor's door, did not notice this subtle change. Never mind. Although my cultivation has stagnated, there are still many areas where I can improve. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. Great Tao energy, the divine lightning eye, the perfection of the flawless saber technique, the comprehension of the Taiji Dao, and so on. There were still many areas where he could improve his strength. Xiao Chun had his own priorities. As for which area he should improve, he already had a balance in his heart. The only trump card that he did not expose was the divine lightning eye, a supreme magic skill. By relying on the universe origin Dao fruit, Xiao Chun had not only comprehended great Dao energy, but his magic energy had also soared. After yuaning, there were still nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. Now, Xiao Chun had already broken through soul transformation and reached the void refinement realm. However, Xiao Chun would not spend too much time on immortal cultivation. Even immortal venerates were only SOSO. There was no need to spend too much time. As long as Xiao Chun's magic energy increased, he could easily execute magic skills like the Divine Lightning Eye and Dermic World. After that, Xiao Chun spent most of his time on comprehending the Divine Lightning Eye. He had to cultivate it to the third layer and layer on 3 lightning tribulations at the same time. He spent the remaining time on cultivating Great Tao energy, continuing to stabilize his current cultivation. He set aside the flawless saber technique, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, the Taiji Dao, the Fish Dragon Art, and other movement techniques for now. He just needed to familiarize himself with them. Peaceful days passed just like that. Time passed bit by bit. At the foot of the mountain, the Dragon's Gate was being rebuilt. Back then, although the buildings in the city were destroyed, the foundations were still there. The formation lines buried underground were only damaged and not destroyed. The rebuilding proceeded very quickly. In less than 1 month, the outline of the city appeared. With the entire sect working together to rebuild a city, with the help of various factions, a new Heaven Dragon City would appear on Heavenly Star Island in less than 2 months. The sun rose and set. Clouds gathered and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was astonishing. He had already cultivated the Divine Lightning Eye to the 2nd layer. With a thought, he could layer 2 lightning tribulations in his right eye and send them out. However, he failed to break through to the 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye after several attempts. Magic energy surged in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness as he formed hand seals with both hands. Talisman seals flickering with light condensed in his sea of consciousness, filling the sky like snow as they entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After Xiao Chun formed the final hand seal, the originally dim and motionless 10,000 tribulation divine lightning spun quickly, shooting out thousands of electric lights. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Everything in the sea of consciousness lost its color before the light of this divine lightning. Its own light covered. When the immortal epic's lightning tribulation ancestor released its light, everything lost its color. Xiao Chun felt an intense swelling in his right eye. All the electric light condensed into a seed and entered it. The seed was buried in the depths of his right eye. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness became its nourishment, quickly draining. When it drained half of the magic energy, the lightning tribulation seed broke out of the ground and bloomed, producing 2 flowers. The black flower had 9 petals that spun quickly in his right eye. Xiao Chun's aura soared infinitely. Thunderclouds descended in the sky, looking like one could touch them just by stretching out one's hand. Whoosh! The instant the 2 petals merged, a bolt of electric light appeared 1 kilometer away and exploded space. Horrifying thunder resounded everywhere. If not for Xiao Chun suppressing its might, these 2-layered lightning tribulations would have been sufficient to instantly kill an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. Even the Holy Lord would have been severely injured by the explosion, losing his combat prowess. However, it would be hard to say for a prime. It would be hard to deal a fatal blow. Only 3-layered lightning tribulations can seriously injure a prime. Otherwise, a prime would be able to recover from regular injuries in an instant. Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he analyzed. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan did not comprehend the Thunder Great Dao back then but the Saber Dao. If he comprehended the Thunder Great Dao, with the support of Great Dao energy, the might of the Divine Lightning Eye's second layer would be sufficient to threaten a prime. There was no perfect solution. If Xiao Chan had not comprehended the complete Saber Dao, the might of the flawless saber technique would not have been as strong as it was now. Executing the Divine Lightning Eye's second layer is already incredibly easy. Give me another month, and I should be able to execute the Divine Lightning Eye's third layer. Xiao Chan closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was not particularly difficult. After all, this was a supreme magic skill that the Thunder Immortal ancestor directly imparted to Xiao Chan. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, a powerful killing tool. All he needed to do was comprehend it properly and advance step by step. Time passed peacefully for 1 month. On this day, as Xiao Chan prepared to make another breakthrough to the Divine Lightning Eye's third layer, at the foot of the mountain, a beautiful figure floated over to this place. Xiao Chan revealed a smile on his face as he set aside his plans. Then, he leaped up and landed before the person. Emo-chan, you are here. The person who came was Emo-chan. Normally, she would not disturb Xiao Chan. Since she was here, she definitely had something to tell Xiao Chan. In 3 months, not only had Xiao Chan completely recovered from his injuries, but his complexion was even better than before. Vaguely, Xiao Chan already had an invisible aura that rivaled that of the Holy Lord. He was in high spirits and looked very handsome. Emo-chan was entranced by this sight. After she startled to her senses, her pretty face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, "The Dragon's Gate's reconstruction is more or less complete. 3 days from now, we will invite the various holy lands and noble clans of the heavenly starry ocean to a banquet. At that time, Big Brother Xiao will have to appear. I came to inform you to make preparations." When Xiao Chen heard this, he said softly, "So it has already been 3 months. It's fine. I will be there on time 3 days from now. In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb Big Brother Zhao's closed-door cultivation." Chapter 1476. Seeing that Emo-chan was about to leave, Xiao Chan said, "There is no need to be so distant. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, I also want to go somewhere. Accompany me." When Emo-chan heard that, she felt somewhat surprised. There are still 3 more days to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment banquet. Where is Big Brother Xiao going? Where to? Starfire City, Bloody Cemetery. There. How unexpected. Big Brother Xiao actually wants to go there. That place is not very auspicious. What, you don't have time? Xiao Chan asked upon seeing Emo-chan's hesitation. No, I have time. Are we leaving now? Emo-chan said with a smile, startled to her senses. Even if she did not have time, she had to squeeze some time out. Yes. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, 2 mutated flood dragons pulled the cycle war chariot and descended from the sky. Xiao Chan boarded the chariot first, then made an inviting gesture. Emo-chan smiled. She felt somewhat happy at Xiao Chen's actions. After the two entered the chariot, it instantly soared into the clouds and arrived at the transportation formation on Heavenly Star Island. This trip to the Kunlun continent would take 3 days. Flying alone would not be enough. Xiao Chan needed to be transported to the Tianwu Domain's central province first. From there, he could rush to Meteor Trail City. That way, 3 days would be sufficient. Big Brother Xiao, why do you want to go to the Bloody Cemetery? That place? Emo-chan asked timidly in the carriage. She had been to that place once. The sky was filled with the blood crows of Xiao Chen's sins. There was also the graveyard, and all of the tombstones had Xiao Chen's name written in blood. From the moment Xiao Chan took off his mask and drew his lunar shadow saber, the knot in his heart was mostly resolved. At this moment, it was enough for him to face it calmly. He said softly, "It's all right. Running away isn't a solution. The past is the past. No matter how much I regret it, it's useless. I just want to take one last look and see if I can eliminate all the sins in the sky. Now that the knot in his heart had been resolved, he had to think of a way to get rid of the sin that filled the sky. Otherwise, if he kept it around, it would be hard to avoid trouble. The origins of his sins were very strange. He had killed countless people, so many that he could not even count them. However, when he thought about it, they were all people who deserved to be killed. They had never killed the innocent, so their sins shouldn't be so great. There was only one explanation, and that was that his sins were left to him by the Qing Emperor. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that his Emperor's Road 5 years ago was a trap. The appearance of the Scarlet Emperor's Road was not a coincidence. Perhaps there were other mysteries. Of course, all of this was just a guess, and there was no substantial evidence. We're here. Half a day later, Meteor Trail City came into view. The scarlet clouds in the sky were already right before their eyes. Xiao Chan gently waved his sleeves, and the cycle war chariot turned into a throne and entered his white clothes. The two of them slowly descended from the sky and stood in the ruins of the city gate. Looking at the ruined Meteor Trail City under the dim light, the two of them felt emotional. The scenes from 5 years ago appeared in his mind. Even now it felt like it was just yesterday. That great battle was truly world-shaking. It was fought until the heavens and earth darkened, and the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. He would probably never forget it in his life. The difficulty of every step on the Emperor's Road was deeply engraved in Xiao Chen's heart. He would never be able to forget it. When Xiao Chan saw the smile on Imo-chen's pretty face vanish, he asked softly with a grave expression, "Are you thinking about the past?" Imo-chen forced a smile and replied, "I'm thinking about many things. I was thinking if Big Brother Xiao had not jumped off his Emperor's Road because of us, what would the situation be like now?" "Do you believe in karma?" "What do you mean?" "Karma means that there are no coincidences in the world. There is a reason for everything that happens, a purpose for its existence." Seeing that Imo-chan still did not fully understand, Xiao Chen smiled and did not explain further. He simply said, "Actually, in my opinion, the final test of the Emperor's Road is not whether I can clear it or not. It is whether I have the courage to jump off. 5 years later, when I look back, I actually won the gamble." Imo-chen's eyes narrowed slightly, looking like beautiful crescent moons. She smiled and said, "As long as Big Brother Xiao can walk out of the shadow, Imo-chan feels that it is good." Xiao Chan felt a warmth in his heart. He looked to the front and said, "Come in and take a walk with me." "All right." Xiao Chan was very familiar with the graveyard. For the past 5 years he would come here every year. Every time he came, the pain in his heart intensified. In the end, he no longer had the courage to get off the cycle war chariot and remove his mask. Now that he was revisiting this place, Xiao Chan got off the war chariot, removed his mask and brought his friends over. The pain was no longer there. It was more of a feeling. What death represented was not destruction but new life. Back then these people died for him. They did not have any other hope. They only hoped that Xiao Chan could step forward and become the true bearer of luck. Xiao Chan would lead them to resist the deity Dao Union, to resist the demonic calamity that could descend at any moment. Their new lives rested on Xiao Chan. As long as Xiao Chan could walk out, these people would gain new lives. If one could not walk out, then death would be destruction, grief, despair, all pain and all negative emotions. After comprehending the state of cycle, Xiao Chen's perspective on the problem was no longer the same as before. He could calmly look at all this. All he needed to do was be grateful and continue walking down this path. Remaining in seclusion and holding on to a knot in his heart was the greatest disrespect to these dead people. Strange. After walking around for a long time, Xiao Chan revealed a doubtful expression, feeling very confused. When Imo-chan saw this, she quickly asked, "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "In the past, when I came here, there would be a large number of blood crows coming after hearing the news. However, this time, aside from the blood clouds in the sky, I did not see any blood crows. The number of blood crows has decreased significantly." Imo-chan did not understand. What's wrong with that? Something is very wrong. Someone is refining these blood crows, absorbing and digesting the sins in my body. Xiao Chan frowned slightly as he thought of a bad answer. In the past, some deep abyss blood demon cultivators would come here to refine and absorb the blood crows. However, those people did not harm the source of sin. The more blood crows they killed, the more would recover. However, this time, Xiao Chan clearly felt the pressure of sin in the sky weaken. The number of blood crows had decreased. What kind of person was doing this? Xiao Chan closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in the scarlet graveyard. Xiao Chan searched slowly. In the end, aside from some scattered grave sweepers, there were also blood demons here on experiential training. Xiao Chan did not discover anyone worthy of suspicion. Could my senses have been wrong? Xiao Chan was not satisfied. He used his spiritual sense to search several more times but found nothing. Then he personally walked through the entire graveyard. In the end, he still did not discover anything. However, he ran into a few blood demons and dealt with them in passing. When Xiao Chan looked up, the thick scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to be dimmer than before. However, the difference was not great, making it hard to judge. Big brother Xiao, perhaps that person is in the sky. Mo Chen's words startled him out of his reverie. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. The blood clouds in the sky are filled with heavy sin. If one comes into contact with them, one will be plagued with sin. Most people would not go there, so I automatically ignored it. However, if there really is someone who can refine the sin's origin energy, they will not care about this." With a thought, Xiao Chan gently pushed off the ground with his feet. Then he shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly entered the blood clouds. However, there were other mysteries in the blood clouds. It was like there was a cotton-like barrier separating them. No matter how hard Xiao Chan tried, he could not break it. Instead, he got plagued by sin, feeling extremely uncomfortable. After a few attempts, Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet. Black lines appeared on the surface of his eyeballs. That was a sign that the sin had penetrated deep into his body, already infiltrating his mind. It was extremely dangerous. Xiao Chan did not dare to linger. He quickly left the blood clouds and landed on the ground. Then, he quickly used his great Tao energy to cut off all the sin in his body. "What's wrong?" Emo-chan asked somewhat worriedly when she saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chan. After purging the sin in his body, Xiao Chan revealed a smile. "You are right. There is indeed another path above the blood clouds. To think that even I cannot break it easily." Not being able to break it easily did not mean that it could not be broken. It just required some effort. Xiao Chan was not afraid of trouble. He only feared that he would not be able to find any clues. Now that he had a clue, he was naturally happy. "Move further away." Xiao Chan gestured for Emo-chan to move further away. With a thought, the ring of light that represented great Tao energy appeared behind him. The ring of light condensed into a point and soared into the air. When it reached 10 meters, Xiao Chan shouted, "Tao!" Xiao Chan pointed his finger to the sky, and a saber light, supported by great Tao energy, lit up the dark meteor trail city. The saber light turned into a resplendent beam of light, carrying a boundless saber intent. Whoosh! It shot out and instantly tore a hole in the blood clouds. Chapter 1477. Just listen to me, will you? The lunar shadow saber appeared. Xiao Chan grasped its hilt and faced the prime without any fear. Xiao Chan did not draw the lunar shadow saber. If Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber, he would be able to block this palm strike. Then Xiao Chan soared into the air like a sharp arrow. With a whoosh, he tore through the scarlet clouds. Chase! The primordial energy that Xiao Chan expended was not worth it. Why is this fellow still here? He is like a lingering ghost. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Zhuangzhenghe turned his head and formed hand seals. A swastika Buddhist seal burst out from his palm and blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. Tao! The saber strike tore through the air, and the light of destruction flickered as it suddenly appeared behind Zhuangzhenghe. This was a martial technique for killing enemies. However, Zhuangzhenghe had to use it to rush. It was somewhat of a waste. Xiao Chen's figure moved like a phantom of flowing light, moving far away amid the Bodhi flowers filling the sky. Interesting. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor knew that he could not detain the current Xiao Chan, so he was not willing to fight with Xiao Chan, wasting his efforts. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If you hand over Zhuangzhenghe, I'll leave. Otherwise, you can forget about stopping me." Just as Xiao Chan was thinking, Zhuangzhenghe suddenly laughed maniacally, appearing incredibly savage. Zhuang Zhenghe should not have come in person. Otherwise, he would not have fled so quickly at the slightest sign of trouble. Ha ha ha. Little fool Xiaochun, you are really naive. Do you think that you can defeat me? Look at where you are now. I'll count to 3, and you are still not leaving. It will be hard for you to leave now. Ha ha ha. That's the count to 3. Xiaochun, you can die now. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed loudly, and the Yellow Spring's mysterious phenomenon vanished. Then he left. Xiaochun revealed an expression of joy as he turned around. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew and Xiaochun retreated 5 kilometers. The Dao Might behind him did not scatter as he stood firmly. Humph! What Zhuang Zhenghe? I have never seen him before, nor do I know him. I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed coldly. An eerie wind blew, and wisps of spirits floated out from his body. When the cultivators who came to sweep the graves in the graveyard saw the mysterious phenomenon before them, they could not understand what was happening. Looking up, the boundless starry sky was dotted with thousands of stars, like a chessboard, giving one the illusion that they were in the universe. Zhuang Zhenghe was clearly in the ghost domain. How could he be willing to leave just like that? Xiaochun flew forward and caught the divine weapon that bounced back. He said indifferently, "Not bad. You changed your appearance and your strength improved significantly. It wouldn't be that easy to leave." The corner of Xiaochun's mouth curled up into a smile. His interest grew. With a wave of his hand, the 7 deadly sins floated out. The moment the blood clouds parted, a wisp of golden Buddhist light fell from the entrance of the cave. It was bright and dazzling, and it was especially eye-catching in this dark space. When Xiaochun looked again, Zhuang Zhenghe was long gone. Given his movement technique, he would definitely not be able to catch up. The newcomer retreated 1 kilometer and hovered in the air, merging with the sky. Soon, the spirits and malicious spirits materialized the vast mysterious phenomenon of hell. What is that? The bloody monk, Zhuang Zhenghe, wiped off the blood from his lips. He said with some hatred, "How can it compare to you, Blue Dragon King Xiaochun? After 5 years of silence, 5 years of silence, you shocked the entire Kunlun realm with a single brilliant feat." This greatly startled Xiaochun. The Buddha statue looked like the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva that he had seen before. The image of the Buddha statue sat within, slowly fading away. The flood-like source of sin slowly scattered from the body of the image. Whoosh! Ghost domain. Is that so? However, my saber has not truly been drawn yet. How can you be so proud and aloof? Under Prime, you are the first person capable of receiving 30% of my palm strike's force. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said indifferently. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch asked indifferently. As he looked at Xiaochun, there was an unconcealable fluctuation hidden in his calm gaze. When the person in front turned his head to look, he was startled. Then he fled in a fluster. Feeling nervous, he slowed down. This formed a boundless pressure of the great Tao, strong and tyrannical. This was the aura of a prime. Xiaochun did not care about the mocking tone in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's words. He asked coldly, "Where is the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Tell me what you are plotting, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." In the end, this fellow truly rose up. Now, Xiaochun no longer had absolute confidence of keeping the other party here. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a black dot at the limits of his vision, quickly moving away. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and threw a palm strike at Xiaochun. This palm strike was gentle and soft, but it contained startling might. The instant the palm wind landed, the entire sky seemed to descend along with the person. Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat. Big brothering is here. Ing Zongtian, at least you know what's good for you. The saber light and palm wind clashed, and the world turned dark. Then it shattered into pieces, the entire sky shattering. Big brother! Dang! Furthermore, there was still the Dongyue Ghost Emperor blocking the way. There was no way to give chase. Xiaochun retorted coldly, not bothering to hide his expression. Xiaochun narrowed his eyes and executed the fish dragon art. Then he moved around like a dragon. Then, he shook off all the sins that came over and gave chase. A light flashed, and the 7 divine weapons merged into one. Then Xiaochun stepped on the 7 deadly sins. Xiao Chen executed the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. Wait here for me for a while. This fellow is so confident. What trump cards does he have? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at this person. This person was one of the deity Dao Union's 3 primes, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiao Chen could not help shouting, Zhuangzhenghe, it turns out that you are not dead yet. At Ying Zongtian's request, Xiao Chen helplessly gave up and withdrew his great Dao might. In that instant, Xiao Chen's vision widened. The Buddhist light descended for a moment before vanishing. Clearly, it was the person refining this sin's origin energy. Knowing that he had been exposed and that something was wrong, he quickly withdrew his technique and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen executed the void-breaking stance again. However, this time he did not use the saber but space. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure flew over from behind. He was like a Haotian sun, illuminating the surroundings and sending out a bright light. Back then, Xiao Chen had destroyed the other party's lair in the sea region adjacent to Heavenly Star Island, leaving only a head behind. Unexpectedly, this person came out again and stirred up trouble. However, Xiao Chen had no choice now. He used his body to control the saber, using the saber to control space, tearing through space. With Xiao Chen's wasteful consumption, his speed immediately increased explosively. Everywhere he passed, tears appeared in space. Strange, I clearly have no impression of this person's appearance. Why does the air he exudes seem so familiar? Light flickered in Xiao Chen's palm, and the images of many sabers spun around and merged into the saber. After 1 hour, not only did Zhuangzhenghe not close the distance, but it even widened. Zhuangzhenghe felt very confident, showing no fear as he showed a mocking expression. Dongyue Ghost Emperor. However, this person before Zhuangzhenghe seemed to be a surprise. Unexpectedly, he was incredibly fast. A Buddhist light flickered under Zhuangzhenghe's feet, and Bodhi lights surrounded him. Flowers bloomed and withered. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's shout, the owner of that body clearly paused, significantly startled. That was right. This person was Ying Zongtian. He had sensed an intense fluctuation in the Haotian sect. When he discovered that it was Xiao Chen, he immediately gave chase. The instant the other party turned his head, Xiao Chen clearly saw his appearance, and he immediately felt suspicious. This startled Xiao Chen, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen shouted, and great Dao energy filled his entire body as he swung his saber. With Xiao Chen's speed, as long as a prime did not make a move, no one could escape from him. However, I have something very important that requires me to go to the ghost domain. Whoosh! After giving chase for a while, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Suddenly he recalled why this aura felt so familiar. Haha! How arrogant! Don't be unable to differentiate good from bad. Leave immediately, and I'll pretend that I did not see you. It looked like a startling battle was about to start. Xiao Chen looked around and realized that he had chased Zhuangzhenghe all the way from the Tianwu domain to the ghost domain. Chapter 1478. Big Brothering, why did you let him go? With our combined strength, we can definitely make him retreat. Xiao Chen said reluctantly. Since Zhuangzhenghe fled to the ghost domain, he definitely had something to do with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiao Chen was unwilling to give up such a good lead. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, It's not that simple. The strength of a prime is more powerful than you imagine. If you really fought, you would be the one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he has the geographical advantage in the ghost domain, and the ghost race experts can help him at any time. Even with me, if we were to fight, it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer. After listening to Ying Zongtian's explanation, Xiao Chen slowly calmed down and analyzed the situation. That was indeed the case. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this logic. However, he was too anxious and lost his rationality. There was still a huge gap between him and a prime. At best, he could retreat unscathed. However, this was already very impressive. For many years, no one had been able to challenge the authority of a prime. Before a prime, the Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu was just an ordinary existence. To be able to catch the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's palm strike calmly and confront him, Xiao Chen's improvement was already very obvious. Many thanks, Big Brother. I was indeed too anxious earlier, but Xiao Chun had never been one to waste time on an insignificant problem. After thinking it through, he immediately thanked Xiao Chun. Zongtian smiled amiably. Even if I didn't come, nothing would have happened to you. However, what's wrong? It must be something extraordinary for you to be so anxious. Xiao Chun nodded and explained his encounter in the bloody cemetery, as well as the ins and outs of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. That's true. In that case, I really took the risk earlier. After hearing that, Zongtian regretted letting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor go for nothing. Now that he thought about it, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor clearly had other reasons for retreating so easily despite having the geographical advantage. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, was a little more open-minded. He smiled and said, "It's better to give this matter further thought. Since I'm here, Big Brother Ing, please invite me to the Haotian sect." Zongtian was rather carefree. The smile on his face did not fade. He nodded and said, "Let's go and have a drink or two. You can explain to me about Tao. Don't hold back." "Of course, I'll tell you everything I know. But I have to go to the bloody cemetery first. I have a friend waiting for me there." "All right, let's go." The two of them leapt into the air and swiftly left the ghost domain. On the other side, after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left, he met up with Zhuang Zhenghe with a gloomy expression. "I've told you many times not to contact me. It's not time to expose our relationship yet," scolded the Dongyue Ghost Emperor coldly. Zhuang Zhenghe appeared somewhat startled, not daring to retort. He whispered, "I did not expect this brat to grow so fast. I thought that you would be able to deal with him easily with your means." "Nonsense. If I could deal with him easily, why would I allow him to live until now? Let me tell you, even Emperor Forsaken would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him now." The earlier palm strike had failed to truly push back Xiao Chun. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt somewhat frustrated, and he was not in a good mood. If not for the need to maintain some connection to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor would not have been so magnanimous to Xiao Chun without this worry. How can he be so strong? In that case, why did you not kill him? Aren't you just nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Zhuang Zhenghe asked with lingering fear. It turned out that he had nearly died at the other party's hands. Fortunately, Zhuang Zhenghe had not been careless and fled when the situation turned bad. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a pile of bones. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor glanced at Zhuang Zhenghe and said indifferently, "You do not need to know about this. Bring me to see the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva." Before a prime, Zhuang Zhenghe did not show any temper. He was docile and knew how to adapt to circumstances. After listening to the prime's instructions, Zhuang Zhenghe quickly led the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the Yellow Springs of Hell. Right now, Hell had already become a forbidden land, not open to the public. Furthermore, after the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head merged with his body, his control over Hell became very strong. If he was not willing, even a prime would find it hard to see him. With Zhuang Zhenghe leading the way, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor arrived at the gates of Hell without any obstructions. After the gates of Hell was the Yellow Springs. He recalled that the 6 paths of reincarnation were here as well. "Wait here," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. After the East Mountain Ghost Monarch said that, he walked in alone. After crossing the gates of Hell, it was the Yellow Springs Road. Even a prime could only see black and white in this world. Aside from that saber light that someone left behind many years ago, no one else could bring color to this place. However, the situation now seemed somewhat different. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road, extremely far away, one could vaguely see a 7-colored Buddhist light. It was like the waves of the sea rising and falling, appearing indistinct. When one listened carefully, one could hear many Buddhist incantations echoing in one's ears. The incantation that was buzzing like a mosquito was not being chanted by one person, but by the overlapping voices of many people. The Buddhist incantations overlapped, and the Buddhist might was heavy, calming one's heart and making one sigh at the might of Buddhist might. On the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor moved quickly. Soon he arrived at the abyss-like underworld river. On the other side of the river was the boundless sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness was filled with endless aggrieved spirits. A large Buddha floated on the sea. The aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were like ants struggling in the sea of bitterness. There were 800 arhats around the large Buddha, chanting with their eyes closed. The overlapping Buddhist incantations came from these people. Occasionally, a large number of aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were purified. They flew into the large Buddha's body like thousands of fireflies. Naturally, the large Buddha was the mysterious and unfathomable Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. He opened his eyes and withdrew his dharmic incarnation. Then, he leaped over the underworld river and arrived before the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. That disciple of yours seems to be rather unlucky. Not long after he helped you refine the sin, Xiaochan discovered him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with some dissatisfaction. He even exposed my relationship with you. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's mortal body was that of an old man wearing a kasaya and holding a staff. He had a long beard and eyebrows, looking like an esteemed Buddhist monk from head to toe. It has not reached that stage yet. He does not know my background, much less my current strength. Even if he discovers some clues, he could not do anything about it. You are not here to seek me out over such a small matter, right? The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's deep eyes revealed boundless wisdom and an unfathomable Buddhist light. That's right. Emperor Forsaken predicted that Xiaochan would go to the Blue Dragon Palace soon. How much do you know about the Blue Dragon Palace? Tell me. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not believe in Buddhism. Buddhism did not exist in the Kunlun realm either. Hence, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was not interested in the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's identity and did not show much respect for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor only treated the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva as an expert, a peak expert who was strong enough to work with him. In the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes, strength reigned supreme. All faith, including the deity race, was meaningless. I have never heard of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, in my era the Blue Dragon already existed. It was one of the 7-colored divine dragons. It had a noble bloodline and was second only to the 3 ancestor dragons in the dragon race. Upon hearing this, greed flashed in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. He looked at the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and said, I need you to help me. In the end, Emperor Forsaken is too selfish. I don't believe that he will give up a lot of benefits. I still have to rely on myself. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva thought for a long time before saying, Sure. However, you have to think of a way to help me refine the sins in the bloody graveyard. That is difficult. Xiaochan is on guard. Furthermore, that place is Ingzongtian's territory. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered to himself with a frown. Weighing the pros and cons, think about it yourself. This Bodhisattva still needs to purify the thousands of aggrieved souls in this hell. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva chanted his Buddhist name, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he reverted to his dharmic incarnation, and continued purifying the aggrieved souls and malicious spirits in the boundless sea of bitterness. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor saw this scene, he thought to himself, this old bald donkey is no easier to deal with than Emperor Forsaken. None of them were easy to deal with. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flung his sleeves and pondered how to satisfy the other party's conditions. Then he left this place. The boundless sea of bitterness in the Yellow Springs hell still existed. Only the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind no longer existed. Chapter 1479. Tianwu Domain Haotian Sect. Xiaochan and Mochan and Ingzongtian casually sat down in a pavilion on a mountain peak and analyzed the matter of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. I know about this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Long ago, there was a legend that there was a great Buddha hidden in the depths of hell with extremely horrifying strength. However, he never left hell and never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Hence few people know about him. Ingzongtian put down his teacup and continued, Furthermore, the Qing Emperor already killed him 10,000 years ago. Hence, no one paid any attention to the matter of this great Buddha. Emo-chan read many ancient texts on Buddhism. Then she continued, During the Immortal epoch, Buddhism flourished, not much weaker than the Immortal court. In the cultivation of Buddhism, Bodhisattva was in existence only inferior to Buddha. They were only one step away from becoming a Buddha. Feeling interested, Xiaochan asked, Which step? Grand vows. For a Bodhisattva to become a Buddha, one has to cultivate the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and make a grand vows. After completing them, one can prove one's Tao and become a Buddha. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt stunned. He asked in confusion, "That simple? In that case, if a bodhisattva purposely made the grand vows very simple, wouldn't one be able to become a Buddha easily?" Imo-chun smiled faintly and said, "You could say that. However, no one would do that. The difficulty and simplicity of the grand vows directly determined how strong one would be after becoming a Buddha. Ordinary grand vows are called minor grand vows. The more difficult ones are called major grand vows. The bodhisattva would choose the difficulty of the grand vows and the number of grand vows based on their own wisdom. Most bodhisattvas would choose minor grand vows. Those with some wisdom would challenge major grand vows. The most famous would be the 48 major grand vows that Amitabha Buddha made. He was undoubtedly the strongest person in ancient Buddhism. Clearly, this was Ing Zongtian's first time hearing such an explanation. He asked interestedly, "What does this have to do with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva?" Imo-chun smiled and replied seriously, "It has a lot to do with it. The Buddhists explain the grand vows as grand vows as grand vows. After understanding one's nature, they show compassion for all living beings. Then they use a sincere and unwavering heart to make a wish to save all living beings. However, this is a Buddhist explanation. From an outsider's point of view, how could it be so mystical? The so-called grand wish should be some kind of wish power cultivation. The greater the wish, the greater the gift from the heaven and earth, and the stronger one's strength will be. If one's root of wisdom isn't strong enough, they won't be able to fulfill their great ambitions. They will be stuck at a bottleneck in cultivation." Upon hearing this, Ing Zongtian laughed and said, "If your explanation was in a place where Buddhism thrives, they would definitely treat you as a heretic. However, I feel that it makes sense. It's just like the power of faith of the gods, except that the power of faith of the Buddhists is more mysterious." Imo-chun smiled and nodded. According to the ancient records, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a root of wisdom. As a bodhisattva, he could surpass many Buddhas. Originally, when he was preparing to become a Buddha, a great tribulation of the world happened. The immortal epoch was destroyed, and the Buddhist world was implicated. Countless Buddhas fell as a result. When he saw the ancient order of Buddhism, he immediately changed his great ambition. He swore that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." As Xiao Chun mulled over these words, he entered deep thought. He seemed to have figured something out. The greatness of this great ambition is comparable to the 48 great ambitions of the Amitabha Buddha back then. Once he succeeds, his strength will be immeasurable. He might even become the Lord Buddha of the New World. Imo-chun continued her analysis, voicing her opinion. Given this, it looked like the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. What he wanted was to become the Lord of the Buddha world. A true great world, outside of the abandoned world. When the ancient Buddhist world was destroyed, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva entered hell and made such a great ambition. He was really decisive. Imo-chan continued, "Now that I understand all this, it is not hard to understand why the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva is after the sins of Big Brother Shao. It might be because of the words hell is not empty." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Qin's mind. He revealed an expression of understanding. Imo-chin's rigorous speculation cleared up some of his original doubts. He was suddenly enlightened and had figured everything out. Xiao Chan said sullenly, "I've figured it out. The sins on me were left by the Qing Emperor. Back then, the Qing Emperor also had a cultivation technique for absorbing sins. He must have gone to hell to collect the sins that originally existed. Naturally, the place with the most sins was hell. For the sake of cultivating the good and evil beneficence art, the Qing Emperor must have gone to hell. Given this, it looked like the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and the Qing Emperor had a grudge long ago. The Qing Emperor was also very familiar with hell. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away a large number of sins from hell. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's great ambition was to not become a Buddha until hell was empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had to purify all the sins in hell before he could become a Buddha. However, a large portion of the sins in hell were on the Qing Emperor. Even if he was done, he would not be able to become a Buddha. He would have to cleanse the sins of the Qing Emperor as well. Back then, the Bloody Emperor's road might have been Xiao Chen's doing, wanting to force out all of Xiao Chen's sins. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Emo-chan smiled faintly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Ing Zongtian's horizons were greatly broadened and he gasped in amazement. He looked at Emo-chan and couldn't help but praise. I've long heard that Miss Emo is extraordinarily intelligent. You're proficient in the four arts, medicine, divination, astrology, and so on. Today I've finally seen it for myself. Without a vast amount of knowledge, no one else would be able to understand the cause and effect of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's matter so clearly. Ing Zongtian's words were sincere admiration, and he did not mean to be polite. Thank you for your praise, senior. Emo-chan was very happy to receive the praise of a prime. She smiled faintly to express her thanks. However, what made her even happier was solving this mystery for Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan said sullenly, "We absolutely cannot let him become a Buddha. Otherwise, given his character, neither of us will have a good ending." Xiao Chan did not want to care about the matters of the Buddhist realm. However, the existence of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva already threatened his existence, so he had to do something about it. Ing Zongtian sighed softly. Right now the Kunlun realm is in a precarious situation. There is a demonic calamity ahead, which could descend at any moment. Then, there is an ambitious and ruthless person like Emperor Forsaken. Now, there is the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who is eyeing us covetously. After the old Thunder King left, the world will truly fall into chaos. The Kunlun realm's calamity is truly unavoidable. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Big Brother Ing, is the demonic calamity really that severe? Ing Zongtian's expression turned grave. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It is very severe. Just the 18 demon monarchs are already too much to bear. The even stronger Dark Church has yet to appear. It is hard to be optimistic even if we want to. Even if we gather all the power of the Kunlun realm, our chances of victory are very slim. Furthermore, we are like a pile of loose sand now. The situation was very pessimistic. No wonder the Myriad Law Fiend Master was so grave 3 months ago. Is there no way to resolve this? She asked worriedly. The teacup fell heavily to the ground. Ing Zongtian glanced at Xiao Chan and said, "Of course there is. As long as someone is as strong as the Thunder King or surpasses the Thunder King, they can rule the Kunlun realm. Then they can be like the Qing Emperor back then, turning the tide and fighting against the 18 demon monarchs alone. Little brother Xiao, I have confidence in you. You have never disappointed me before. This is the last time and you will definitely not disappoint me." Xiao Chan revealed a rare seriousness on his face. He put down the teacup by his lips and said, "Without Big Brother Ing taking care of me in secret, I would have died many times already. Although I am not as sentimental as Big Brother Ing, I am someone who knows how to be grateful. I will definitely do my best to protect the Kunlun realm." A heroic spirit appeared in Ing Zongtian's heart. He smiled and said, "You are still the same as before, not exaggerating. That's right. We cultivators only seek peace of mind. Even if we fight to the death, we will do our best. 2 days from now, I will give you a generous gift at the Dragon's Gates banquet. You are most welcome." Xiao Chan did not overthink. Naturally, it would be for the best if Big Brother Ing could come. Following that, Ing Zongtian started asking questions of Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan spoke without holding back, giving Ing Zongtian some inspiration. Before leaving, Xiao Chan instructed Ing Zongtian to help guard the Sin in the Scarlet Graveyard. When he was strong enough, he would come and destroy it. Ing Zongtian knew that this matter was very important. He knew that he was duty-bound, so he did not hesitate to agree. Chapter 1480. After saying goodbye to Ing Zongtian, Xiao Chan brought Emo-chan to the Scarlet Graveyard once more. As Xiao Chan looked at the sky and the dense scarlet clouds that remained all year round, he frowned slightly, not knowing what to do. Sin was hard to get rid of. Aside from purifying it, it would be hard to find any other means to cleanse it. Unfortunately, the cultivators in the Kunlun realm who had fortuitous encounters and learned how to purify them would find it hard to purify such vast sin. The truly capable one was the Buddhist sect's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The Buddhists specialized in this in the first place. Furthermore, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was a peak-esteemed monk from the ancient Buddhist sections. This was really problematic. At his wits' end, Xiao Chan could not think of a good solution. Even the priming Zongtian could not do anything about it. What could Xiao Chun do? Emo-chan, do you know how to get rid of this sin? Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at the scarlet clouds. Emo-chan shook her head. Even with her vast knowledge, she did not know how to get rid of this vast sin. However, she made a mental note to go back and search for ancient texts on sin to help Big Brother Xiao resolve this problem. Xiao Chun had only asked casually. When he saw the situation, he said softly, "Let's go back." 2 days later, the Dragon's Gates banquet was held as scheduled. The venue was the plaza where the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony was held. The guests were the same as before, and none of the Dragon's Gate elders were missing. The story was still the same. However, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the same as before. Hence, this world was no longer the same. Xiao Chun still remembered the day of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. The various holy lands, both overtly and covertly, came to disrupt and obstruct the ceremony. On that day, the white-clad Blue Dragon King faced the mockery of 10-odd holy lands' first elders alone, nearly shutting down the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. However, today the same scene and nearly the same people appeared. However, during the Dragon's Gates banquet, these people greeted Xiao Chun with smiles and congratulated him. The situation was completely reversed. Xiao Chun was rather open-minded and did not mind too much. More or less, these sects had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. There was no need to take the dispute seriously. After all, there was no feud. After noon that day, Xiao Chun began to prepare for a lecture on the Tao. He was going to tell them everything he knew about the Tao. The Holy Lord, the clan leaders of the ancient clans, and many other people of virtue and prestige had all come for the same reason. Seeing that they were finally getting to the main topic, they all revealed joyful expressions and listened with anticipation. Xiao Chun sat in the middle of the great hall. Emo-chan, Yu Bingyun, and the many Dragon's Gate doyens accompanied him. The chairs on the left and right sides of the room were occupied by important figures. There was the Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord, the Inyang Utopia's Grotto Mistress, and many other patriarchs. Nearly all the major characters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean who could hold their own were here. After Xiao Chun calmed his emotions for a while, he prepared to speak. I am just a beginner in the great Tao energy and do not know much. I will only speak about what I know and what I comprehended. I hope that everyone will not be disappointed. The Blue Dragon King is too humble. You are the first cultivator to gain the Tao in the post-ancient era. You proved that the great Tao energy is not something of legend. That is already enough for you to be proud of. There is no need to be humble. The Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord smiled faintly as he spoke the truth, half flattering Xiao Chun. Actually, this was the truth. Xiao Chun was indeed just a beginner. However, compared to these holy lords, he was much stronger. Xiao Chun did not bother with pleasantries. Then, he started to speak about the Tao. However, just as he was about to speak, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Then they charged forward. Their strong auras and tyrannical auras overturned everything in their way. Whoosh! 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 Earlier they were at the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures arrived uninvited and entered the Great Hall. The newcomers were the 3 giants of the deity Tao Union Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the Heaven Punishing Prime. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He felt slightly angry, but his expression did not change. However, the expressions of the many honored guests changed drastically. These 3 giants were all primes. This was especially so for Emperor Forsaken. He was now publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. Senior Deity Sovereign. The honored guests seated in the chairs all stood up and greeted the deity sovereign. At this moment, the respect for the strong was also fear for Emperor Forsaken. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. Who could have imagined that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment banquet would attract all 3 of the deity Tao Union's primes? Emperor Forsaken exuded a strong presence. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Chun and said, I came uninvited. Little brother Xiao Chun, I hope you don't mind. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, what if I mind? This place does not welcome anyone from the deity Tao Union. Some people could be forgiven, but others could never be forgiven. The 3 before Xiao Chun were the latter. Xiao Chan drew a clear line in his heart, not willing to hide the disgust in his heart. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere turned tense. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, "Little brother Xiao Chan, why get angry? Isn't it a sermon? Can't we add 3 more chairs?" The heaven-punishing corpse god said coldly, "Brat, don't be ignorant. Do you really think that you are a major character on equal footing with us? It is your honor that the deity sovereign is giving you face." Xiao Chan smiled and said, "That is the honor of those dogs by his side, not me, Xiao Chan." The heaven-punishing corpse god's face darkened. "You dare to scold me?" A berserk aura burst out of the heaven-punishing corpse god's body. The entire hall started shaking. An oppressive aura was unleashed, causing the guests to be startled. Everyone felt fear in their hearts. This was the rage of a prime. No one dared to endure it. "That's right. I am indeed scolding you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly, appearing calm and at ease. He only casually took a step forward and endured the other party's aura, not letting the Dragon's Gate's people endure it. Calm and unruffled, angry but not flustered. This was the current Xiao Chen. The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face did not fade. He stretched out his hand to block the heaven-punishing corpse god, who was preparing to attack. He said, "Little brother Xiao Chan, since you are not going to welcome us, let's just leave. However, before we leave, there is a debt that we need to settle." The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face disappeared. He was finally going to state the purpose of this trip. "There are countless debts between us. If you really want to settle them, can you finish them?" Xiao Chun revealed a cold smile. Although he was no match for a prime now, there was no need to be too afraid. At the very most, he would just burn indiscriminately. No one would benefit from that. There was no need to be polite to the other party. Furthermore, the other party personally coming to the Dragon's Gates banquet was already the greatest impoliteness to Xiao Chan. Emperor Forsaken ignored the heaven-punishing corpse god. He continued, "The Blue Dragon King has always been a bold person. Could it be that you do not want to admit it? Let me ask you this. Do you acknowledge the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign?" Xiao Chen's heart sank. He did not know what the other party was thinking, so he remained silent. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you admit it. Back then, you used the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign to severely injure the Divine Sun. It is time to settle this debt properly today." When Xiao Chun heard that, he smiled coldly in his heart. "That's right. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is indeed me. I was also the one who injured Diwuk. However, that is because he is not as skilled. However, if you want to cause trouble, you will have an excuse. Let me ask you this, Emperor Forsaken, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush and make things so complicated." The other party was here to cause trouble in the first place. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. The so-called settling debts was just an excuse. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly, "This emperor is not as unbearable as you think. Back then you chopped down the Divine Sun. Today you have to receive 3 palm strikes from me. Then this debt will be written off." The moment Emperor Forsaken said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Was Emperor Forsaken not being too much of a bully? After all, he was the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, someone who had been famous for a long time. Yet, he wanted a junior to receive 3 palm strikes from him. Divine Sovereign. Isn't this a little overboard? The grudges of youngsters. Since the Divine Sun is safe and sound, let's just forget about it. The Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord could not stand by and watch, so he advised. "Interesting. I can explain the Tao to you all, but you cannot receive 3 palm strikes from the Divine Sovereign? Since you are advising, how about you receive 3 palm strikes from the Divine Sovereign?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, immediately stopping the Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord from speaking. The remaining people feared the other party's strength. Even though they wanted to advise, they did not dare to say anything. The tyrannical 3 giants of the deity Tao Union ruined the atmosphere of a proper banquet. Everyone felt angry but did not dare to say anything. Chapter 1481. Receive 3 moves from you? Why should I receive 3 moves from you? Xiao Chan did not fall for it, remaining extremely calm. Did Xiao Chan really think that Xiao Chan was a hothead? thinking that he was unrivaled just because he was strong? Xiao Chan was very clear on the distance between him and Emperor Forsaken. The other party was the strongest prime and also the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, an unrivaled existence in the Kunlun realm. Emperor Forsaken, how about I receive 3 moves from you? Outside the hall, Zongtian arrived late with his first senior sister. However, he finally dared to arrive at this crucial moment. Another supreme martial artist had arrived. Zongtian smiled at Xiao Chan and walked in with his back to the sunlight. Emperor Forsaken did not feel surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at the right time." However, Zongtian, he has to receive these 3 palm strikes. Why? Emperor Forsaken, can you not be so tyrannical? Someone among the Dragon's Gate elders said in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Emperor Forsaken guffawed endlessly. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like I have been good-tempered for too long. Why? Just because I am the strongest person in the Kunlun realm is enough." Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, a divine light suddenly burst out of his body. Then he shook the entire hall, instantly raising it to the ground. Wuxia! Wuxia! Half of the cultivators present vomited a mouthful of blood. Before this strong divine light, they vomited blood and were sent flying. After taking a few steps back, they managed to stabilize their footing and stabilize their bodies. Only a small number of people relied on their own strength to move back and did not suffer any injuries. However, they still felt fear in their hearts. After they stabilized themselves, they all moved back, as they felt killing chi from Emperor Forsaken. Xiao Chan blocked this divine light with all his might, protecting the Dragon's Gate elders. He felt his chi and blood surge. The Dragon's Gate elders took this opportunity to retreat, not daring to linger. An enraged Emperor Forsaken was truly too frightening. A single beam of divine light had forced back so many people. The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face did not diminish. He said softly, "I really miss the days when I was young. Back then I didn't have any scruples. I showed off my abilities and killed whenever I wanted. But when you become a supreme being or a deity emperor, you're always overcautious and indecisive. Is that necessary? That old fart, the Thunder King, died long ago on the Kunlun Road. Why should I be so apprehensive? Indeed, 100 years, 200 years, or 1,000 years. Emperor Forsaken hadn't really made a move yet because the existence of the Thunder King had suppressed him for too long. Thinking back to the past, when he was young, he was also full of vigor, having his own golden years. There had been battles where swords and blades dripped with blood, battles where life and death hung in the balance. He didn't get to where he was today by living like a prince. It was because of his unparalleled talent and his decisiveness in killing. Beneath every throne were piles of corpses and boundless blood. Naturally, the deity race's supreme throne was no exception. Why did the Holy Lord present stand up and greet him respectfully the moment they saw him? Of course, it was because of Xiao Chen's strength. It was because he had seen how cold-blooded and emotionless this deity emperor was when he was young. It was not just because of the deity emperor's empty title. As Xiao Chan spoke, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Xiao Chan. Before Xiao Chan could prepare, this palm strike struck him, sending him flying into the air and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Too weak. Xiao Chan, you are still not strong enough. I only used 50% of my strength in this palm strike, and you can't even see my shadow. Emperor Forsaken remained standing where he was, a smile on his face. It was like he had never moved at all and had always been there. Xiao Chan knelt on one knee and looked at Emperor Forsaken. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chan really could not see Xiao Chan at all. He did not even know how he attacked. Furthermore, the force was unbelievably strong. If Xiao Chan possessed great Dao energy and negated most of the force, this palm strike would have smashed him to death. The strong are revered in the world. I like to reason with people. However, there are times when I do not like to do so, such as now. An aura that looked down on the world spread out from Emperor Forsaken's body, putting immense pressure on everyone. You have to be clear about who is speaking to you. It is me, Emperor Forsaken. I am not begging you to receive 3 moves from me. This is an order that you cannot defy. A faint sound of wind appeared. Emperor Forsaken's second palm strike arrived. This time Xiao Chen did not relax at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he condensed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him. The instant the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed, it broke before it could fully form. Xiao Qin's heart sank. Without much time to think, he executed the fish dragon art. Xiao Qin's body was like a fish in water, changing in thousands of ways. He was like a fish in water, nimble and ever-changing, flickering endlessly. In that instant, thousands of afterimages appeared, real and fake, real and fake. No one could tell them apart. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. You do have some strength. However, that is all." In Xiao Qin's eyes, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike suddenly became infinitely large, airtight. There was nowhere for him to escape to. Bang! After being struck again, Xiao Qin's body soared into the air and went flying back. Xiao Qin was a fish. It was like he was in the sea. However, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike directly overturned the entire sea. Emperor Forsaken used absolute strength to knock Xiao Qin, who was more skilled, into the air. Tyrannical. This was true tyranny. Not bad at all. Xiao Qin, you can be proud. I already used 70% of my strength in this palm strike. It has been many years since I used such strength. I am really not used to it. Emperor Forsaken appeared where he was again. As he watched Xiao Qin fly back, he did not continue attacking. Emperor Forsaken, don't go overboard. Unexpectedly, Emperor Forsaken sent out palm strike after palm strike. A murderous intent flashed on Ying Zongtian's face. Just as Xiao Qin was about to step forward, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god blocked him with cold smiles. Don't block him. Let him come over. Emperor Forsaken casually turned around and looked at Ying Zongtian. What's wrong? Are you sure you want to receive 3 palm strikes from me? Against you, I won't be as lenient as I am now. As a prime, you should be very clear on my strength. If you had another 100 years, perhaps you might be able to fight me to a draw. However, right now, you really cannot receive 3 palm strikes from me at full power. The rash Ying Zongtian calmed down. Emperor Forsaken was right. If the other party used his full power, the first palm strike could defeat Xiao Qin. The second palm strike could severely injure Xiao Qin. As for the third palm strike, Xiao Qin might not be able to receive it. This was not a true duel. Xiao Qin had to receive the other party's moves. The one who passively received the attacks would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Emperor Forsaken's strength was already on par with the Thunder King's in the first place, only slightly weaker. Xiao Qin was indeed much stronger than Xiao Qin. He definitely lived up to his reputation as the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Even so, Xiao Qin had to receive it. This was his responsibility as a big brother. After thinking for a while, Ying Zongtian made his decision. He said calmly, I'm sure. There is one more palm strike. I'll receive it. However, before Xiao Qin finished speaking, a resonant voice interrupted him. Xiao Qin, who had been smashed into the rubble, pushed aside everything in his way and vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Qin revealed a determined expression as he looked calmly at Emperor Forsaken, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Xiao Qin. Ying Zongtian could not help feeling anxious. How could Xiao Qin endure Emperor Forsaken's third palm strike in his current state? An expression of admiration flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He smiled and said, You have ambition and a good mental state. For you to be able to defeat Wuk, it is not as simple as luck. With one glance, Emperor Forsaken could tell that Xiao Qin's mental state had already recovered its calm, entering a state of combat. Given Xiao Qin's current state, he might really be able to receive the first palm strike smite. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the Bright Moon Empress, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the Cyclic Astral Lord, who originally did not intend to show themselves. When the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union appeared, these 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean sensed it and had been observing silently. Due to various reasons, they originally did not want to show themselves. Now they had no choice but to do so. Deity Sovereign, there is no need to use the third palm strike. Why the need to compete with a junior? The might of 2 palm strikes is already sufficient to help the Divine Sun vent his anger. The Cyclic Astral Lord lowered his stance and advised. The Bright Moon Empress also said, Big Brother Qitian, it is already like this. Let's just forget about it. It is not easy for you to personally come to the heavenly starry ocean. Come to my lunar palace and sit for a while." The myriad law fiend master sighed softly and said, "Deity sovereign, when we were young we had some friendship. Let's just forget about the third palm strike." The three primes respected Emperor Forsaken's strength. They advised him gently, giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation, hoping that he would stop here. However, if Shao Chan really did not give any face, no matter how strong the deity sovereign was, the three primes would step forward. There was a saying, "After all is said and done, it is time to meet swords and sabers." Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. No one knew what he was thinking. Would he use the third palm strike or not? Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Forsaken, the strongest prime of the Kunlun realm, waiting for his decision. However, the development of the matter seemed somewhat unexpected. It seemed like no one had considered Shao Chen's thoughts. Chapter 1482. After a moment of silence, Emperor Forsaken finally opened his mouth and said, "All right, since so many of my friends have advised me, then I won't make a move. This debt can be considered written off." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Forsaken was invincible. Unless it was a crucial moment, no one was willing to fight with him. Being able to obtain such a result was also a fluke. Write it off? Emperor Forsaken, I have never thought of writing things off with you. Shao Chan, who was seriously injured and had a pale complexion, suddenly opened his mouth and said those words. In an instant everyone's hearts were in their throats again. What was Shao Chan trying to do? Big brother Shao. Emo-chan felt very anxious as she sent a voice projection to Shao Chan, hoping that he would not act rashly. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Shao Chan replied casually. However, he did not stop. Instead, he took another step forward. Emperor Forsaken's face darkened as he said indifferently, "Looks like I still have to make my move." Shao Chan, don't be rash. Everyone quickly tried to dissuade Shao Chan, not wanting him to do anything drastic. Shao Chan remained very calm. He said calmly, "I was not rash. I am very clear on what I am doing. The debt between me and the deity Dao Union will not be written off. He, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, will not really stop because of this. Today you can find an excuse for me to injure the divine sun. Tomorrow you can find an excuse for me to kill the divine sun. The day after tomorrow you can come up with a new excuse. As long as you have an excuse, you can make me receive 3 palm strikes and come and go as you please." Shao Chen's words were like a clap of thunder on the flat ground, powerful and resonant, shaking people's hearts. The truth revealed in his words was a little sad, but in a world where the strong were respected, Shao Chen's words were not wrong at all. Although the possibility was not high, as long as Emperor Forsaken was the strongest in Kunlun, he could find trouble with Shao Chan at any time, regardless of any rules. This is a sad and cruel fact. It wasn't that many people hadn't thought of this, but they all chose to ignore it. They just wanted to send away the god of plague, Emperor Forsaken, as soon as possible. Although you seem to make a lot of sense, there are many places in this world where I can come and go as I please. There are also places that I can't go casually. Unfortunately, your dragon sect is not one of them. Emperor Forsaken's expression did not change. He was calm and unruffled as he spoke in an incomparably overbearing manner. The corner of Shao Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he sneered. Is that so? Either you kill me today, or you can forget about walking out of the Dragon Gate. Emperor Forsaken laughed. Interesting. If I want to leave, can you stop me? I can't stop him, but I don't mind taking a trip to the God realm. The blade in my hand doesn't mind slaughtering the people of the realm of the gods. As long as I want to, in 100 years or 1,000 years, your god race will sooner or later be exterminated by me. Shao Chen's gaze turned gloomy as he enunciated every word coldly and emotionlessly. Emperor Forsaken's heart skipped a beat. The image of Shao Chan hiding in a different place after every 1,000 people he killed appeared in his mind. If Shao Chan continued killing for 100 years or 1,000 years, just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Not just anyone could threaten Emperor Forsaken like this. However, Shao Chan could. If he wanted to hide his identity, Emperor Forsaken would not be able to discover him. The cold wind whistled and everyone felt a chill hit them, causing their bodies to feel cold for no reason. Do you really want to die that much? Emperor Forsaken's aura strengthened continuously, pressing down on Xiao Chan. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. It looked like the sky was sinking. With every moment it sank, the pressure on Xiao Chan increased. It was like a volcano about to erupt. Everyone felt a horrifying energy accumulating in the place. Once it erupted, it would unleash an earth-shattering energy. Who is not afraid of death? Who does not love life? If I were not at a dead end, I would not have to do this. Like now, you can slap my face whenever you want. What is the point of me, Xiao Chan, living? A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. Everyone had their pride. Xiao Chan considered himself a martial artist. Before the heavenly Tao, he was as insignificant as an ant. However, even a lowly existence had its own pride. Emperor Forsaken clearly saw Xiao Chen's rise today, and purposely came to slap his face. Furthermore, it was clear that Emperor Forsaken had succeeded. With 2 effortless palm strikes, Xiao Chan could not resist at all. At the banquet of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment, these 2 palm strikes were like 2 resounding slaps, ruthlessly slapping Xiao Chan, who was about to preach the Tao. The various primes stepped forward to plead for leniency, giving Emperor Forsaken face once again. They appeared amiable, but in reality, they only increased the might of the slap. Was it interesting? To Emperor Forsaken, of course it was interesting. How could it be boring to teach one how to be a person, slap one's face, then put on a humble appearance and leave elegantly? However, it was really boring. To Xiao Chan it was not interesting at all. You can play with me but don't play with me. If it were in the past, the difference between us would be too great, like an ant and an elephant. An ant challenging an elephant was seeking its own death. So Xiao Chan had no choice but to accept it. However, it was different now. Although there was a difference between Xiao Chan and Emperor Forsaken, it was not as exaggerated as the difference between an ant and an elephant. Xiao Chen's pride would not allow him to be humiliated by others with such a difference. Just this once, I will not accept it. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "You are the one who forced me. This is not what I asked for or what I wanted. However, everyone has their own principles and bottom line. I would rather pay with my life." This fellow Emperor Forsaken clenched his fist tightly, cracking his knuckles. Was he forcing him to kill someone? However, he could not kill Xiao Chan now. The group of primes already gave him sufficient face. If he forcefully made a move, both sides would end up severely injured. No one would be able to escape. However, if he did not kill Xiao Chan, could it be that he had to apologize to this fellow? The top prime of the Kunlun realm fell into a dilemma, speechless for a while. When the crowd saw this scene, they could not help feeling shocked. Under the pressure of Emperor Forsaken's strong aura, Xiao Chan was actually able to remain so resilient, forcing Emperor Forsaken into speechlessness. Immediately, everyone whispered to each other. As they looked at Emperor Forsaken, they could not help revealing playful expressions. Even the top prime of the Kunlun realm was not omnipotent. "This is great. This is too much. Let's see how you deal with this. What exactly do you want?" After the stalemate lasted for a long time, Emperor Forsaken finally chose to take a step back. His aura still made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The pressure was like a mountain. However, Emperor Forsaken's tone was clearly weaker than before. Xiao Chan said calmly, "It's very simple. Just send out another palm strike. No matter what the result of this palm strike is, you will not be able to escape. No matter what the result is, from today onwards, you are not allowed to use such lousy excuses to attack me. I don't mind you attacking me. If you want to kill me, just have a fair fight. In the future, if I want to kill you, it will definitely be a fair fight. It will not be like today. I do not ask for much. I only want one word, respect." Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind. His fine black hair flowed like a waterfall, fluttering about wantonly. No one expected Xiao Chen's final request to be so simple. Xiao Chen's request was so simple, just respect. I do not want you to do anything. I just want you to send out a third palm strike. From today onwards, do not look down on me. Whoosh! Xiao Chan suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a gentle glow. At the same time, an oath stone flew out of the universe ring. The oath stone spun rapidly as it flew towards Emperor Forsaken. Whoosh! 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 Countless pairs of eyes looked at Emperor Forsaken, at the strongest expert of the Kunlun realm. Even experts like the cyclic Astral Lord, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Myriad Law Fiend Master were no exception. The meaning in their gazes was not just to see how Xiao Qian would decide. Instead, it was a kind of pressure. It was a silent declaration that although Emperor Forsaken was strong, he had to send out a third palm strike today. Emperor Forsaken stretched out his hand, and the oath stone spun around in his palm. It gave off a strong wind that made his long hair flutter. When Emperor Forsaken raised his head and looked at the other party, he had a misconception for some reason. His aura clearly suppressed Xiao Qian's. However, no matter how he looked at it, the other party was looking down on him. Chapter 1483. Emperor Forsaken revealed a bitter smile. Then he grabbed the oath stone and said, I, Qitian, in the name of the Divine Sovereign, swear to the heavens that I will send out another palm strike. After this palm strike, I will absolutely not use any excuse to attack anyone from the Dragon's Gate. Whoosh! The oath stone turned into a boundless light and entered Emperor Forsaken's body. Then, he quickly sent out another palm strike at lightning speed. This palm strike was incredibly fast. The number of people who could see it clearly could be counted on two hands. The heavy clouds in the sky turned golden with a whoosh, spreading out for 5,000 kilometers around. Instantly, golden light burst forth for 5,000 kilometers around, dazzling and resplendent. It was not over yet. The golden clouds suddenly gathered into a huge statue of a deity. That statue was dazzling and smooth like it was made of gold. The clouds in the sky vanished. The sun, moon, and stars were no longer obstructed, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. The huge statue of a deity exuded a supreme might, creating a misconception. It was like it had descended from the darkest depths of the universe, sending down a divine punishment. Starry Heaven's divine palm. Qitian is really not showing any mercy this time. When Ing Zongtian saw this scene, his heart sank and he frowned heavily. The huge statue followed Emperor Forsaken and sent out a palm strike at Xiao Qian as well. Whoosh! Before the palm strike arrived, the palm wind already arrived. The strong pressure caused space to distort. Many people who could not dodge in time felt their skin tear, and blood oozed out. Horror flashed in their eyes. Then with a loud boom, they were all sent flying far away. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes. He could not block this palm strike at all. Even if it was a dermic world, it would shatter. This was a palm strike that Emperor Forsaken did not show any mercy, a palm strike with 100% of his power. Among the many primes present, no one dared to say that they could receive this palm strike without getting injured, let alone Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian received it head-on, he would definitely die. There was only one way to break this palm strike. The state of cycle reversing time and space, returning to the past. Back to the moment when Emperor Forsaken grabbed the oath stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance. It went without saying how difficult it was to execute the Samsara chop in front of Emperor Forsaken. But if he wanted to live, this was the only way. Fight! In his sea of consciousness, the reincarnation heart shone brightly and continuously rotated. Samsara power filled Xiao Qian's body. Massacre, destruction, pain, grief, despair, and death. All kinds of concepts turned into vast illusions that flashed around Xiao Qian. Just as that palm was about to touch Xiao Qian roared furiously and unleashed his state of cycle. Xiao Qian swung the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executing the cycle chop. Then he leaped up bravely. Pucci! Endless resistance assaulted him. Xiao Qian felt extreme pain. The past had already happened. Reversing space-time and traveling to the past faced greater resistance than traveling to the future. The resistance from space-time pressed down on Xiao Qian's physical body. His bones crackled, the sound of bones shattering. How difficult! I can't cross it at all. Emperor Forsaken's existence made the pressure from space-time even stronger. Xiao Qian felt that his body might shatter in the instant he crossed. In reality, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike was already only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Qian. In the next moment it would land on Xiao Qian's chest. Given the might of this palm strike, it was possible that Xiao Qian would die without a complete corpse, falling on the spot. The expressions of Ing Zongtian and the others changed dramatically, their hearts pounding. Dao! Just at the crucial moment, the light of the great Dao appeared behind Xiao Chan. Then it surrounded the lunar shadow saber. This great Dao energy came from the saber Dao in the first place. When it infused into the lunar shadow saber, its might would multiply. Ing Zongtian's heart sank. What is Xiao Chan trying to do? Trying to perish together with Emperor Forsaken? This is too naive. Although this saber strike is strong, it will only severely injure Emperor Forsaken at best. It will not deal a fatal blow. The expressions of the Bright Moon Empress and the others also changed drastically at this moment. Everyone who could clearly see the trajectory of Emperor Forsaken's attack felt their hearts in their throats. They simply could not bear to watch. Boom! However, what happened in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. The might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike suddenly weakened. The light of the great Dao on Xiao Chen's body vanished. The palm wind landed on Xiao Chen's chest and knocked him into the air. Xiao Chen's internal organs instantly ruptured. After he fell to the ground, he slid back 1 kilometer. His complexion pale, drained of blood. Xiao Chan vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed the saber in his right hand into the ground and said sullenly, "Many thanks to Emperor Forsaken for teaching me. How can this be?" Upon seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chen did not die. Although Xiao Chan was in a sorry state, severely injured and weak, he managed to receive Emperor Forsaken's full-power palm strike. What exactly happened? For the might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike to decrease by half? Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes landed on the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, thinking that he had shown mercy. However, when these gazes landed on Emperor Forsaken's face, they saw a faint saber wound on the smooth right side of Emperor Forsaken's face. Blood seeped out of it. A saber wound? When did Emperor Forsaken get struck by this saber? Why did I not see it? One flew back 1 kilometer, finding it difficult to even stand up. The other had a flourishing aura with only a faint saber wound on his face. The victor of this palm strike and who won were easy to determine. However, the victorious Emperor Forsaken showed an incredibly sullen expression, looking even more unsightly than the injured Xiao Chan. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression, not saying a word as he quickly left this place with his hands behind his back. "I will abide by my oath. From today on, I will give you and the people of the Dragon's Gate the respect you deserve." These emotionless words came from Emperor Forsaken's mouth. No one could understand why he was in such a bad mood. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. However, when they saw Emperor Forsaken leave, they could not remain here any longer, so they quickly followed. 500 kilometers away, above the ocean, the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union looked at the distant heavenly star island without saying a word. "Qitian, what's with that palm strike earlier? Why did its might suddenly weaken at the end?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not help asking, unable to understand. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God could not understand as well. He said calmly, "I can tell that you did not weaken it on purpose. Instead, you suddenly weakened it in a rush. Such a last-minute change in moves is a great taboo for the attacker. The backlash from the palm strike is not a good feeling." Emperor Forsaken's expression turned sullen. He said indifferently, "If I say that I do not know why either, would you believe me?" The moment Xiao Chan said that, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor showed expressions of disbelief. "That's impossible. As the person involved, how could you not know why your palm strike weakened?" The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God retorted loudly, not believing Xiao Chan at all. Emperor Forsaken stretched out his hand and touched the wound on his face. As he looked at the blood on his fingertips, he asked indifferently, "What's impossible about that? Do the two of you know how I got that wound on my face?" This. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God heard that, they did not know what to say. Indeed, they did not see how the wound on the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God's face came about. It was clearly a saber wound. However, they really did not see how Xiao Chan had drawn his saber. How many years had it been since Emperor Forsaken was injured? How many years had it been since he had seen his own blood? As Emperor Forsaken looked at the blood on his fingertips, he felt very emotional. He remained silent for a long time. There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was just an abandoned land. Xiao Chun had no idea what the true great world was like. The phrase frog in a well was used to describe him. Should we change the plan? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor asked cautiously. Emperor Forsaken flicked his finger to get rid of the blood on his fingertips. Then he said, "We will not change it. The three of us do not need to return. We will just watch here and wait for him to come out. I believe that when he comes out, he will definitely head in the direction of the Blue Dragon Palace." The original plan was for Emperor Forsaken to come here to deal a blow to Xiao Chun and humiliate Xiao Chun. To let Xiao Chun know that there was always someone better, and that he was not strong enough. After being humiliated, for the sake of raising his strength, Xiao Chun would definitely head to the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken was an ambitious and ruthless person. Naturally, he would not just come over to humiliate Xiao Chun. Emperor Forsaken could not wait. He wanted to use practical actions to speed up Xiao Chun's trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. However, it looked like the one who was truly humiliated and dealt a blow was not Xiao Chun but himself. Chapter 1484. When Emperor Forsaken said that the three of them were not going to leave and were going to stay here and guard the place, Emperor Forsaken was stunned. A strange glint flashed across the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. After concealing it carefully, he said, "We're going to stand guard here? Wasn't the plan to just send experts to guard this place? Who do we think we are? Do we need to personally guard this place?" The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned and said, "Ghost Monarch, your way of thinking is not good. However, the current Xiao Chun cannot be underestimated. Sending someone else would not be enough." "No, I still have something to do. I need to go back," the Dongyue Ghost Emperor explained. Then he looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, "Qitian, I'll go back first. If Xiao Chun does anything, I'll meet you at the Blue Dragon Palace. What do you think?" Emperor Forsaken pondered for a while and then said, "What's so urgent? Isn't it the same if you're here? You can also send a message to your subordinates, right?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor smiled. "It's not a big deal, but I have to make a trip myself. I'm sorry." When Emperor Forsaken saw the situation, he did not question further or force the issue. He said casually, "Do as you see fit. In any case, the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace will definitely allow us to break through our shackles and leave the Kunlun realm. I know. Once I have news, I will immediately rush to the Blue Dragon Palace to meet up with you." After saying that, the Ghost Emperor turned into a beam of light and left quickly. The heaven-punishing corpse god looked in the direction the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left and asked in confusion, "What's so urgent? As a prime, you don't interfere with the management of the sect. Why would you need to deal with something personally?" Emperor Forsaken let out a meaningful laugh and said, "Xingtian, I'm afraid you don't know, but I received news 3 days ago. He had a confrontation with Xiao Chun in the ghost domain, and they almost got into a fight. It was only after Ing Zongtian arrived that the matter was left unsettled. Why didn't he tell us about this?" The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat angry. He probed, "Could it be a small matter? That's why I did not say it." Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "At first, I thought it was just a small matter. However, after some investigation I found something interesting." "What is it?" "Zhuangzhenghe, do you know this person?" Of course Xingtian did not know this Zhuangzhenghe. So, Emperor Forsaken told him about this person's origins and some of his deeds on Heavenly Star Island. Zhuangzhenghe's matters in the sea region around Heavenly Star Island were easy to investigate. With the deity sovereign's means, it would not be difficult at all. Xidigarba, the heaven-punishing corpse god immediately understood. Zhuangzhenghe did not know, but the Xidigarba Bodhisattva, who was connected to Zhuangzhenghe, did. He left in a hurry. Is he trying to collude with the Xidigarba Bodhisattva? The heaven-punishing corpse god asked angrily. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. "I'm not sure. We still don't know what kind of existence Xidigarba Bodhisattva is. However, knowing one thing is enough. The ghost monarch is hiding something from us. Furthermore, it is not a small matter. What should we do then?" Clearly, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not understand these little schemes. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "He is not qualified to play tricks with me. If everything is just a guess, then it would be fine. If it is true, humph. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat. He said sullenly, Qiqian, I did not play any tricks with you. I have always been a straightforward person and admire your strength. When we worked together, we always treated each other sincerely. I know that. Otherwise, I would not be telling you about this, Emperor Forsaken continued. Let me tell you one more thing. Where did the wound on my face come from? The heaven-punishing corpse god felt startled. It turned out that Qiqian knew how this wound came about but was unwilling to tell the ghost monarch. If I guessed right, Xiao Chan comprehended the legendary state of cycle. He can already reverse time and space, the past and the future, traveling through the cycle of cycles. Emperor Forsaken casually explained Xiao Chen's ability. This fellow is a little too horrifying. The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and trembled in fear. Emperor Forsaken smiled and said, There is no need to be too nervous. The state of cycle is extremely difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, the state of cycle is not the state of time after all. He has only grasped a little of it. Given our strength, it will not be difficult to break it. After saying that, Xiao Chan told the heaven-punishing corpse god how to deal with this move. When the heaven-punishing corpse god heard that, he revealed an expression of understanding. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not know about it yet. If the heaven-punishing corpse god ran into Xiao Chan, he might suffer a great loss. With this thought, the heaven-punishing corpse god could not help marveling at the brilliance of Emperor Forsaken's methods. When necessary, he could use this to kill with a borrowed knife. However, that brat Xiao Chan is very skilled at hiding himself. I'm afraid that even if we keep watching, we might not be able to find him. Emperor Forsaken revealed a worried expression and said, There is no need for you to ask too much about this. I have my ways of finding out where he is. The two's conversation ended. On the other side, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had no idea that he had already aroused the God Emperor's vigilance. Hence, he was currently rushing to the Ghost Domain. Half a day later, the Ghost Emperor rushed to the Yellow Springs Hell at his fastest speed and met with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva again. After explaining his purpose, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva said, You have not done what you promised me. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He said coldly, Do you think that Ing Zongtian is that easy to deal with? How could I possibly think of a solution in 2 or 3 days? I will definitely do what I promised you. However, you have to help me. The Blue Dragon Palace concerns the secret of the Qing Emperor's rise. Xiao Chun will be entering it soon. This is a rare opportunity. At the mention of the Qing Emperor, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and asked, Who told you that? The Ghost Emperor smiled coldly in his heart. It looks like this old fellow was truly afraid of the Qing Emperor back then. Otherwise, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would not have shown such an expression just because of a title. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not speak bluntly. If I do not obtain any benefits and Xiao Chun becomes the second Qing Emperor, your outcome will be the most miserable. You dare to threaten me. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva snorted coldly when he heard this. Then he exuded a Buddhist might. His eyes widened like the eyes of a Buddha, exuding might without being angry. The Ghost Emperor's heart sank. This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's strength seemed to have improved significantly compared to half a year ago. It was hard to imagine how strong the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was at his peak. It is not a threat. Right now we are in the same boat. If I become stronger, it will be easier for me to help you refine the sins in Meteor Trail City. When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he scattered his Buddhist might and remained silent. After a long time, he finally made his decision. All right, I promise you. How do you want me to help you? The Ghost Emperor revealed a smile on his face. I want you to come with me to the Blue Dragon Palace. At that time, you and I will work together, one in the open and one in the dark. After that, we will act according to the situation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not fall out with the God Sovereign. When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he hesitated for a long time. Right now, his strength had not recovered to its peak yet. He was not willing to get involved in this matter. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. He did not want to fall in the Blue Dragon Palace. If anything went wrong, he would regret it for life. The Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in a rush to agree. He changed the topic and said, "Let me ask you something. How strong is Shao Chan now?" The Ghost Emperor answered honestly. He should be unrivaled under Prime. In a one-on-one fight with someone like the three Holy Masters, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Shao Chan received 3 palm strikes from the God Sovereign. Not only did he not die, but he even injured Emperor Forsaken. "Alright, I promise you. Remember your promise." When the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he quickly made his decision. This surprised the Ghost Emperor. However, after thinking about it, the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva understood. This Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva was afraid that Shao Chan would become the second Qing Emperor. How strong was the Qing Emperor back then for the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva to fear him so? The secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace piqued the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva's interest. He was not willing to be someone else's subordinate and be at the mercy of Emperor Forsaken. "It is settled then. When Qitian sends news, I will head to the Blue Dragon Palace with you." Chapter 1485. On Heavenly Star Island, after Emperor Forsaken left, the other honored guests took their leave. After such a farce, Shao Chan was severely injured and was no longer fit to speak about the Tao. However, this farce allowed everyone to truly witness Shao Chen's strength. Before the primes left, they all more or less left behind their treasured medicinal pills for Shao Chan, expressing their concern and taking sides. However, Shao Chan was no longer in the mood to think about these minor matters. Emperor Forsaken's 3 palm strikes showed him the difference between himself and a prime. This was especially so for the final saber strike. Shao Chan reversed time and space, traveling to the past. In the end, this peak saber strike only left a tiny saber mark on Emperor Forsaken's face. Thinking about it, Shao Chan felt really sad. When he passed through, his body would be damaged. However, the result of summoning him back was a little unworthy of him. After the few Supremes checked Shao Chen's injuries one after another and found that there were no fatal injuries, they took their leave. Given Shao Chen's current cultivation, as long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover quickly with the aid of miraculous medicinal pills and his physical body. There was no need to worry too much. All the primes had left. Only Ing Zongtian remained. "Big brother Ing, there is no need to worry. I will recover after recuperating for a while," Shao Chan answered as he stood up. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Are you chasing me away? Originally, I came here intending to give you something. Now it looks like I'll keep it for myself." "What is it?" Shao Chan could not help asking out of curiosity. "The Martial God Medallion. The Martial God Medallion that the Thunder King gave me. It allows me to control the entire Bushan Palace," Ing Zongtian said, enunciating every word with a serious expression. When Shao Chan heard that, he was stunned. The Dragon's Gate elders beside him were startled as well. Clearly, they had not expected Ing Zongtian to hand the Martial God Medallion to Shao Chan. "There is no need to worry. I already changed my mind. You are already under enough pressure. I'll give you some more pressure. If it's really not good, you should just focus on recuperating." "I really didn't expect that Big Brother would think so highly of me," Shao Chan said with a wry smile. "But I really don't have the heart to take charge of Bushan Palace. But if Bushan Palace needs me, I will be the first to rush over." Ing Zongtian revealed a gratified expression. He nodded and said, "You must have gained a lot from the battle with Emperor Forsaken. I will remain on Heavenly Star Island for this period of time. If you need anything, you can ask me any time." Shao Chen's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Thank you, Big Brother Ing. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely seek your guidance." "Haha, alright, I'll be waiting." Ing Zongtian laughed and agreed without hesitation. Exchanging blows with the current Shao Chan was exactly what he wanted. 3 days later, at the summit of the Dragon's Gates mountain, Shao Chan stood alone. Shao Chan managed to receive 3 palm strikes from Emperor Forsaken, even forcing the other party to make an oath. To others, this was an incredible matter, ruthlessly dampening Emperor Forsaken's spirit. However, to Shao Chan, it was indescribable bitterness in his heart. Shao Chan was very clear on the difference between him and Emperor Forsaken. Simply put, it was cultivation. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. However, Xiao Qin's cultivation remained stagnant, with no room for improvement. As long as the emperor's door of an emperor did not open, Xiao Qin's cultivation could not improve. Xiao Qian stood up and looked at the clouds around the summit. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that my cultivation will remain stagnant for the rest of my life, unable to improve?" That was truly tragic. If his cultivation did not improve, he would not be a match for Emperor Forsaken even if he had another 100 years. That day, when he received the second palm from Emperor Forsaken, he already understood. His martial arts skills were no weaker than the other parties, and with sufficient cultivation, he could easily receive the attack. However, it was a pity that the other party used brute force to overcome his technique. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to dodge the palm strike. As for being able to receive the third palm strike, it was a complete fluke. At the last moment, the power of the Great Path burst forth with full force. Only then did he manage to break through the space and time in front of Emperor Forsaken. If he hadn't disrupted the other party's rhythm, the might of the third palm strike would have definitely killed him. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a person suddenly appeared beside him. Xiao Qian didn't need to guess to know who this person was. Zongtian was the only one who could come to his side without making a sound and arouse his vigilance. "Little brother Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Are you still vexed about that battle?" Zongtian said consolingly as he patted Xiao Qian's shoulder with a smile on his face. Xiao Qian nodded and sighed softly. "I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. Furthermore, I can't see any hope of defeating Emperor Forsaken." Zongtian was not surprised. Many of the 9 Heaven Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm would end up like Xiao Qian if they could not break through to Prime. There was clearly a path ahead, but it was blocked. Their cultivation stopped, unable to advance. No matter how hard they tried, they could not advance. It was not because of themselves but because there were no more paths in the Kunlun realm. Even if one was one of those 1 in 10,000 cultivators, they would soon reach a bottleneck after advancing to Prime. This was the sorrow of all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. This was an indescribable sorrow for all the cultivators born in the abandoned land. "Now, you should understand what I said to you back then, right?" Zongtian sighed as he withdrew his smile. Back then, when Zongtian learned of Xiao Qin's identity, he immediately chose to stand behind Xiao Qian. It was because Zongtian thought highly of Xiao Qian and believed that he could surpass Prime. At that time, Zongtian was just like Xiao Qian now, sad and helpless. "I understand. Big brother's words from back then are still fresh in my memory. Might I ask the heavens if there is a martial god after Prime?" When Xiao Qian recalled the past, he felt somewhat rueful. Unexpectedly, in a few short years, he encountered the same problem as Zongtian. Zongtian revealed a grave expression on his handsome face. He sighed softly. "Martial god? That is so far away. Perhaps this martial god is just our imagination, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, thinking that the world is only so big." "Big brothering, why the need to be so pessimistic?" Xiao Qian consoled. Zongtian smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries should have healed by now, right? I came here today to tell you that Emperor Forsaken is not as difficult to defeat as you think. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not as hard to defeat as you imagine him to be. In reality, I do not wish for you to make him your target at all." Xiao Qian revealed a shocked expression. This was unexpected. "Why? In that battle 3 days ago, you felt that you were in a sorry state. Actually, he was in an even worse state. He is just a pitiful worm. So what if he is the strongest person of the Kunlun realm? Once he leaves this abandoned land, he is nothing." Zongtian revealed a mocking expression as he continued, "Don't set him as your target. He is just a coward who does not even dare to take the Kunlun road. The gap between you and him is not as big as you think." Xiao Qian smiled bitterly and said, "However, right now, I cannot improve my cultivation at all." Zongtian interrupted Xiao Qian and asked, "How many strands of primordial energy do you think I have?" Rumor has it that a prime has more than 10,000 strands of primordial energy. Zongtian guffawed when he heard this. "Nonsense. If I really have that many, do you think this body of mine can withstand it?" When Xiao Qian heard this, he was stunned. He had not considered this question before. How strong would a physical body be if there was so much primordial energy gathered in one's body? Let me tell you. Like you, a prime only has 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Ing Zongtian continued. Emperor Wu of the Nine Heavens only has 900 strands of primordial energy. However, you have 1,000 strands. The moment you jumped off the Emperor's road, the shackles on your body were already broken. Xiao Chun asked in confusion. In that case, why do I feel that the gap between my strength and Emperor Forsaken's has not changed? Could it be my misconception? It is not a misconception. It is real. Your state of cycle can support primordial energy. The great Tao that you comprehended can support primordial energy as well, increasing its might. Ing Zongtian crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Chun. However, have you ever considered that Emperor Forsaken's power of faith and will of holy light can also support primordial energy? When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt like he had been enlightened. Chapter 1486. Xiao Chun now understood. The gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not in cultivation but in accumulations. The other party's cultivation of the power of faith and the will of holy light had already reached the limits. Every aspect had reached a level where they could no longer be improved. As for Xiao Chun's state of cycle and great Tao energy, he only scratched the surface. The might of his primordial energy could not compare to the other party's power of faith and the will of holy light. You understand now, right? The gap between you and Emperor Forsaken is not large. Defeating him is not difficult. However, do not make him your target. Your target should be set further. When Ing Zongtian saw the expression on Xiao Chun's face, he revealed a smile, knowing that Xiao Chun already understood. Actually, even if Xiao Chun knew, it would not solve much of the problem. The main thing was not to leave a shadow in Xiao Chun's heart. If a shadow was left behind and became a knot in Xiao Chun's heart, then it would truly be over. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "During this period, I will remain on this mountain. If you have anything you do not understand, you can ask me for guidance at any time." Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, big brother. You are welcome." Ing Zongtian smiled faintly. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. After understanding the problem, Xiao Chun now had a direction to work on. Great Tao energy and the state of cycle were rather difficult to improve. Hence, Xiao Chun had to focus on other aspects that were easier to cultivate. Then, he would cultivate them to the peak. That way, he would be able to increase the might of his primordial energy as well. With the help of the Thunder Immortal Ancestor, the innate Thunder Crystal had already reached its peak. Xiao Chun even comprehended the Thunder domain. Raising it further would be very difficult. Only the Will of Ice remained at small perfection, with a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Chun entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion and did his best to cultivate on the Ice Jade Bed in Panhuang Hall. This Ice Jade Bed had the same effect as the Lightning Pool, allowing one to quickly cultivate a certain will. Similarly, the pain of the cold was no less than the Lightning Pool. Boundless cold energy from the Ice Jade Bed seeped into Xiao Chun's body. The Will of Ice in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness greedily absorbed this energy, quickly strengthening itself. Xiao Chun's body shivered from the cold. He felt like his bones were completely frozen. For the first time, he lasted for half a day before he stopped. However, the second time, Xiao Chun persisted for a week. By the time he came out, he had already become a popsicle. Gotcha! The instant he shattered the ice, his bones made cracking sounds, almost shattering. That feeling was like being bitten by 10,000 insects. After tasting it once, he did not want to try it a second time. However, Xiao Chun still had to continue. He had only cultivated the Will of Ice to great perfection, not even to peak consummation. He was still far from cultivating the innate lightning crystal, so he could not afford to give up on it. Just like that, Xiao Chun persisted in cultivating in the Saber Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. Just like that, Xiao Chun persisted in cultivating in the Saber Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. With a casual wave, the cold chi merged with the primordial energy and shot into the air. Space immediately froze. In the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces. Not bad. You comprehended it rather quickly. The destructive power of your primordial energy has improved by 10% compared to 2 months ago. Zongtian seemed to have been there all along. When he saw Xiao Chun open his eyes, he immediately came out. 10%. With his cultivation at a standstill, Xiao Chun was able to raise the might of his primordial energy by 10% in 2 months. This far surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. Xiao Chun stood up and looked at Zongtian. A fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Big brother, I would like to seek advice from you. Haha, I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Zongtian's fighting spirit blazed as well. He laughed boldly and said, remember to use your full power and not hold back. I will definitely not hold back. Of course, when facing Zongtian, Xiao Chun had no choice but to use his full power. Otherwise he might end up getting beaten up. Whoosh! A light flashed and Xiao Chun made the first move. Great Tao Energy, Innate Thunder Crystal, Will of Ice, and the State of Cycle infused his primordial energy at the same time. Xiao Chun casually threw a palm strike. Zongtian smiled faintly, and the light of the sun burst forth behind him as he countered with a palm strike as well. Boom! The two palms clashed. The two's clothes fluttered wildly, and their long hair fluttered. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. The power of this palm strike swept away all the clouds in the sky. When one looked up, one could see the starry sky. Whoosh! 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 The two quickly exchanged moves, flying higher and higher. Soon they broke through the barrier of the sky and arrived among the stars in the universe. After 100 moves, the two each stood on an asteroid and faced each other from a distance. Big brother, this is the end of the probing. Receive my saber strike. Void-breaking stance. The 7 deadly sins merged into one. As Xiao Chun held his divine weapon, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. A light flashed in the starry heavens and Xiao Chun vanished. In the next moment, light burst forth. A saber light appeared in front of Zongtian. Zongtian smiled faintly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm. Then a sun appeared. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun charged forward. Boom! This palm strike directly knocked back the void-breaking stance in the starry heavens. Xiao Chun spun in the air and swung his saber in a reverse grip, executing the flawless saber technique's second move, the dragon subduing stance. Saber light flashed as the flawless saber technique executed consecutively. When Zongtian received the fifth move, he found it somewhat difficult. Receive my palm strike as well. Light of the sun. Zongtian switched from defense to offense. He sent out a palm strike, and his body released a light comparable to the sun, looking incredibly dazzling in the starry heavens. Fireballs as bright as the sun flew out of Zongtian's palm, surging towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He had seen Zongtian use this move on the heaven-punishing corpse god before. It was incredibly horrifying, one of Zongtian's killing moves. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. Xiao Chun executed the strongest move of the flawless saber technique. As he held gluttony, he materialized the flawless saber technique's ultimate Tao, death. The fusion of gluttony and the death throne represented the end in silence. This was especially so for the materialized heaven-swallowing stance, which could swallow up all martial techniques. When the saber light landed, a huge void beast appeared behind Xiao Chun. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed up all the suns. Buzz! 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 The saber trembled continuously. The energy of the 1,000 suns made the heaven-swallowing stance hard to digest. Xiao Chun found it hard to keep his grip on the saber. It looked like it would crumble at any moment. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Zongtian appeared before Xiao Chun. Then he threw a palm strike and knocked away the divine weapon in Xiao Chun's hand. A huge explosion rang out as 1,000 suns exploded in the starry sky, blasting a small star into nothingness. You lost. Zongtian smiled faintly and stopped moving, no longer attacking. This battle had been very enjoyable. However, in the end, Xiao Chun had indeed lost. Xiao Chun's primordial energy was already no weaker than Zongtian's. However, he could not maintain it for long. First, he drained his great Tao energy, then his state of cycle. Only the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice remained to support his primordial energy. With such energy, when Xiao Chun executed the final move of the flawless saber technique, He could not break Ying Zongtian's light of the sun. If not for Ying Zongtian reacting quickly and knocking away the divine weapon, Xiao Chan would have been injured by the explosion. Although I lost this battle, I benefited greatly. Big brother Ying, many thanks, Xiao Chan said sincerely. Ying Zongtian smiled faintly and said, "We are family. There is no need to be so polite." When the two returned to Heavenly Star Island, they discovered that Emo-chan had already been waiting for them at the summit of the Dragon's Gate. "Emo-chan, you waited for me for so long. Is something the matter?" Xiao Chan asked. Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, "I still remember what Big Brother Xiao said the last time. In the past few days, I searched through ancient texts and visited many holy lands to borrow information. Finally, I know what can eliminate the sin in Meteor Trail City." "What is it?" Xiao Chan asked quickly, rejoicing in his heart. When Ying Zongtian heard that, he felt excited as well. He smiled and said, "Miss Mo, you are truly incredible. Even I am helpless against such a difficult problem." Emo-chan smiled humbly and said, "There is a kind of flame in the world that can burn everything, even sin." "Are you talking about the heavenly flame?" Ying Zongtian asked. Emo-chan nodded and said, "Yes, it is. However, this heavenly flame has not appeared for 10,000 years already. I do not know where to find it." Ying Zongtian frowned and said, "This is difficult. The heavenly flame disappeared long ago. No one knows where it is." "I know." Xiao Chan revealed a complicated expression. The moment he said that, Emo-chan and Ying Zongtian felt shocked. Chapter 1487. When Ying Zongtian saw Xiao Chan's complicated expression, he asked, "Is there anything strange about that place?" Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and said, "There is nothing strange about it. It is just that there are too many people watching it. Originally, I planned to go there after I became stronger." "What place?" Emo-chan could not help asking out of curiosity. "The Blue Dragon Palace." At the mention of the Blue Dragon Palace, Missouri-chan was still fine. However, Ying Zongtian's expression clearly changed. "We really have to think about this at length. We cannot advance rashly. Once the Blue Dragon Palace moves, it will attract a lot of trouble." Xiao Chan entered deep thought as he paced around. After a while he said, "No matter how we think about it at length, there are only two results, to go or not to go. This Blue Dragon Palace is part of my plan. I have to go there in the first place." Emo-chan's words further affirmed that I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace. Although Ying Zongtian had some objections, it was not convenient for him to say anything. He said, "This is your own matter. Just think about it carefully. If you need my help, just say it." Xiao Chan thought for a while and said, "Actually, I've already been to this Blue Dragon Palace once. As long as I can enter it, there is nothing to worry about." This exceeded Ying Zongtian's expectations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan had already been there once. However, at that time I was too weak. I only took a quick glance and could not examine it in detail. Furthermore, I could not enter the second layer. There are many mysteries that remain unsolved. Xiao Chan said honestly, "The heavenly flame's origin flame is sealed in the first layer. It is sealed with the blood of a deity race sovereign martial emperor." Ying Zongtian understood. He entered deep thought and said, "No wonder. At that time you were too weak. Naturally, you could not attract the attention of others. However, if you move now, you might attract the attention of the deity Dao Union." Xiao Chan looked into the distance and said softly, "That is not what I am most worried about. What I am worried about is whether I can obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace. If I can't, it will be hard to say." Although he possessed the Blue Dragon martial soul, and was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon didn't belong to him. In fact, the Blue Dragon Palace did not belong to the Qing Emperor, Xiao Teng. The Blue Dragon Palace was the inheritance palace of the Blue Dragon clan. His background was much greater than that of Bushin Palace. However, in front of the Blue Dragon Palace he was just an interviewee. With his current strength, he could face a supreme being and enter safely. However, if he didn't obtain the inheritance after entering, he would lose the opportunity and never be able to find it again. Suddenly Emo-chan said, "Big Brother Xiao, worrying about personal gains and losses is not like your style. Actually, you wanted to go long ago, didn't you?" Worrying about personal gains and losses, that was right. No matter what, Xiao Qin's current situation was worrying about personal gains and losses. Imo Qin's judgment was very accurate. Xiao Qian had wanted to go long ago. However, he kept telling himself to wait until he was stronger. Xiao Qian kept dragging it out until now, yet he still could not make up his mind. Go, big brother Xiao. I believe in you. In this world, no matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. Just follow your heart and bravely take the risk once. Imo-chan drummed up her courage and said somewhat nervously. After she finished speaking, she feared that Xiao Qian would blame her. After all, what she meant was that Xiao Qian was somewhat timid. This was not good. Who knew? Xiao Qian just smiled, not showing any intention of blaming Imo-chan. He said softly, "Indeed, you understand me as well as before. Go back first. I'll discuss this with Big Brother Ing." Imo-chan smiled and said, Big Brother Xiao overpraises me. I'll go back first then." After Imo-chan left far away, Ing Zongtian asked, "What's wrong? You've already made up your mind?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Big brother, do you think I'm too crazy to go to the Blue Dragon Palace right now?" Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Crazy? Indeed, it is best to make complete preparations for such things, looking ahead and behind, considering all sorts of possibilities, making sure nothing goes wrong. However, I feel that that girl is right. The world is hard to predict, the universe unfathomable. No matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. You might as well take the risk to your heart's content." When Xiao Chen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Good. Big brother, will you go crazy with me this time?" "Gladly." After Imo-chan reminded him of something that he had not been able to make up his mind for many years, Xiao Chen immediately made a decision. While it looked rash, in reality it was not rash at all. It was passion and hot-bloodedness. Even though one held a high position, one could do something hot-blooded and crazy without hesitation. Outside Heavenly Star Island, Emperor Forsaken, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Chen is making his move. The heaven-punishing corpse god revealed an excited expression. This fellow is finally making his move. I thought that he would not go. Qitian, what should we do now? At the same time, the heaven-punishing corpse god had some doubts in his heart. How could Emperor Forsaken be so sure that Xiao Chen had already gone out? Seemingly noticing the heaven-punishing corpse god's doubts, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "Back then, I left a weak mental energy mark in his body for the third palm strike. Given his strength, he will not be able to detect it." The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, "Excellent. The deity sovereign truly lives up to his name. His preparations are so thorough." Emperor Forsaken's expression turned grave as he said, "Right now, the crucial thing is that we can get him to open the palace doors but absolutely cannot let him enter. That will be very difficult. The Fox King and Ing Zongtian will definitely be helping from the side. It will be difficult to make a move." The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned slightly. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. When the time comes, I will invite the deity race ancestor to kill him the instant he opens the palace doors." The deity race ancestor? The heaven-punishing corpse god was startled when he heard that. The deity race ancestor was that strange existence that surpassed Prime? How ruthless! The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign really put everything on the line. "Let's go," Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. Then, he quickly led the heaven-punishing corpse god away. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. At the same time, in the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor received the news. After making preparations with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, they rushed to the savage battlefield. In the heavenly starry ocean, Yiling quickly entered the secret room where the treasure master was. "Father, I received news that Xiao Chen and Ing Zongtian appeared at the Central Province's Bushin Palace's transportation formation at the same time. They are currently rushing to the savage battlefield." Yiling quickly reported, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. This was something that the treasure master had instructed Yiling long ago. As long as Xiao Chen appeared at the Bushin Palace, he was to immediately inform Yiling. The treasure master nodded indifferently and said, "I got it. You may withdraw." "I got it." Yiling withdrew, feeling somewhat confused. He did not know why his father did not show any excitement over this matter. This was an opportunity that he had been waiting for a long time. After Yiling withdrew, the treasure master held the puppet pearl with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew what the treasure master's plan was, much less what kind of storm he would stir up. While everyone schemed, Xiao Chun and Ing Zongtian waited for the master of the fiend domain, the Fox King, to arrive at the savage battlefield. "Hao Yin, why did you look for me so urgently?" the Fox King asked, feeling somewhat suspicious, not knowing what Xiao Chun had decided. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "It is not me who is looking for you. It is Xiao Chun who has a request. He wants to enter the Blue Dragon Palace and wants us to protect him." The Fox King's expression changed. "You've decided?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Big brothers, please help me one last time. I believe that my whereabouts are already exposed. The deity Dao Union should be rushing over soon." The Fox King's expression turned grave as he said, "Don't worry. I will do my best. As long as I can enter the palace, everything will be fine. No matter how powerful Emperor Forsaken is, he will not be able to do anything to me." Xiao Chun was confident that as long as he could enter, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace would be able to protect him. Good. In that case, let's make good use of our time and try to enter the Blue Dragon Palace before the deity Dao Union. The three entered the savage battlefield, moving as fast as lightning, heading for the Blue Dragon Palace. For some reason, the savage battlefield was strangely quiet. The ferocious beasts there seemed to sense a strange atmosphere. The savage battlefield was very big. However, to primes this distance was nothing. In merely 15 minutes, the three arrived at the periphery of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then they saw the Azure Palace surrounded by 5 peaks. The 5 peaks each represented an attribute. They formed the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, trapping the Blue Dragon Palace and preventing primes from entering. One of them had been chopped in half. That had been chopped down by the Thunder Emperor back then. "Xiao Chun, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for 1 year." Just at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of that half-broken peak. As he stood at the edge, he smiled faintly at Xiao Chun's group. Chapter 1488. This person had a sword on his back and was dressed in black. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had not shown himself for a long time. After Chu Chaoyun dealt with the matters of the Sky Dome realm, he had come here. It had indeed been almost a year. "Who are you?" Ing Zongtian and the Fox King did not recognize Chu Chaoyun. Their faces sank, and their killing chi enveloped Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He did not panic when facing the pressure of 2 primes. He said calmly, "I am Chu Chaoyun. Like Xiao Chun, I am from the Sky Dome realm. There is no need to be nervous. He has demonic chi on him." The Fox King whispered, not relaxing. Ing Zongtian frowned and said, "Xiao Chun, you know him?" The 2 primes did not have any good impression of the people of the demonic world. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. It was not because of Chu Chaoyun's appearance. He was just surprised that the other party was waiting here so casually. Xiao Chun had thought of many possibilities, including how Chu Chaoyun would appear. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun would appear in such a manner. This was truly unexpected. Facing Ing Zongtian's question, Xiao Chun felt conflicted. He did not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I do. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. He should be waiting here for the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. In that case, he is an enemy." Compared to Xiao Chun's hesitation, Ing Zongtian was incredibly decisive. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand and ruthlessly smashed his palm at Chu Chaoyun. A large sun illuminated the surroundings. The might of the Haotian shook the surroundings. The sun that flew out of Xiao Chen's palm arrived before Chu Chaoyun in the blink of an eye, trying to burn him to ashes and eliminate him as soon as possible. Xiao! A strand of golden light flew out of the sun. Following that, there was a loud sound. The blazing sun shattered into countless fireballs that scattered in all directions. Chu Chaoyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He looked at Ing Zongtian and said, "The Kunlun Realm's prime really has a bad temper. Even if those demon sovereigns of the demonic world saw me, they would not be so angry." How could it be so easy? The Fox King and Ing Zongtian were both shocked. Since when did the Devil Realm have such a character? Despite his young age, he was so powerful that he could easily block Ing Zongtian's palm strike. In the distance, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had arrived long ago, hid in an extremely well-hidden place. When they saw this scene, they frowned slightly. Who is that kid? Emperor Forsaken was puzzled. There was no such person in the plan. Whoosh! A figure appeared behind them. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Emperor Forsaken collected his doubts and asked casually, "Ghostly Monarch, did you come alone?" The Ghost Monarch smiled calmly and said, "Naturally. Didn't you instruct me not to bring anyone else to prevent Xiao Chan from noticing? Of course I will do as you said." Emperor Forsaken laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed no trace of it. Very good. Later, the moment Xiao Chan opens the door to the palace, you will be able to enter the palace. I'll leave the first person to you. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor cursed in his heart. This god emperor really wants to make use of me. Fortunately, his decision is exactly what I want. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Don't worry. I don't dare to say that I can kill Xiao Chun. Stopping him from entering the Blue Dragon Temple is a sure thing." The heaven-punishing corpse god muttered to himself. It seemed like the ghostly emperor indeed had other intentions. However, he didn't know that the god sovereign had already seen through everything about him. Who knows, the ghostly emperor might have some trump cards. I'll just take a look. I cannot completely trust anyone. I still have to act according to the situation and not be taken advantage of. The three giants of the deity Dao Union chatted cheerfully. However, they each had their own ulterior motives. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun, who had just received a palm strike from Ing Zongtian, saw that Ing Zongtian was about to make another move. He quickly said, "At this moment, don't attack me without distinguishing friend from foe. Be careful not to let others take advantage of you." "What do you mean?" the Fox King asked, feeling confused. Could there be others here? Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he looked down and said, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although I did not discover anyone else, I'm sure that there are at least 4 people hiding in the dark, watching our every move." After saying that, Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Xiao Chan. These are just the people of the Kunlun realm. There might be people hiding in the demonic world as well. Xiao Chan looked around. The surroundings were quiet. He sent out his spiritual sense but did not discover anything within 5,000 kilometers. However, Xiao Chen knew that if a prime wanted to hide, he would not be able to discover them. It was just like if Xiao Chan wanted to hide, the other party would not be able to discover him. His spiritual sense was not reliable. However, the current situation forced Xiao Chan to stand in the open. He did not know who was hiding in the dark. Ing Zongtian sent a voice projection. This person makes some sense. This matter concerns the Blue Dragon Palace. The people of the deity Dao Union would not come with great fanfare. Perhaps they are already hiding nearby. Xiao Chun looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "What do you want? Just say it, Chu Chaoyun." Chu Chaoyun shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Brother Xiao, don't overthink. I'm just waiting for you to open the door. This 5-element absolute sealing formation sensed your bloodline and your current strength. It should be ineffective against you." Naturally, Xiao Chen did not believe that his purpose was that simple. After explaining things to Ing Zongtian and the Fox King, he calmly walked to the edge of the formation. The 5-element absolute sealing formation could change time and space, making it very unpredictable. Even a prime could not enter. In the dark, many pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Chen, waiting for him to take a step forward. Without hesitating for long, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and stepped in. Whoosh! Suddenly, the space in the formation turned dark, completely dark. Only the space under Xiao Chen's feet remained bright, looking exceptionally eye-catching in this dark space. Indeed, he is fine. Although many people had expected this miraculous scene, they could not help crying out in their hearts when they saw it for themselves. Xiao Chun calmed himself and walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, light shone down. He left behind a clear path in the dark space, heading for the palace doors. Inside the formation, Xiao Chun found it hard to remain calm. As he looked at the palace doors, All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. The instant he pushed open the doors, the 5-element absolute sealing formation should deactivate automatically. At that time, what would await him? Who knew how many people within 5,000 kilometers would be hiding in the dark, staring at him? The greatest possibility was that the instant he pushed open the doors, he would be blasted into bits before he could even take a step forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Zongtian and the Fox King soared into the air. One on the left and one on the right, they casually sandwiched Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said, "The two of you don't have to mind me so much. The instant I open the door, you will be busy enough." Seeing Xiao Chan so calm, Zongtian and the Fox King felt somewhat angry. However, they had to admit that what Xiao Chan said was true. The two were not very confident that they could block the various attacks on Xiao Chan the instant the doors opened. Before leaving, Zongtian suggested to Xiao Chan to invite the 3 primes of the Heavenly Starry Ocean over as well. However, Xiao Chan sensed that the Heavenly Starry Ocean was not calm. If all the primes left, something bad would happen. Hence, he did not inform these people. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, 6 steps. Even though Xiao Chan did not walk very fast, he still approached step by step. Finally, he was only 1 step away from the palace doors. All he needed to do was raise his hand and push open the palace doors. At this moment, the surroundings turned even quieter. Rumble! At this moment, countless ferocious beasts suddenly went berserk. They fled into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Birds blotted out the sun and sky in the sky, scattering in all directions. Clearly, some people could no longer hold back their killing chi and released it. These sharp, ferocious beasts could no longer endure it. An instinctive fear drove them to leave this place. After the ferocious beasts left, the world turned even quieter. Even the wind stopped blowing. Whoosh! 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 Many gazes fixed on Xiao Chen's raised right hand. It looked like he was about to push open the palace doors. Zongtian, who was staring at Xiao Chen, looked to the left, and his expression changed dramatically. Chu Chaoyun had disappeared. What's going on? The Fox King and Zongtian exchanged glances, feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 1489. At this crucial moment, Chu Chaoyun suddenly vanished. The reason was not hard to explain. As Xiao Chen approached the palace doors step by step, the two naturally focused on Xiao Chen. They could not help but overlook Chu Chaoyun. This was not the important point. The important point was where exactly did Chu Chaoyun go? Xiao Chen, who was preparing to push open the palace doors, was unaware of the situation behind him. His hand was already on the door. Xiao Chen, don't open the door. Chu Chaoyun is gone. Zongtian's warning made Xiao Chen's expression change, and his heart sink. It's too late. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun executed the state of primal chaos, and stood on the 5-element absolute sealing formation in perfect condition. The flow of time and the changes in space did not seem to affect him. This was because he was primal chaos. No matter how much time passed, primal chaos would always be primal chaos. Before the world opened, there was only primal chaos. There was no time and no space. Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of primal chaos. Although it was just a superficial understanding, it was sufficient for him to not fear the 5-element absolute sealing formation. Chu Chaoyun threw a palm strike and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Just as he was about to withdraw his right hand, he was caught off guard. This force pushed the palace doors open. The ancient Blue Dragon Palace's doors appeared before everyone's eyes once again. A vast dragon might surged out. At this moment, the 5-element absolute sealing formation completely vanished. However, the force of Chu Chaoyun's palm strike did not injure Xiao Chen. Instead, it turned into a strong force. The instant the doors opened, Chu Chaoyun pushed Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Chu Chaoyun in confusion. He could not understand why the other party was helping him at this moment. Such a situation stunned Zongtian and the Fox King, not understanding what was going on. Naturally, the more depressed ones were the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union, especially Emperor Forsaken. He had calculated everything. He was just waiting for Xiao Chen to open the door and kill him. However, such a scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, another person appeared and pushed him in. However, no matter what, the ghostly monarch, who had been preparing for a long time, had no choice but to unleash his furious sword strike. He had gathered all the primordial energy in his body, and was waiting for the moment the door opened. If he didn't make a move, the backlash from his cultivation technique would be unbearable. Xiao. Almost at the same time that Xiao Chan entered the Blue Dragon Palace, a dim light flashed and descended from the sky, stabbing at Chu Chaoyun. That was the full-power sword strike of the ghostly emperor. His original target was Xiao Chan, but now it was Chu Chaoyun instead. Bang! Chu Chaoyun drew his sword and held it horizontally, blocking the other party's thrust. A loud metallic sound rang out. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun's strength was inferior to the other party's. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he retreated a few steps, forced out of the palace doors. After forcing back Chu Chaoyun with one sword strike, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly flew towards the palace doors. Bang! An invisible barrier in the palace doors directly ejected the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, as if he had expected this. He wiped the blood off his lips and quickly left this place. When Emperor Forsaken saw this scene from afar, his face turned sullen. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Once Xiao Chun entered the hall, no one else would be able to enter. As long as they killed Xiao Chun the instant he pushed open the palace doors, the Qing Emperor's bloodline would disappear from this world. The Blue Dragon Palace would be open to outsiders. Only then would the Azure Dragon Palace open to outsiders. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Damn it! Emperor Forsaken raged in his heart. He had calculated everything. As long as Xiao Chun pushed open the palace doors, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's sword strike would force Xiao Chun away first. Then the celestial race's ancestor would appear and suppress Xiao Chun with absolute strength. He would finish off Xiao Chun with one strike, and the Qing Emperor's descendant would die. The Blue Dragon Palace would then be open to outsiders. However, he had missed out on such a person. At the crucial moment, the celestial race's ancestor would push Xiao Chun away, and the celestial race's ancestor would appear. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could actually move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. Qitian, what should we do? The heaven-punishing corpse god was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only place his hopes on Emperor Forsaken. Gamble. A crazed look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. I place all my hopes on this Blue Dragon Palace. I absolutely cannot allow such an accident to happen. Emperor Forsaken's gaze swept around and landed on Ying Zongtian and the Fox King. The crazed look in his eyes turned into overwhelming killing chi. What is he trying to do? The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat, intimidated by Emperor Forsaken's killing chi. Capture the Fox King and Ying Zongtian. I want Xiao Chun to obediently hand over all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace after he comes out. This. The heaven-punishing corpse god was stunned when he heard that. Capturing two primes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was true that the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could defeat the two of them. However, capturing them alive was different from defeating them. Even if they could not win, they could still run. Furthermore, this was the Bushin Palace's territory. Is this appropriate? Humph. The Ghost Emperor is not as simple as you think. He will not be willing to fail just like this. Whoosh! Emperor Forsaken's figure flashed and landed in front of Ying Zongtian and the Fox King. He hovered in the air and looked at the two with a cold expression. The Fox King smiled faintly. Qitian, you have calculated everything. You probably did not expect this to happen, right? However, Ying Zongtian noticed something amiss. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor appeared behind them, blocking their way. Emperor Forsaken, what are you trying to do? Ying Zongtian asked coldly. I don't want to do anything. I just want to borrow the two of you. Surrender now, lest we end up harming our friendship. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly. Ying Zongtian said disdainfully. With just the three of you? Don't forget, this is the Bushin Palace's territory. Emperor Forsaken smiled. Don't worry. The experts of the Bushin Palace will be delayed by the three holy masters. You have no idea how much I have planned for this day. Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, what are you waiting for? Do you really want this old man to force you out personally? When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor heard this, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that Emperor Forsaken already knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was already rushing over? Amitabha, you are truly worthy of being the strongest in the Kunlun realm. I thought no one would discover you. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva said his Buddhist name and appeared. He surrounded the Fox King and Ingzongtian, blocking the last gap. At this moment, the expressions of Ingzongtian and the Fox King changed completely. For prime experts surrounded the two of them. Among them was the heaven-abandoning deity, whose strength far surpassed theirs, and the mysterious and unfathomable Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. God Emperor the Ghost Emperor said, trying to explain himself. The heaven-abandoning deity waved his hand and said, "Speak less nonsense and put in more effort. Only by capturing these two can we force the Blue Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan to submit obediently. Everything else is pointless." Ingzongtian stretched out his hand, and the martial god medallion appeared on his fingertip. It seemed like he was preparing to summon the clone that the Bushan Palace's founder left in the medallion. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and spread his hands. A crack opened in the sky. The strong aura of the deity race ancestor spread out from it, stifling everyone's breathing. When Ingzongtian saw this scene, he revealed an unresigned expression. He put away the martial god medallion and vanished. "At least you are sensible." Emperor Forsaken waved his hand, and the crack closed. The deity race ancestor's aura vanished as well. "I've already said it before. For this day I have prepared much more than you. Just surrender and don't do anything pointless. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless." Ingzongtian's face sank. A resolve to cut off all means of retreat appeared in his heart. At worst he would just die. He said coldly, "Old man Qitian, you want me to surrender? Let me tell you this. That's impossible." A startling battle could break out at any moment. Far away, Xiao Chan saw the six primes fighting each other. Fearing that the commotion would affect them, Chu Chaoyun retreated another 5,000 kilometers. With a complicated expression, he took out a messaging token. After activating the messaging token, a black image appeared. Chu Chaoyun said, "It is as you expected. Emperor Forsaken has already gone crazy and is attacking Ingzongtian and the Fox King. How unfortunate. None of the primes of the heavenly starry ocean left. However, this is enough. After this, you no longer owe me anything. You can leave now." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, the mysterious image vanished, and the messaging token shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 1490. After Xiao Chan entered the palace, he only took 2 steps. When he turned his head, he could no longer see the scenery outside the palace. The space inside the palace seemed to be a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. The first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace had not changed much. It was exactly the same as the last time he came. Although Xiao Chan did not understand why Chu Chaoyun helped him avoid the most difficult step, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. However, since they were already here, they might as well take things as they came. Xiao Chan quickly headed for the formation sealing the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. The formation laid with the deity race Emperor Wu's blood remained the same. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame was still here. Xiao Chan relaxed slightly. However, after a while, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The transparent crystal at the core of the formation was empty. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame, which was originally in it, had vanished. What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Flame's origin flame gone? Xiao Chan, who had always been calm, could not help exclaiming in shock when he paled. Whoosh! An old man appeared silently in front. Xiao Chan looked up and saw that it was the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chan immediately asked, "Where's the Heavenly Flame's origin flame?" The black-clad old man smiled faintly and consoled Xiao Chan. "Calm down first. Don't panic. I'll tell you in detail." "How can I calm down? My master is here specifically for the Heavenly Flame's origin flame," Ao Jiao said angrily as she leaped out of the lunar shadow saber. When the old man saw Ao Jiao, his eyes lit up. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "So it's you. Little girl, you have to thank me properly for today's opportunity. Don't be so fierce to this old man. Humph! Who would thank you? You were very fierce to me the last time, sending me flying with one finger. Ao Jiao was someone who held a grudge. Even now she still remembered what happened that day. By this time Xiao Chun had already calmed down. He stopped Ao Jiao and cupped his fists at the black-robed old man. Junior was rash just now. I hope Senior won't mind. I just want to know where the heavenly fire origin has been taken. When the black-clad old man saw that Xiao Chun had calmed down, he nodded slightly and said, Don't worry. The heavenly flame's origin flame is still here. I just put it away. Why? A year ago, someone barged into the Blue Dragon Hall without fear of the 5-element absolute sealing array. When I pushed the door open an inch, I lost control of the heavenly flame and almost flew out. It's him. After the black-clothed old man explained, Xiao Chun immediately understood. Chu Chaoyun had actually done such a crazy thing a year ago. From the looks of it, Chu Chaoyun's desire for the origin of heavenly flame was far from being as calm as he appeared. Who? The black-clad old man asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chun quickly told the old man about Chu Chaoyun's identity and origins. After the black-clad old man heard it, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. So, he is a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor. In that case you have to be careful. 10,000 years is a cycle. Now that the agreement of 10,000 years is drawing near, don't lose to him. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, Old sir, may I ask what exactly does it mean by a cycle every 10,000 years? When the 7 thrones merged, Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing in the scene of the future. Xiao Chun was very curious about what exactly it meant by a cycle every 10,000 years. Before the first generation Tianwu Emperor left the Kunlun realm, he left behind a divine item. Every 10,000 years the divine item will appear. After refining the divine item, one can leave this abandoned land. When Xiao Chun heard this he was startled. The first generation Tianwu Emperor was that incredible? The black-clad old man smiled and said, Of course. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. He came from a great realm outside. 10,000 years ago, the divine item appeared in the Sky Dome realm. The final Tianwu Emperor was preparing to refine the divine item. In the end, the Qing Emperor found out. After that, the Qing Emperor could not resist the temptation and killed him? Xiao Chun felt excited. He had heard many stories about these two. Rumor had it that they were good friends. In the end, the Qing Emperor fought a huge battle with them for some reason. After that, the final Tianwu Emperor lost and died. The black-clad old man smiled and said, How can that be possible? The Qing Emperor killed him because the final Tianwu Emperor was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the 3,000 lower realms and swallow up the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world. He wanted to use the divine item to absorb all the luck of the entire abandoned land before leaving. It turned out that there was such a secret. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and asked, Why did he do that? Of course it was to let his luck flourish. Even after leaving the abandoned land, he would be able to rise again and reach the peak. The black-clad old man said, The primes and martial emperors of this world are not worth mentioning in a true great world. They are nothing. Outside is an even vaster world with limitless possibilities. So that was the case. If the final Tianwu Emperor really managed to absorb all the luck of the abandoned land would really become a wasteland. The Qing Emperor was not as unbearable as the rumors made him out to be. Xiao Chun said, Very well, let's get back to business. Give me the heavenly flame. I need it. It is very useful. The black-clad old man shook his head and said, I can't give it to you yet. You have not obtained the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace yet. You cannot take anything away from here. Xiao Chun revealed a bitter smile. It looked like he was thinking the same thing. He glanced around and looked at the entrance to the second floor. What do I have to do to obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace? The black-clad old man revealed an embarrassed expression and said, I'm not sure about that either. That can't be. Aren't you the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace? How come you don't know? Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, Truth be told, I used to be a servant of the Qing Emperor. After I died, the Qing Emperor took pity on me and merged my soul with his saber, becoming the item soul of his saber. Before the Qing Emperor left, he pleaded for mercy on my behalf, allowing me to attach myself to the Blue Dragon Palace. I am not the true core item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. This Blue Dragon Palace is even more ancient than you imagine. It has many secrets. Back then, even the Qing Emperor did not manage to figure them out. The old man's words made Xiao Chen's expression turn grave. After hearing the old man's words, he looked at the Blue Dragon Palace again. There was a strange feeling that made him doubtful. The black-clad old man whispered, "Back then your strength was too low. I didn't let you go to the second floor because I didn't want you to be humiliated. The core item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace has a bad temper and is very strange." "Little old man, can't I hear you if you keep your voice down? Since he has the bloodline of the Blue Dragon, I will naturally follow the rules. Whether he can succeed or not depends on his ability. Why should I humiliate him?" Suddenly, a resonant and deep voice resounded in the vast Azure Dragon Palace. The tone of the voice was very high, and it contained a strong might. Xiao Chun felt his eardrums buzzing and a little pain. The Blue Dragon martial soul in his body was trembling non-stop. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the second floor to meet Brother Long. That is the true inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun nodded and followed the black-clad old man to the second floor with Ao Jiao. "Senior, let me ask you something. Back then, after the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, who dealt him the fatal blow, forcing him to flee to the Yellow Springs Hell?" The black-clad old man trembled when he heard this. He paused for a moment before saying, "How many years has it been? There is no need to look into it so clearly. Even the Qing Emperor forgave that person. Why are you so conflicted?" After saying that, the black-clad old man fell silent. Clearly, he was not willing to mention that past. "It looks like there is more to this than meets the eye," Xiao Chun analyzed in his heart. "However, this is not the time to pursue this. I have to obtain the acknowledgement of the Blue Dragon Palace first. I still don't know what happened to Big Brother Ing and the Fox King outside. I have to quickly obtain the inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun had a bad feeling about this, but he could not pinpoint it. Back then, he rejected Ing Zongtian's suggestion to not let the primes of the heavenly starry ocean follow him. Xiao Chun relied on this premonition. As he thought this, he unknowingly passed through a large door and arrived on the second floor. The moment he looked up, he discovered a pair of large azure eyes containing a boundless dragon might staring at him. In the next moment, he discovered a humongous dragon head nearly sticking to his nose. Roar! The dragon's head opened wide, and a vast baleful aura spread out. Xiao Chun could not endure it and stumbled back a few steps. However, he did not fall. After he stabilized himself, his heart pounded heavily. "Not bad. You have passed the first stage. You are qualified to take the test." Chapter 1491. Xiao Chun composed himself and revealed a bitter smile. "What is this? A show of strength? Xiao Chun, this is Big Brother Dragon, the core item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor passed his test and became the master of the Blue Dragon Palace," the black-clad old man introduced. The black-clad old man introduced. The huge blue dragon trembled and turned into a mighty and extraordinary dragon horse. Then it said, "Let me correct you. Back then, Xiao Ting only passed the test and did not obtain the inheritance. Strictly speaking, he is not the master of the Blue Dragon Palace." Test? Inheritance? Right now Xiao Chun felt confused. He did not understand anything. His face filled with confusion. The azure dragon horse swayed its body and said to Xiao Chun, "Come with me." Xiao Chun obeyed and followed the other party. At the same time, Xiao Chun looked around. The second floor of the Blue Dragon Palace was much larger than the first and second floors. The corridors were even more complicated. There were also several places that were pitch black. Xiao Chun did not know where they led. "Since you are here, let me tell you about the origins of the Blue Dragon Palace so that you can understand some things first," the dragon horse leading the way said. Xiao Chun nodded and said respectfully, "Senior, please speak." Xiao Chun could feel the strength of this dragon horse, as well as the ancient aura left behind by the passage of time. Xiao Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. His attitude was very sincere. As he walked here, he felt like he was returning to his roots. Xiao Chun did not know if it was a misperception, but it felt very strange. At the same time, it made him feel even more humble. The dragon race has a long and ancient history. They are one of the great desolate 100 races of the universe. After the destruction of countless epochs, they still exist. Xiao Chun understood what epochs were. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in the martial epoch. Before that, it was the immortal epoch. There had to be other epochs above the immortal epoch. Epochs rose and fell in an endless cycle. However, what did the great desolate 100 races mean? Xiao Chun did not understand. When the dragon horse heard Xiao Chun's question, it muttered to itself, "Why don't you understand this? That being said, this land of exile is like a cage. It is truly sealed up. Let me tell you. At the beginning of the universe there was chaos. In the primal chaos there was no sky, no earth, no time, and no reason. But it's not like there's no life in between. The beings born from the chaos were called chaos gods and demons. The gods and demons fought each other until the chaos was shattered. That era was called the mythical era. The chaos was broken, and the mythological era came to an end. Then came the primitive era. During the Great Desolate Era, tens of thousands of clans fought for supremacy. At that time there were a total of 100 clans, and my dragon clan was one of them. After the Great Desolate Era ended, the universe entered the Epic Era, and the epics continued to reincarnate. Legend has it that after 3,000 reincarnations, the era will end and the universe will enter a new era. Xiao Chun listened to this explanation that he had never heard of before. It was like a heavenly book and he was completely shocked. The Azure Dragon Horse continued, "You don't have to care about all this. What I want to tell you is that the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. However, there's no need to find this strange. After the epochs, the pure-blooded Great Desolate 100 races are nearly all dead. The so-called dragon race now is just some existences with the dragon race bloodline, continuing the history of the dragon race. The dragon race is just a general term. The dragon race is also divided into different ranks. The most supreme are the 3 ancestor dragons. Below the ancestor dragons are the 7-colored divine dragons. Below the divine dragons are the coiling dragons, sky dragons, flood dragons, lightning dragons, and other true dragons. There's no need to mention those below the true dragons. The dragon race bloodline is already too thin. They can't even become dragons, only pseudo-dragons." Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was astonishing. Although the Azure Dragon Horse's explanation was complicated, he understood it with just a little thought. The ranks of the dragon race were Ancestor Dragon, Divine Dragon, True Dragon, and Pseudo-Dragon. However, Xiao Chun did not know which rank his Blue Dragon bloodline was in. You have the Blue Dragon bloodline, one of the 7-colored divine dragons. The Ancestor Dragon bloodline disappeared several epochs ago. The Divine Dragon bloodline is now the strongest bloodline of the dragon race. You have to understand the nobility of your status. You are a noble among dragons. When you go out in the future, do not tarnish the reputation of my Blue Dragon bloodline." The Azure Dragon Horse turned its head and stared at Xiao Chun as it instructed him. Its extremely serious expression made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chun said softly, "Senior, I don't feel anything special about the bloodline in my body. That's normal. This is because the Blue Dragon martial spirit in your body has not merged with your blood yet. When you pass the test, I will naturally help you refine the Blue Dragon martial spirit. At that time, you will be an outstanding demonic genius with the bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races." The dragon horse was not surprised at all. As it spoke, it walked forward. Stone pillars with dragon motifs lined both sides of the path. Xiao Chun felt that he would reach his destination soon. Along the way, the two did not stop talking. Of course, most of the time it was the dragon horse talking, and Xiao Chun listening seriously. Occasionally, the dragon horse had questions, and it would explain in detail so that Xiao Chun could understand it clearly. It seemed like the dragon horse's temper was not as strange as the black-clad old man said. "The Blue Dragon Palace is the inheritance of my Blue Dragon bloodline. The Blue Dragon bloodline has produced more than 100 dragon emperors. The dragon emperors are the divine dragon emperors. They control the life and death of the dragon race. You only need to pass the test. Just like the Qing Emperor, you need to obtain the inheritance of the dragon emperor. Only then can you be the true master of the Blue Dragon Palace." As the dragon horse spoke, the man and the horse arrived at a large hall. The large hall was clean and elegant. However, the might and pressure of the dragon race permeated this peaceful atmosphere. Those not of the dragon race would feel a different effect. They would not be as calm as Xiao Chun. When the dragon horse arrived at the large hall, the dragon horse stopped. Xiao Chun knew that the test was about to begin. Along the way, the dragon horse spoke and Xiao Chun listened. Only when it had questions would the dragon horse speak up. The things that the dragon horse spoke about were related to the Blue Dragon Palace's origins and the dragon race's existence. Xiao Chun did not ask the true question in his heart. He did not know if he could pass the test or not. If he could not, then he would never have a chance to ask. After calming himself, Xiao Chun decided to ask before the test began. After making up his mind, he asked, "Senior, this junior would like to ask about something. I hope that senior can tell me sincerely." The dragon horse was not in a rush. It looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Speak." Xiao Chun had already organized what he wanted to say many times in his mind. Then he asked, "Senior, I would like to ask if the major characters outside the abandoned land can forcefully summon the people of the Kunlun realm out." They can. However, they need to go through a ceremony. Furthermore, the conditions are very strict. The energy and resources that the ceremony requires are hard to calculate. It is very difficult for the people in this abandoned land to leave, but it is even more difficult for the people outside to enter. The dragon horse did not hesitate at all. It continued, "Hence, such a thing rarely happens. It might even be impossible. However, it cannot be denied that such a ceremony does exist." Xiao Chun calmed down a little. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally stopped. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "If the person being summoned has the white dragon bloodline, what are the chances?" The Blue Dragon Palace's core item Soul, which usually answered quickly, hesitated for a moment when it heard this question. "Senior, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun asked as anticipation flickered in his eyes. An indiscernible strange light flashed in the dragon horse's eyes. It replied, "The white dragon is also one of the 7-colored divine dragons. If what you said is true, given the strength of the white dragon bloodline and the resources expended, I can be absolutely certain." Xiao Chun did not see the strange light in the dragon horse's eyes. Instead, he revealed an expression of joy and said, "Many thanks, Senior. However, before we start the test, can Senior let me see the scene outside the Blue Dragon Palace?" The dragon horse quickly replied, "I cannot do that. If I want to see the situation outside, I will have to open the barrier of the Blue Dragon Palace. There will be the danger of outsiders attacking." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt somewhat disappointed. He said sullenly, "In that case, Senior, please let me take the test." The dragon horse turned around and looked in a direction. Then it said, "Go straight down this trial path. If you can reach the end, you will pass the test." "Many thanks." After performing a cupped fist salute and thanking the dragon horse, Xiao Chun quickly headed for the trial path. Whether he succeeded or not, he wanted to leave quickly. After Xiao Chun's figure disappeared, the black-clad old man revealed himself. "Big Brother Dragon, why did you lie to him? Given your abilities, how could you not see the situation outside? So what if he saw it? Could it be that he gave up on the trial and went out to die? You should know that he is the last existence of my Blue Dragon bloodline. I can't afford to bear the consequences. I think very highly of him. You'd best not speak too much about Xiao Tung, lest you cause trouble for him." When the black-clad old man heard the dragon horse mention Xiao Tung, he revealed a sad expression as he sighed softly.